tend to wait a little bit just so there's something more interesting on stream.
英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网
And don't you worry, the horse game will be here
虎牙
soon.
直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA， 李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测，助你赢1000元耳机。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高进游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
I'm afraid Scout won't make it to Worlds this year. When was the last time he didn't? He won 21. Made it to 22, lost in the quarters versus DRX. 23, 24, both on LG. Yeah, it could be the first time since 2020, I believe. Welcoming Top Esports and JDG onto the stage in Beijing. JDG's home arena.
Top Esports 上单369，打野 Kanavi， 中单 Cream， 下路 Jackie Love， 辅助唐。
That sounded like a low HP the noise, does it?
欢迎北京 JDG Esports。
You know the Kingdom Hearts low HP sound? Sounded like that.
Scout， 下路 Kate， 辅助卓。
JDG playing today, of course, with Draw. New supports, no longer with, what's it call it? The thingy. New support coming in for Wink. JDG have been nosediving, as we've been saying. Much change needed for them. Much change they hope these changes will bring.
LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛第5周第3日的第1场比赛，由 Top Esports 对战北京 JDG。 比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Can't discount the playoffs, playoff scout resurgence, but it's looking shaky. Although, does anyone outside of BLG look super dominant? BLG look like the best team in the LPL. However, I will put a note out there. I think Invictus Gaming are looking great. I think Invictus Gaming are looking really good right now. When are they playing next? Actually, when are they playing against BLG again? They play against Anyone's Legend and Top Esports in 2 back-to-back days. They're playing on Friday, then on Saturday. When do they play against BLG once again, though? They play against them on Monday. Oh my god, they have Anyone's Legend, Top Esports, and then BLG in 4 days. Friday, Saturday, and then Monday. Oh, that's a hell of a run. Top Esports look good as well. I think they've actually been a little bit shaky despite their record. I think they've been dropping a lot of games that yeah, I think they've been dropping a lot of games that they shouldn't have been, and I think they should have lost to IG the first time around quite clearly. First draft of the day. Welcome in, folks. Let me do that thing where I changed cameras on. So otherwise that blocks some of the names, doesn't it? There we go. Hello. I think I hit the button twice. That's not very good. JDG top esports. Banning away the Trundle and the Scion, not wanting a tanky game. Morning, Brock. We still have Varus, Talia, Pantheon, Azir. Yunara being taken away. Hey, Scout. I did say hi earlier, but I'll say it again. Maybe I didn't say it on mic. Maybe I'm gaslighting you. Who knows? Talia banned away. So no Pantheon Talia. Rumble is available, but Rumble's lower priority than he was. So I don't feel like that's as first pickable as it was in the past. Pantheon 2 lowering in priority. Varus is the easy one. They ban the Azir instead. Easy first pick of the Varus. Perhaps top esports can go towards Jarvan and Aurora at that point. JDG would like to lock in a dive comp now if they can, especially with no Scion and Trundle available. Fistigons, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate you. Thank you.
You're the greatest Ari player ever.
Let's go TES.
Let's go TES. Well, they're here for you. Rumble locked in. I think any kind of diving threat alongside that would be a hell of a night as well. How am I? I'm doing well, thank you. Jhin locked in, so it's not going to be locking in. It's not going to be locking a jungler with it just yet. But when you are playing Rumble, you want some CC to lock people into his ult, of course. Hey, how good to see you as well. Varus hates dive. He has been locked onto stuff like that. Equalizer. I think the Aurora is a good takeaway here. Now, it's not always the best in the actual laning phase if you want to put it top lane against the Rumble. We've seen it lose quite heavily into the Rumble match at points, actually, especially if you get hit by one too many E's. Things go poorly. Worth noting, Rumble's getting nerfed next patch too. Top east, we'll see the Pantheon. I personally think you can Jarvan here, but I suppose the Aurora can hop out. The Alistar is a good tank frontline, can deny the Pantheon very well. He can never really jump forwards if the Alistar is stood on top of a protected target. You lost 100,000 channel points yesterday? Jesus. I didn't realize you invested that much, Harold. That is insane. Second round. Jarvan getting taken away because they do wonder whether that Aurora is going up towards the top lane in Shao Shoot. Silas, again, on the new patch coming through, it's not through yet, will be buffed into jungle, worth noting. Even in Unity for you. Good morning. Think we'll have more than 4 games today? Well, we were just saying this before. JDG top esports, anyone's legend BLG should be marquee top tier matchups here in the LPL. I think JDG is struggling. They're playing with draw, new support as well. And then BLG are also struggling on their own side of things. This could be, despite it being marquee matchups, a 4-game day, which I'd be sad to see. I want to see that more games between these teams, but given on current form, you can understand why, right? Why we'd predict that. Second round of picks. Some of the better laning answers into the Aurora gone. I guess you're left with Orianna for Cream. In terms of laning matchups. Thinking about last picking mid lane. Now, if you do that, you do lack a little bit of backline access to the Varus, because the Shinza's not great at that, which is why I prefer the Jarvan. We called that out earlier on, and they were a little reticent to lock it in, but now the Varus is going to be very upset with this. Did you mean AL is struggling, BLG are looking decent with Shadow? Yes, BLG are looking great. Anyone's Legend looking bad. Sorry, if I misworded that, that's because I haven't had coffee yet. That is just a thing which has happened. JDG, now they might lock in something like that Poppy support. It helps against the Alistar and it helps versus the Jarvan. Of course, you can't stop the Jarvan ult. That's unstoppable. But you could stop the Jarvan Flight Dragon. Then, of course, the... yeah. Why not Wink? I wouldn't say Wink has been the issue this split. I'm surprised too. I don't... Look, I think that... Well, Wink has been playing poorly. I don't think, however, that means that draw is the solution. Now, they might flex that Aurora back in towards the mid lane. Silas was, of course, banned away, wondering whether that's being played in a solo lane as well. And the Ornn comes through the Shao Shoot, so there's no Trundle to counter that. It's not like top esports don't have good anti-tank damage with the Rumble, but it's not like Jhin loves that either. What's Cream going towards now? Picking in a mobile mage would feel a little bad. Into the Ornn and the Pantheon, who can both kind of like open up from very long range way away. Orianna still, I think it's still the right combo. The Jarvan Orianna is a nasty combo. Does well in lane versus the Aurora comparative to many others. Might bring the DPS you need to kill someone like the Ornn eventually. See what build Cream goes towards. Top Esports relying on Hung for their frontline, really. Remember, JDG, they are the ones which have been struggling a lot more recently. Scout, we were just talking about this before. Scout, you know, if this split keeps going the way that it does, perhaps Scout won't make Worlds for the first time since 2020. What a change that would be. What a change that would be. I don't think Anivia was live until just now. That is a problem. Okay, well, it's live now. We'll get into game and we'll showcase these drafts live and ready. Welcome in, everyone. So sorry over on Anivia. The stream did not properly start for the draft, but it's here now. And we're into game. Ain't that nice? You get to go straight into the action. JDG, Top Esports, so many finals played between them. Top Esports doing well right now. JDG slipping, changing support. Top Esports is at the start of the split. Let's hear those gyros in Beijing. Nothing particularly exciting happening at the early level there. Draw, potentially looking for a W forward, speed of some nice damage. If there's a Q... and the slow from the Varus. Thought that would lead into the Q. Damn, that's a nice combo there. Hung auto-cancelling, actually. In the good way. Auto, Q, auto. Because the Rakan walked into him. Jack in Hung, holding the Tri-Brush potentially. Walking beyond it just a little bit. Can't really do much about Pays there. Cream. Ooh, getting electrocuted and passive procs there by Aurora. Tends to be the way of things. If she hits 3 onto you, it gets both. Nasty combo. Pays. Being left alone right now because Draw was sent back to base. Forced off of the wave level 1. The Varus is meant to be very lane dominant. Not exactly sure that will be the case now after that level 1. Dancing grenade put onto him. Ward spotted out there from Hung, but he can't do much about it. Let's pulverize in. Bone plating taken off from Draw. Reload comes in for Jackalov. Hit by that Varus. And the Comet. Owie. Is Wink out or just benched? I haven't seen a farewell from him, so I'd imagine he is still technically on the roster, but I doubt he'll be played if, given the way he was playing. I don't think he's playing well. But then also that, yeah, if they bring Draw in, I doubt they're going to bring him for nothing. Draw, of course, was playing earlier this split over on LNG. On LNG. Actually gets tanked up by the Command Protect. Draw, I suppose, in terms of his recent play. Ouch, Scout is destroying this matchup here, actually. I'm going to have to be forced to back early. Hey, Fairy Tail, good to see you. Why are we letting Varus 3 versus Top Esports? Well, why are we letting 3 in general? Well, they got Rumble Jhin for it, which I don't mind. Look, the Jhin does a lot of the things which Poke Varus wants, slightly worse, but he does a lot of them similarly, right? Where you're long-range setup, you're a strong laner, and you provide some poke threats and good wave clear. You're not as high DPS, you're not as safe as Kanavi resets his blue buff, that's not great. But the thing is, if you give over the Varus, you get the Rumble and the Jhin, which are an awesome combo together because they synergize so well. If a Jhin W lands into an Equalizer, you're very happy with that combo, and it's very good in someone like the Varus, because the Varus can't really protect himself against long-range engage like that. The Jarvan in this game, of course, is going to add extra issues to that. Scout still has his teleport. He won't mind trading his the last of his HP to get one last wave. He'll be backing at a better HP. 369 getting a good trade there versus Xiaoshu. Yeah, Jin's getting not Jin. Well, Poke Varus is getting nerfed the next patch, as is the Rumble, worth noting. Good trade there, actually, from Top Esports. The 3 mark arrow doesn't land onto Jackalov. That would have evened it up. That would have been very nice to have. Of course, Varus' abilities pop those marks on targets, gives you a ton of damage, and the W of the arrow increases the damage even more. Shun was on bot side, spotted heading through that try brush. Shun's been all sorts of up and down recently too. What was looking like a good laning phase for Jackalov and Hung, not going so easily now. Hey Rizuri, good to see you. .369 being the one to collect that wave. Teleports in means that no one has to lose any farm. This is kind of like doing the maths, right? Where if minions are going to die to the bot tower, you can teleport in and save those minions, which means that on the other side of the map, if that wasn't the case, then a lane can actually walk up there. There's level 5 Jarvan. I don't think Xiaoshu gets out of this. The CC lands. Flag and Drag cancels out the E as well. Absolutely no hope of an escape. That's a very dead Dawn, and Jin's the one who takes their life. Kill over towards Jackalov. Cream might get jumped onto here, and indeed is. Shotgun comes out. And Cream will make it out safely, I suppose. No flash blown. Now jumping onto Shun. He just uses empowered ability on the Grom, which means that Kanavi gets good timing there for a play. Another good E from Scout onto Cream. Level 6 not hit by Cream. Needed one more minion. If there was a shockwave there, I think you could force a flash out of Scout. Scout at that level 6. Of course, going to be happy to play make soon. Has a good CS lead from the early lane. Cream has been hit by pretty much every combo. Unable to dodge out on many of them or trade back effectively. The level 1 didn't help. It was a decent jump onto him. Hey, Sam. Sam's bringing coffee. Yay! Thank you, thank you. Xiaoshu calling at level 6. 1v2 on the top side. Gets ignited. Puts some damage down onto Hung instead. Not onto Jackalov. Another brittle proc. 3 on... is that 3? No, 2 onto Hung. 1 from the second part of the ult. 1 from his W. Yep, that's on for you. Shun is on top side. On Vision as well. Which means his back is going to be cancelled. Sam will be coming through now. Which will buy me time to go and brush my teeth, which I didn't manage to do this morning. I'll see what Shun's doing here in mid lane. I don't think he actually blocked that. I think he got the angle slightly wrong. Curious. Spurious, that's a word too.
Spurious is a great word.
What? Yeah, well, when you're closer to the mic, you can tell me what spurious means. It's part of your daily allotment of knowing things about words. There's a quota for these things, you see.
What have we missed?
Well, there was a overstay from Xiaoshu on topside on the Ornn. Got caught out by Hung and Kanavi. Besides that, very quiet. Level 1 was a little bit interesting. Draw was forced to back before the lanes came in, so he was a little bit late to that first wave, but it hasn't led to too much. So if you look down the board, I suppose Scout had a good laning phase. He actually had a lot of good combos onto Cream. He had got about a 10 CS lead. We'll see if that manages to materialize into anything more. Obviously, it's a little bit less now. And then the Xiaoshu dying in that one gank. So it has been Sam.
Quiet.
A bit laborious.
Not quite the spurious claims that you were.
Oh, that's what the word means. I was like, oh, spurious. I completely forgot the word. Grab taking started and I'll leave you a sandwich just a bit.
Yeah, spurious, for those uninitiated, is effectively, it's fake, but with kind of a certain element of scandal to it. Spurious claims when someone makes provably fake and ridiculous claims, or something along those lines. Morning, Missouri. Morning, Rich Tomato. Not too much to be seen in this early game, is there? Late just claimed there by the Aurora. Nice from Scout, who at one point we were praising as one of the best side laners out there. This split in particular, whoo boy. He's been caught a lot more than I think we're comfortable with for not like every reason under the sun. All the Forge God from Shower Shoot, looking for an angle on the 369. Grand Star, full timed very well from Shun with that. 369 will flash away, but to no avail. Very good combo from the top jungle there. Good use of that early ult there from Shun. Worth noting, of course, our people have got those early set of grubs, so can't go roaming down to get those. And Dragon already down. Potential angle, though, to return the favor on the bot side. Scout is staying under this turret. But this is likely to be a 3v1. A lot of mobility on the Aurora. Zhou is also here. He's finding a good moment. Gets between worlds. Knocked up, knocked down. Flash on him with the quickness. Scout flashes away. Gets a heal. Kanavi trying to get in range for that last auto. Dragon Strike's not enough, but the curtains are called. Does land those shots. Now Zhou trapped under this turret with Cream around. And all of the attempts to try and turn this into something else will lead to absolutely nothing. Zhou got the level 6 there under the turret. Either way, below's the quickness as well, can't find it. 2 kills very swiftly picked up by Top Esports in that bot side dive. The attempted defense. Just not really there. I hope we get a replay of that. I want to know whether Joe had the level 6. Didn't quite track that. He did, and I think he misplayed. Specifically when he go rescue Scout rather than afterwards, when it was just him alone in a 1v4. Throws up that volcanic rupture. Not too much more to be seen there. Nice chunk there onto Jackie. Again, we've got 2 comps that are playing not dissimilarly, shall we say. Skirmisher junglers, team fight tops, the one to tank, one's obviously a lot more spiking early. We've got the mage mids, Varus v Jhin matchup, engage supports. A slight difference about who's the tank, who's the carry, but largely quite similar on that front. I'd argue Top Esports slightly better team fighting, JDG slightly better pick, particularly when Shun, Pays, and Xiaoshu team up together with their relatively long-range ults. You also have the Order that could theoretically break open the Cataclysm. Not that becomes a particularly regular occurrence, but you know. Certainly a possibility. Engage now, though, onto Zhou, who just got caught out in his own jungle and dies a horrible death. Well, that's a little awkward. Now, Pays on Vision. Just needs to be a bit careful here. That's the better late game. Odd question. Ornn items help warp things, but I would say the triple carries of Rumble, Ori, Jhin probably outdo a Poke, Varus, and Aurora. Bit of a much of a muchness. Maybe Alistair scaling becomes more of a threat if you get late enough. Hey Harold, welcome back. I think the answer is it's relatively even. Always a world where I'm missing a little something. Or probably the Ornn item difference becomes relatively significant, would be my imagination. And Jhin, on the whole, has a better 4-item spike than a Poke Varus will. He's much more about the 2 items. chunks coming down to the turrets, plates fall out. We're about 1,000 to, well, 1,500 gold lead over to Top Esports right now. Most of your plates and those early kills. It's good news for them. They're in really good spots while Jackie with 3-0-1 is feeling very pleased about this Jhin right now. Very pleased indeed. Ghostblade done. Alongside the Zeal. Probably going to go towards that rapid fire cannon. Just try and outspace some of the slightly more dangerous pick options going into him. When he is at Accelerator, can afford to get that utility item second. That's a little cheaper for that second item spike. Hung will end up face checking Shun. And pulverize him. Jacklass must remember Joe well. There's no flash for Khan versus Hylissang. Oh my days, I'd forgotten about that. Good grief. Yes. Curtains are called. Joe and Pays chunked a little. Cleanse burn from Jackie. Not quite sure for what, actually. Because no chains of corruption, no quickness. You can't cleanse the knockup from Grand Entrance. Turret. Secure bot side, though, by Top Esports. No way to defend that for Scout. I'll try and pick up this Herald at the very least. But it's worth noting, of course, with that turret going on down on those early kills, Top Esports now have exceptionally mighty feet. We've gone up a shoe size, guys. Jackie has a lot of gold. Paige is going, what the hell happened? This isn't fair. Top Esports just making this one look relatively simple. Oh, Scout, you need to be a little bit wary here. You just lost this turret down here. You go back to the scene of the crime. You're going to try and get that recall off, and Hung is already there. Flash for the headbutt. Exhaust comes on down. Shockwave on top. And Cream gets the kill.
Easy as you like for Cream. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's like I wasn't even gone. Top Esports getting the better of the map right now. Significantly ahead of JDG through sidelines. Potentially in a position to keep tight playmaking as well. Hung's going to hop over. Catch out the Rakan. Quite hard to really finish a character like that off, though. We'll just force the ults and out.
Yeah, they did catch Jor there about 2 minutes ago. Well, he did die, but that was a 1v3. No way to battle dance out. They've just killed off Scout bot side. They've just got that turret beforehand as well. It's looking pretty good for Top Esports. As I said, got very mighty feet right now.
So far as what?
Going quite well for Top Esports.
I missed like a word in there and just my brain just stopped functioning for a second.
Yeah, I basically said Scout. Scout survived the turret shove, backed off it, then came back to push the wave out, and then died after. Yeah. And they've also already gotten Streets of Fed.
You just witnessed like
Streets of Fed?
This is the thing, Sam. Half the time I'm like, is it me missing a word or is it... Or are you missing? One of us is missing a word. Me mentally, or you verbally.
No, I definitely said the things correct the first time, and then I just managed to get the consonants conflated.
Well, don't worry, folks. You've just seen a live blue screen from myself.
Yeah,
basically. Not from the actual stream. That would actually be much more important.
I don't know what the Streets of Fenth are, Alex. Oh my God! There goes Shun down for the count. Sure. They're going to get the engage onto the backside. Scout and Joe doing a lot of work. Need to get away. Work mostly in a defensive manner. They do get out, but Shun just dying. Flash out as Jackie now 4-0-1 on this Jhin.
Yeah, that Jhin is really, really strong. It's not like that's the Ornn or something like that who can really survive that kind of damage. The lethality first can often fall off in mid-game against the likes of the Ornn. That's not the Ornn.
Not going to happen right now. And... the rapid fire early. Not that early goal. Gets a spike and it's just punished his lack of vision. Look at the wards everywhere.
And also the Pantheon E, it's not using the shockwave because I think Shun is trying to, stay off the first bit of damage, but then flashing and dying too. That's not great. You need that for playmaking. And Top Esports, I think they're now in a position where they have so much damage on the likes of this Orianna and the Jhin. If Paze gets jumped onto and one of them can follow the Jarvan, I think that's just lights out for FaZe. I don't know if JDG have the tools to come back from a play like that. The Ornn is a little bit of disengaged. Dragon's coming up now, and Top Esports, as always, are there first. They are very likely to get first to objectives. They're very good at setting up for them and getting into that river first. JDG will need to survive what is a very potent engage from Top Esports.
Ocean Dragon being started up. Herald. Got mid lane. JDG picked that one up earlier in trade for the bot side turret. And realistically going to get all that much value here.
We'll get one charge in, maybe. No, it doesn't even get that. They hit the eye. Suppose they could have even pulled the smite if they needed to. Kanavi, I don't know whether he's on 2 charges without just the 1. Not really important, I suppose. Now, Dragon, nowhere closer to being threatened by JDG. Top Esports still in that bot side river, still forcing JDG back. Look how patient Top Esports are. They're very good around this patient objective play. Getting towards objective first. Atakan has spawned now on the bot side of the map too. That might be something we see after the Dragon if Top Esports don't want to reset immediately. Dragon started.
Onto the Dragon they go. Flag goes down. Dragon secured. That is at least one shockwave onto the Aurora mid bunny hop. They might be able to at least get one back onto the Orianna, which isn't that bad. But the problem is the rest of JDG now caught in the choke point versus this equalizer. Flash on forward from Hung to get on top. The grand entrance delays a bit of the reset, but the flame spitter is still rolling. And 369 is setting them all on fire. Hung keeps binding, bounces. Curtain's now called as FaZe. Thought he was safe, but his front line is gone. No one to body block the curtain call, and he has to flash out to safety. The one remaining member not in a grey screen.
It is a bad fight if you cannot live while the Cataclysm is still up. Kanavi saved the Cataclysm the entire fight, depending on whether FaZe got into a bad position or not. Now FaZe is the only survivor, loses his flash, and JDG will have no answer to the Atakan going down. We did wonder whether that would be started by Top Esports if things went well enough around the Dragon, and yes, they did. They did go well enough around that Dragon. Scout caught out by Hung out of that brush, going way too far forward. Shun late to the play. This is a lazy entrance into the river from JDG. I don't really think they're going with any particular combo in mind. There's no one really in the right position to face check. It should be Xiaoshu, really. He does a good job of holding the choke point. This isn't bad from Xiaoshu and from Draw. It's just, you've already lost your Aurora. You don't have the damage in place. And FaZe has to be so deathly afraid now of the Jarvan, especially with that ultimate available until just that moment, that he couldn't really step forwards and add as much damage in as he wanted.
Xiaoshu at least gets this top lane turret as we come out of the replay, but it's rough, and credit also to Hung. Really good fight there, managing to flash pulverize, wait, get the headbutt back, double pulverize after. Was pretty strong. Mid lane wave is contested over. All that much FaZe gets to do at this point. We've got 2.5 items, that's great. The problem is he's down 1600 gold, and this Jhin, oh boy, that's an infinity edge, not miles off.
He is very far ahead, 603, and 369 even doing a great job against Scout on the Aurora there too. Now we're going to fly drag over the wall. Top Esports wave clearing on one side. This is one of the great things about the Rumble. You can just play weak side and wave clear. You don't tend to drop farm on weak side that much as the Rumble. You farm with ease and your equalizer if at all necessary. And Top Esports can move, as you see here, with a 4-man unit elsewhere on the map. They were potentially threatening a top lane in a turret or a fight in the top side jungle if JDG misstepped. And that's a big problem, because if they can group up as 4, get mid wave and top wave, farm up all of this, how do you play around something like a Pantheon ult and an Ornn ult making snap engages?
Yeah.
Top Esports are already in position with the phalanx set up. Equalizer comes down, it's decent damage too.
Does get some good value. Trying to get a bit more out of this if they can. The shots keep flying, but the Aegis Assault blocking a fair amount there. And you've still got an Ornn on the front line, so doesn't really do too much. Just wards people off the turret briefly. Threatening with the Hex Flash, but JDG not dissuaded from coming and fighting over this red buff by the looks of it.
The E-poke onto Shun is just insane there, by the way. They're fighting now over a red buff. There's no objective around here, but, well, as has stopped Top Esports before.
The Comet Spear still can't find it. Kanavi will flag and drag over the wall. The Master Standard and Dragon Strike.
Yep. But better known as Fly Drag.
Yeah.
It's the artist formerly known as Demacian Standard and Dragon Strike.
Is it Golden Aegis, the W?
Golden Aegis, yeah. Yeah, in the Cataclysm. And I cannot remember the ult. Not the ult, the passive.
Martial Cadence.
Martial Cadence, right. That makes sense.
It's the empowered auto. It's quite useful.
Yeah.
Remember.
Percent max HP as well, which is...
Why Sundered Sky is a ridiculously good item on him.
Yeah.
That first auto is silly.
Yeah, it's just like your first auto attack is very synergistic with it. It also kind of just looks like his spear as well, just a little bit. It's a bit more lance-like. Flash forward on top, so draws on the roam. 369 does have that Nimbus Cloak. I don't think it's enough, though.
He'll try and turn and burn here best he can. Will not be able to get all that much, except for half of Shun's health bar. They lose for this, because again, Dragon's spawning in 45 seconds, and their priority's now on the wrong side of that. No Atacana or anything to claim, because of course, Top Esports have got that one already.
Baron's up in 30. That's not going to be enough to see off 369's death time. Well, is his teleport going to be up as he respawns? It's just a little bit off cooldown right now. I don't think JDG can force an objective, basically. Not with the HP bar and Shun, as you noted before. And 369's death time are not quite being long enough to force anything. Top Esports angling towards his mid lane turret. Of course, Varus very good at wave clear. Wondering if actually that arrow is at the wrong time. Gets a bit of poke down. Can't clear the wave. Doesn't really matter. Ample amounts of time to take that tower. Top Esports will finally clean up the outer ring.
Yeah, especially with Kanavi off on the other side. And Pay's going, look, if I stand here, it's flash blown at the very least. I might be able to clear the wave, but the chances of doing so safely is pretty deep. Wow, they teleported Grand Starfall absolutely everyone at 369.
Catch onto Cream in the river. Xiao Shu gets the knock-up. Cream still has flash and needs to get over the wall. Dragon started now. Cream still on okay HP. Reminded he has that Rod of Ages. A bit tankier. Flag Drag missing.
And there's Pace flashing out as well. Curtain's now called, and JDG have burned quite a lot already. Pace
A body
in
block,
danger.
please!
Scout, please. Chains of Corruption comes on through, but Kanavi has the Shockwave available because it's an old school combo of the full carrier Jarvan. And they just blow up Pace.
And no one blocks the shots. No one blocks the shots. Pace is left out to dry. Yes, he has to flash out of the Cataclysm. He's in the wrong spot. JDG thought that, well, we just forced Scout out of river, Cream out of river, sorry, on the Orianna. We can make a play around the Dragon. They leave Pace out to dry, and he goes down so easily. This Jarvan drew a bead on him. Now the Baron's in their sights, and without the Varus, I don't think really JDG have a strong contest.
I don't think they do. Baron is going down. They may not have the fastest Baron taking team of all time, but you've still got a Rumble. You've still got enough damage here. I don't think there's realistically a way to still draw up with the Spellbook Smite. Maybe he could have found an angle. We'll instead have to quick this and try and run away. The Deadly Flourish just wide. Over the wall goes Kanavi, who is taunted, rather charmed by the very tail end of the quickness, but it's not going to lead to very much more. Scout will weirding away to get a bit more distance between the marauding members of Top Esports and his own jungle.
A reminder, folks, JDG Top Esports used to be the finals matchup here in the LPL. It was the matchup that everyone was seeing from 2020 onwards, really. Was that blue buff? Well, it's not secured.
It was the Gromp that was.
Ah, the Gromp, right. Gromp. That's what Orcs would say.
Once upon a time.
Yeah. So this was the pick and river where I don't know whether JDG... nah, you can't be there as Paze and draw, actually. I think that Paze also maybe chooses the wrong direction to flash. Maybe flash into your own jungle. Maybe that helps. And then, of course, the Shockwave comes in. Have ample amounts of extra damage coming through. The Equalizer goes absolutely insane in the choke point there as well, and the Tri-Brush. Top Esports have been playing around objectives so much easier. We've mentioned this before, but they are so much more likely to get to an objective first, sit in the river, and calmly play out that objective. They play compositions which play around that too, with, you know, long-range engage from the Jarvan if they need it, good follow-up, good choke point control with stuff like the Equalizer and the Shockwave. This is classic Top Esports from what we've seen.
Alrighty then. Tier 2 falls in mid lane. JDG looking pretty lost and worse for wear at this point. Again, one of the great teams of the LPL, having a very poor summer split after a mercurial spring. And Top Esports, a bit of redemption after their fall off in playoffs.
Good combo. No Shockwave following. The Cataclysm held in the back pocket. Kanavi has been very good at being patient with that ultimate, actually. Knows exactly whether he wants to kill or force to flash. Scout has currently both right now, and he lands the knockup.
Ooh, in they go with the grand entrance, the knock-up onto Cream, buying some time. He needs to be getting the shockwave down, though. Looking for some more value. Will go golden to dissuade any follow-up damage. Backline goes hung. They've killed off Jarvan under the turret. Scout tried to survive and will actually get that kill with the weirding. Xiaoxi going on forwards with that charge on in. Grand Star fall behind. I think Top Esports potentially in danger. Shun with no mana, but Cream finally goes down. Unfortunately for Pace, 369 burns him out, and Jackie is a terrifying Jin. Look at the move speed. Aegis Assault finally back up. Jackie will have a deadly flourish available. Doesn't even need it. Just shoots him down.
Is that Jackal or I am the fast? The shotgun misses, and Jackal can maybe turn it around there. Misses the W. 369 going to push that mid-wave, teleporting towards it. It's not the cleanest fight from Top Esports, but they do get themselves the inner turret. They get 5 kills for 3. Was it 4?
Yeah.
Scout ended up living. I was thinking, yeah, he wouldn't have respawned by this point. Not at this point in the game. Localized to this kitchen at this time of year. Aurora Borealis.
Can I see it?
Can I see it? No. The things we laugh about here. Things we laugh about. So this was a great knockup from Kanavi. We're just saying, well, he's actually been very patient about his ultimate, knowing when to pull it. I actually think he makes a mistake with that in this fight, where he ends up trying to cancel out Xiaoxi. No, there's some weird movement coming through. And then he gets caught by the Varasol. He's caught aggro and he dies under turret. So actually not the best fight there from Kanavi. But I think the movement of JDG made it a little harder to land that. Hung goes a little too far too. But you know, their carries are still alive. Cream not for much longer. But, you know, there's enough damage between the three of them to spare the blushes.
Problem is, Shun here just runs out of mana. Eventually does get that kill on the Cream. The problem is full contact team fighting applies, and 369 goes, fine, I'll trade you for your AD carry. And my AD carry can run you down just fine.
Dude, I think 369 is one of the best at peak anyway. Sometimes he tilts and then, you know, whatever. But I think he's one of the best team fighting decision makers of all time. He's one of the people where on Cassandra he would be, you know, if he had an AD carry that was a Xayah, he'd be charging his W as Xayah was landing from the ult, so he could push people away and give Xayah that chance to immediately turn and burn. But he's also the kind of person that could flash in as the Rumble there. Great damage. Of course, people forget now at this point, I think, because, well, it was before my time even. I've had to go back and read up on it myself and watch the tape. 369 was the carry player when he came through.
Oh,
as
yeah,
well.
he was.
He was the Jace, he was the Rumble, he was the everything at that point. The
Everything but nah.
Yeah, for a good long while. And then he became the tank player for JDG in 2023 that, of course, Kanavi was on too. The trio of those two and then Hom were the core of the super team, realistically, for JDG. A super team which JDG no longer has. Their entire roster has changed from 2022 when they had that 22 summer title. Kanavi fishing perhaps for a flash cataclysm. Hayes has his own flash. It would be best to summon a trade there, which Kanavi doesn't feel forced to take right now. Building towards a GA in third. Ult coming through, and the ult misses onto Jackal.
Nearly enough with the slow. It was a pixel away, but it doesn't land. JDG will be ruining the day. They almost caught Captain Jackie Love in the mid lane.
Do you think when Minecraft introduces like proper screens, are they going to be pixels? Anyway, less more about that. More fighting!
Wow, well, 369 goes golden. The problem is Hung on the other side, jumping onto Shun. They will likely kill off 369, but not before he gets the equalizer down. Pays down to about a third HP. Inhibitor exposed. Top Esports can't stick around to fully secure it, though.
That's not bad for JDG, dare I say. You know, you get some gold off of 369, who is very, very scary. They do lose the inhibitor turret, but they're wave clearing okay for now. I suppose in the grand scheme of things, you're alive. You're keeping all items ticking through. Each of them is 1,000 gold, which is not seen on the gold lead at the top of the screen, because it's just, you know, extra value from the champion itself, really. 4 of them bought in. That's 4,000 extra stats, which means that, you know, if Top Esports don't get the soul in the next few minutes, there are questions about actually the gold value in combat that they're bringing through to the play.
Knock up onto Cream, but he is going to be quick enough to back away with a command distance. TP coming on into the Baron pit. Scout potentially looking for an angle. We've got 369 alive in 6 seconds. Doesn't have TP, importantly. So JDG are able to get into the river, set down control, and look to force Top Esports to come into them for the first time in a while.
That's exactly what I was going to talk about too, so I'm glad you highlighted that. JDG first into the river, and now they get to control the choke point with the likes of the Varus and the Ornn. They're good at choke point control. JDG, they might be feeling a bit of an angle hit. They've actually backed off a little bit. They don't want to be pushed in through mid lane wave and pushed into the inhibitor. Top Esports now playing it slowly. Oh, Xiaoxi's overstayed.
They tried to have him be the frontliner. Well, Bella's breath for a second. He's got a redemption coming on down from Top Esports to help Hung secure the kill, no less. Headbutt pulverize goes on forward, but it doesn't matter because the Cataclysm after will be on top of Jor, who is going to have to fight now, just about survive. But over goes Kanavi! The shockwave combo just wide.
It was a little bit blind that. Hey, just pulled it and said, look, just full send it. Hopefully someone will be there. They lose the shockwave cooldown. It's not that long at this point in the game. Looks a little bit awkward. As did Xiaoshu's retreat from the Baron. He overstayed a little bit, didn't go unstoppable. He's had a poor game, 0-4 on the Ornn. Scout now caught out in the mid lane, potentially killed by Cream here.
And Hung, once again, the early game was all about him finding ways to get into the backline from weird angles. Goes as Cream out as well. Hang on. There's a good piercing arrow there. Hang on, teleport behind as well. We've got to hang a lot of ons right now as 369 will burn pace down. Revenge acquired.
Hung goes too deep, but well, the team's got the cleanup crew ready. 3 dead. Xiaoshu respawning to make it 2. Inhibitor will finally be destroyed, returning to the scene of the mid lane crime that happened earlier. As Toppies was pushed into the base. Baron on their backs. He might look for an end of the game. Scout is alive. Can he wave clear?
369 is relatively scary. Kanavi with the Grand Star 4 coming on forwards is Shun to try and find the angle, but there's an equalizer coming on down. They've got the last turret. Jackie's running away. Shield from command. Protect. Get you and Oriana who can do all 3. Xiaoshu will eventually burn out. So will the rest of JDG. Game 1 is Top Esports.
JDG, a brief look in around the Baron is oh so short-lived. This was always Top Esports game. And the trio, which made JDG's legacy alive and well, Kanavi, 369, and Hom in the back rooms as coach, see them off in that first game particularly effectively.
We said, look, it should be 4 of our top teams in the LPL dueling it out today. Unfortunately, JDG not coming in on the greatest run of form. Got a bit done in. Hello, folks. I am Initialise. This, as you may recognize, is a Nymaera.
Hello. I'm a rare cryptid around these parts. However, I do occasionally turn up. I say occasionally, every single day. I'm one of the world's most available cryptids, I suppose, in terms of screen time. Because I'm here casting the LPL every single day with another less cryptid-like organism, but still... I'm just a crypt. Yeah, just a crypt.
Dead inside. Dead
inside. My brother, Samuel Initialise Hapgood, we're professional League of Legends casters, and we cast the LPL for you every single day that we can, and our voices are able to, and we don't have things like birthday parties to go to or something like that. We hope you've been enjoying this first game of the day. We're going to be here for, of course, the entire day, and you sit pretty, because now we get to do one of the most important things on the stream. Dare I say, the most important thing on the stream, which is... horse game. It is the horse game.
I thought you were about to go into the spiel, say the most important thing is that everyone can follow and subscribe, Alex.
Okay, that's the second most important thing.
Okay, so the second most important thing you can do, guys, make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you've subscribed to the channel. If you're a Twitch Prime user, you can get free subs. Use them here. Otherwise, you've wasted your sub. Why are you paying for Amazon Prime and not getting your value from it?
I used the full government name. Which full government name did I use? Your one. Yeah, that's true. And now I need to figure out which character I actually want to use for my run. I did actually get a very good gold ship run. Finally got my 8-star gold ship runs. It's not a 9-star, but she ends up getting the 3-star, so that's okay. And now I need to figure out what I'm doing beyond that. So if anyone in chat... What? Hello?
Kofi.
Oh, yeah. Fine. There's important things. You can donate to us over on Ko-fi, which does, in fact, help us pay our rent, pay for groceries, and keep us in the business if you...
Right.
Yeah.
Do you want another coffee, mate?
Yeah, I would, actually. Thank you. But basically, folks, there have been some very generous donators over the last month or so.
It's been amazing. Thank you.
Very, very cool, which, again, it does help us keep ourselves in, you know, rent and groceries and stuff, you know. Because turns out being a creative in this economy is very, very hard. Let's go play some horse game. And if you're in chat, 8-stars and blue stars, let me show you actually. So, oh, bloody hell, I've just completely put that all over the place, haven't I? Incredible. Let me show you, Karsel. So, one of the biggest things in this game is late game. This is not the thing which I wanted to do. Where's my veterans? Veterans. So, when you finish a campaign, you get these stats here. What you're aiming for is to have someone with a 3-star in each of these. So the one which I had, that's not, where's Gold Ship? Yeah, we'll do alphabetically. Gold Ship, I had a really good run. Where are you? This one, because I favorited it. I ended up getting, wait, that isn't it? 3. So this is the 8-star one. There's a better one I had though. Where are you? C-star. This is one of them. This is the one, because you're the one I used after I finally leveled you up. Ended up getting a ton of power. 3-star power, 3-star power, 2-star stamina. So this is 6-star power, 2-star stamina. This is very good for me because almost everyone maxes out speed instead of doing the other stuff. Hey, now you see me. Thanks for that. Thanks to the Hydra. I will do that. You're not sending the extra to the factory? Not yet, Mabi, but I do need to send, because like I've got, these are all the campaigns I've run basically besides a couple. But yeah, that does help an awful lot. Parents were not the problem. No. Well, there was a point where, so I borrowed a campaign, so you can borrow friends' kind of like signature not champion, you know what I mean. They're like they're like lending champion to do some things though. Yeah, the parent was the one that was the 2-star, but they also gave me a ton of good stats and stuff, so I'm not going to complain. Okay, let's turn the camera off and we'll play some horse game. Oh yeah, by the way, if you're in a club, always make sure you're doing as maximum of these because it gives you club points, and club points are important. Have I not done mine yet? Say good morning to the club. Sleep well, Blade. Sleep well. Okay, now, folks, if you're in chat, let me know which campaign you want me to run. I've got. We can. So we have all of these. I don't have stuff like Marazansky or Symboli Rudolph, but I have lots of the others. I also don't have Bira Hayahide. Who am I thinking about running? I also need to figure out. I don't really know what to do for I don't really know what to do the Champions Meet thing. It's PvP, it's 3v3v3. Good end closer. I do actually have a good end closer now. I don't know who else even does end closing though. Aru's okay, but she's not good on turf. Maybe I tried my own Top Gun run then. Maybe that's the play. Yeah, maybe I do have. Oh no, I don't have Taishin. I have Taiki Shuttle. That's not Taishin. This is. Special Week's probably not bad with that. I guess I could do King Halo, but she doesn't... Yeah, King Halo's not bad either, actually, thinking about it. And I did get a 3-star. What's her role again? That's after racing calmly. Maybe we do a King Halo run. It's a medium, so King Halo's a bit rough for it. I don't think it's too bad. But what stats do you have up? Power. Power's not bad actually for an end closer. Okay, we'll do a King Halo run. We'll do a King Halo run. Do I have any guest campaigns ready? I have one guest campaign. I'm gonna use my own gold ship. Who's our MVP? No, Jackie Love. Johanna Bourbon is very gracious, but she's a very cool character as far as I'm aware. This is not the right one. Where is my super suit? Where is? There we go. Let's run this, and it gives us some end closer stuff as well. What's do you have? End closer 2, late surges 3. We potentially get this ult, which is really good. These are all very good ults to get actually. Ooh, end closer from that as well. It's only 1-star in guts though, which kind of sucks. But also, get some really good stuff from other things though. Which means we could be an end closer like that. You're also giving end closer, huh? Is that, wait, are you an 8-star? You are an 8-star. Maybe that's worth it actually. Holy crap, this is really good actually. I think this is really good, isn't it? We get really good stat spread. Yeah, I think, you know, screw it. Just hear me out on this. Hear me out on this. I reckon we can make this work. Do we go double power? We can't use King Halo for this one, but we need end closer stuff now. This is good for end closer. Because that gives good end closer skills. This is fine. We need to get another speed skill though. Card. This is late surger, not end closer. These are all late surger corners. This is not a bad card though, worth noting. You know what? Screw it. Maybe I'll just run this card anyway. Wait, unless I want to run double. I don't want to go 2-2-2 though. I don't want to run 2-2-2. Do I? I could run this. Is this end closer? No, you're not end closer. Stamina Eat is not bad though. Highlander is okay. It's meh. Passing pros for pay. This is all long skills. This is front runner. This is front runner. There aren't that many like end closer things, right? I don't want to run a Wit card on top of that. Do I run 3-1-2? Oh, screw it. I'll run 3-1-2. This will be fine, right? Maybe. Screw it. We'll do this. We'll do this. This will be fine. It'll be fine. Not running Wit, though, which could be a problem. I need to run some adverts first, by the way, folks. We'll do that. Taishan is the end closer. I can't remember if I have Taishan. I haven't got it leveled up if I have, you know. These aren't great ults for that, but if I get them in Inspiration on second year, it's fine. We actually want to make sure we're leveling up stamina a little bit. Power early is so important. The more I see... This is very, very, very good. Straightaway acceleration is a very good skill. Get a little bit of wit. Because basically, I'm not going to be training stamina or wit themselves that much. Focus is a good skill as well. This is... stamina, isn't it? Energy, rather. What's this? 4 on stamina, let's go. King Halo is meant to be. Oh, practice perfect, let's go. Practice perfect is insane. We go for 3 on whip. I cannot remember what you do. What do you do? You are Aishin Flash, right? What's your thing? Unforeseen lunch. Energy or speed and guts? We will go for the energy. Got a ton of energy up, which is nice. That's good 3 on stamina. We do also need speed though, so. I'm actually gonna go with this for now, even though it's a bit risky. Although I do need to I need to get like 3 speed training in. Because I didn't get any from Inspiration. Really kind of important that I train speed now. What is a Jingdong? It's JDG. What it do? That's a great question. This might be the no, this, I mean, 2 on that's fine. Also, we might get corner recovery from this, which is really important to get a cheap shit swinging Maestro if we can. Running isn't everything? I can't remember this. This is either stamina or something else, right? Running isn't everything. Stamina or speed and power. Let's go... Let's actually go... No, let's actually... Let's go stamina, I think. Because we're not going to train as much stamina elsewhere. We are going to be low on speed though, which is a bit worrying. Let's rest and then we'll do 1 less speed. That would be really nice to get now. Why didn't I get that earlier? You know? And I think we still have to go speed. I don't want having this low speed. That's pretty bad for this point. Even though I'm losing out on some friendship training, I think this is fine. Strider acceleration is pretty good. Focus is pretty good. Extra tank is not good for now. This is pretty good, honestly. I actually want straightaway acceleration, but this removes a lot of variance. We'll go for straightaway acceleration just because focus is really nice because it stops you having late starts as much. I think effectively you roll like a D100 or whatever it is, and that is like how fast or slow you are at the start. Focus makes that dice roll more optimal for you. Oh yeah, we've committed psychological warfare on our opponents again. They're all awful mood. We can run in pace, we can run in late. I think we actually run in pace. We have enough power. And we don't have the aptitude for front running. But we will eventually transition into being an end closer again. Hello, how's it going? The camera's off. It's okay. Angie is the actual cryptid. She actually does not appear on camera. Except for very special occasions. How are you?
Except for when you snap it when I don't notice.
Yes, because I will get used to photos to some level, even if they're not for social media. They're nice memories. It is nice to have photos for certain things. It's not bad. Like, what happens if I want to make a photo album at some point? And I'm like, oh, Angie is conspicuously missing.
I feel bad.
Picking you up. You're very pretty, you look fine on photo. Also, I'm not gonna lie, if you were ever gonna look good on photo, our grandma being a literal world champion might
this is actually some Hapgood family lore. Yeah, some of my our grandma, she's done photography all her life. She's done wedding photography. God damn, we're very far ahead of the group right now. But as part of her photography club, her club ended up winning the like, I suppose, amateur photography World Cup because it wasn't professional. Yeah, like a year or two ago. So we can legitimately say we have a world champion in the family, and it's not Sam or me. It's not Samurai. Yeah. Also on that note too, she also held like the world record score for several Angry Birds levels.
Yeah, so she is a double world
like,
champion in two different disciplines. We're never gonna be that cool.
I don't know. I don't know why we're the ones who are like streaming and stuff. Like, it should be her. She would actually be very entertaining to watch. Yes. Yeah, that grandma is fantastic. 1/7 lanes, and let's get into our second game. Victory on the racetrack and victory potentially in Beijing now for Top Esports. Nymaera banned away, been kind of been on permaban status. I think the numbers are too high. I actually think stylistically when this champion gets down to more reasonable numbers, she'll be okay to deal with, but for now it's just a little too much to deal with on the regular. Vi, Trundle, Kai'Sa with the Trundle gone, it leaves open stuff like the Scion. Could even be a first pick Scion, you know, for JDG. Azir up as well. Azir first pick. Scion for Top Esports. Scion, Pat, Talia seems pretty good to me, honestly. Could also go towards something like the Wukong and the Annie. Angry Birds 2, best game ever. Angry Birds was a good game. It was a very good game. I enjoyed that a lot. Now, what are you looking alongside this Talia? Talia into Azir is good already. Azir struggles into this pick. Yes, I know that Azir is still strong, and particularly in the LCK, you'll see that a problem. We were wondering whether the Scion would just be insta-locked. It's been a little bit slow on the lock-in, actually. Perhaps there's another consideration for the Scion, which they were a bit worried about. But with the Gwen gone, with the Trundle gone, I don't really think that it's too much of an issue. Shinzao, I think, is a fine lock-in for JDG. Gives you that temporary frontline from the jungle. And amongst the best of the early game duelists in the jungle. Cho'Gath for Xiaoshu. I mean, yeah, it's a decent lane matchup, but it can sometimes struggle against stuff like the Talia. You can often get pulled up short in the side lane. We have seen Xiaoshu be much more of a K'Sante merchant, where you have a bit more individual agency to duel people in the back line later, whilst also still having a decent tank matchup because of your various percentage HP damage. That being said, you are against 369 Scion, which is tad insane at points, you know. Wukong for Kanavi. Kanavi is arguably the best Wukong player of all time, folks. Arguably. Up there. Looks into Skarner instead. Pretty good into creating double tank front lines. This is the team WE. Top Esports and WE, the two teams still playing this style, really. double tank front line, the Skarner in the jungle, something like the Ornn or the Sion top lane. These are the two teams which play it heavily. Second round, bot lanes once again falling by the wayside. We've seen a lot of bot lanes picked in second round of draft. Ezreal banned away, JDG likely wanting, you know, pressure lane, but also something that can actually kill tanks. The Aphelios banned away, yeah, that's one of those tank killers. Something that can sit at range. Now, what can sit at range now? I suppose the Sivir is something that JDG would want, but I wonder whether top esports will take it first. I think Sivir is a very nice lock-in here. Take it away from JDG. I don't think you need the AD carry counter pick. Jackalove's been very good at the pick too. You know what, folks? I think Jackalove might be in the short running for MVP of this split. I think the three people I think about are... I think it's Jackalove. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it an awful lot. Jackalove, I think Rookie has been exceptional. And then I think you're probably looking at Knight or Shadow from BLG. Those are the three I'd have for short running of MVP for this split so far. Jackalove's been playing exceptionally well. Pays on the other side. Got a bit diffed by Jackalove in the last game. Wouldn't say it's Pays' fault, just Jackalove was really, really good. It was really, really good. Not Durnby. Sadly, Durnby has not had the impact I would have wished from him. Plus, he's also in Group Nirvana, so it's a little bit harder to showcase that against the top-tier opposition. Lucian comes in from Pays, self-sufficient, can kill tanks eventually, but it's not necessarily the hyperscaler in DPS fashion. Lucian Braum, pretty nice. Hung... You know what, if Hung is going to play a Bard game, this would be the Bard game. I suppose it's a little bit dangerous into the Lucian, but it's pretty good against the Braum if it's locked in. Could also go towards something like the Rel. Oh, is this going to be the Season 5 bot lane Sivir Karma? I mean, ooh, that would be pretty fun.
Hey-oh.
They have enough engage, I suppose, from Skarner and from the Sion. Hey, Sam, welcome back. We were talking about shortlist for MVP probably includes Rookie, Jackalove, and I think either Knight or Shadow, one of those 3/4.
Look, I'm going to put this out there. I don't think they should be an MVP. However, I think there was a discussion for them on All Pro potentially. And I think someone like Monkey who has been trying really hard.
No, you know what? That's actually that's a legitimate shout out. Hung locks in that Rel, gives them just that last piece of engage to try and reach that back line. JDG playing around the Azir and the Lucian. Whereas it turns out it's not bring your daughter to work day. As Azir and Sivir are on opposite sides of the rift. I suppose it's an inheritance battle instead then. Jackalove trying to commit some regicide. Sivir against their ancestor.
She's being written out of the will.
We have by the way, we have 4 Shuriman champions in here with the Taliyah and the Cassandra in there too. Custody battle, yeah.
Also worth noting, of course, with this, speaking of Monkey, the only other player that plays Skarner super regularly is Kanavi. Actually, once upon a time, Kanavi was the best Skarner in the league. I think that's been contested a bit more. Monkey, of course, lost on the Skarner just yesterday. In fact, I think that might have been something like his first loss this split on Skarner.
I can give it a check if you want.
He had done a lot of winning on Skarner this split.
But yes, I was saying that W and yeah, it was. You're absolutely right.
There you go.
4 games in. His first loss there yesterday. But I do think that top East and WE, they're the two teams which play around the double tank front line and play slowly around objectives when needed to. Stuff like that Skarner, Sion front line is something which they're good at. And top esports, I think I showed the peak of that partly just because they have 369, who is just unreasonably good at tanks.
Yeah.
We'll get back into the game, folks. JDG top esports. Holding the matchup quite heavily over JDG here. We're still struggling to deal with many roster changes. So we get onto the rift, and here those Gyos.
Co-streamer moment here. Alex, there is coffee and tea in there. Do you mind just finishing constructing? There we go. Not to interrupt the Gyos. But caffeination is required. Since Alex was entertaining you during the break. Taking a quick one here to go grab the coffee that has been prepared in the kitchen. Alongside the tea that is brewing. I'm quite excited for both. Discussion about Mordekaiser changes from Harold, of course, who is a Mordekaiser player in our chat. Shout out to Harold. Been a coach in the ERL scene, playing also in some of the sort of ERLs in the lower tiers as well, having good fun with that one. Also, occasionally has been on this stream as well. You may recognize our Italian friend there. Well, I say Italian friend. That's Santorinian friend. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to figure out exactly what the phrasing would be. Either way, discussions about potential Mordekaiser. Am I now Greek? Yeah, no, I know. You are now. Decided. I just got the wrong island. It's not Santorini. It's San Marino. Got the wrong one. Sammarinese. Sammarinese. That's the word, is it? Huh. There you go. Ooh, good flash there from Paige required. The level 1 stuff. I'm musing about slightly more unusual nationalities in chat. I'm missing the violence that's occurring. Heal, flash, from Paige and Jaw. Oh, the heal down from Hung. Jackie gonna try and throw out to Mortars there. Body blocked a little by Jaw. Of course, has got the level 2 coming on through, and that does enable the vigilance. The light slinger passive a lot more freely. Your team has to be at least top 5 to win MVP, and top 2 realistically, at least in the NBA. Interesting. I can see the concept there. I can see the concept there. And there's some truth to that, saying, actually, if you are really an MVP, then your team should be doing something. I personally, I think that's going to be a factor, but I think there is serious value to be said for I am looking at the person who's providing most value to the team. And sometimes that means actually when you're in a team that is struggling and you are still doing the Lord's work, despite everything said against you, I have credit for that bot side. Violence is occurring. There is a stun on Hung. Kanavi's driven down here early, actually. Kanavi with an early bot side gank. This isn't Winter Split. Kanavi, he's learned his lessons. Jackie not getting hit by the passive, the barrier. Zhou now in danger. Overcomes Shun, but it's a 1v3, and I don't think he'd be able to get the kill. It's a double for Top Esports as they pick up the bot side.
Once upon a time, Top Esports bot lane would die in situations like this all the time. Look back at the VODs at the start of the year. This is an evolved Top Esports. They play more towards their bot lane 2v2. I'm just stepping in just on the MVP thing as well. Do you remember that Faker was talking about this recently?
Yeah.
League is a game which is less about individual impact anymore.
Yeah.
Being an individual MVP is much harder to drag your team to individual wins nowadays than it was before. Now I gotta go quickly just stepping back.
Yes. It's the BLG strategy, but in the support role, yeah, it's been a bit of that. I think Hong's actually been playing pretty well. Sometimes overplaying, but I actually thought that Alistair on the whole last game was really good. Some very good early team fights from him. Well, sometimes he overplays it, but Top Esports looking for another playmaker, then that's been provided. It's game over. Might well be, honestly. Giving the early gold over to the Sivir, who's coming back with a much better start to the lane with the slingshot. Yeah, that one could suck. One could suck. Kanavi as well getting ahead of curve. Skarner this game gets a bit weird. They've got effectively 4 short range to melee champions. Shinsao, Kasante, Braum, and the Lucian, of course, with the exception of the Culling, largely pretty short range. All at risk of Skarner value being driven into walls and impaled and hit for Heartsteel procs for big chunks of damage. Very annoying to manage. I think with speed up from Sivir as well. Much like conversations about Karma, I think sometimes Karma plus melee engagers like Skarner and Sion can sometimes be undervalued just for the raw value of move speed to make it harder to disengage from Skarner just hitting another gear. Can be pretty scary. Crash down topside onto Xiaoshu, who will footwork Pathmaker away. Can't quite drag Hung under turret and doesn't have the all out, so gonna get traded too heavily. And 369 decimating smashes the wave. Gonna eat a little bit of turnaround there as Pays returns favor with a relentless pursuit. Gets stunned, has his decimating smash interrupted. Has got a pot rolling, but may well look to reset regardless. Kanavi now on his way topside. Prepare for violence as Hong finds a bit more damage onto this Kasante, who's down at 20% HP. Is he gonna get the reset off? This is Ross Kemp on esports. I got the hell out of there, said Xiaoshu. He's gonna get driven into the wall. Gonna try and find that Pathmaker. Ricochets fly on through the wave, and Jackie Love is taking the turret shots. My god, the barrier is good, but my days, it got tight. But fortunately for him, there's a triumph. Ross Kemp on top lane dives. I got the hell out of there. and started speaking in normal voice again. Who remembers Ross Kemp? Has Ross Kemp done anything new in recent years? I feel like he may not have. And to those who are not Brits, that will have made no sense to you at all. And that's fine. That was for my enjoyment and edification. We saw Xiaoshu trapped at low HP. Hung starts it up. But it is, in the end, a slightly awkward changing of turret aggro. Hung has to leave at this point. And then basically, because of the ricochets, Jackie ends up taking the heated turret shots. It's a good barrier. My Daisy goes down to 50 HP. And the minion aggro, 14 HP, a little bit of regen, then gets about 60 from Triumph required. Doesn't lead to all that much here. I have no idea who Ross Kemp is, but good voice acting. Well, thank you, Fairy Tale Mute. And you with the bits as well for that. Fabulous. Speaking funny voices for the enjoyment of the crowd. Famous, he's a little bit like Louis Theroux type figure. Kind of does like documentaries on hard-hitting subjects. So it'd be Ross Kemp on whatever the subject would be, the name of whatever documentary he was doing. And he spoke with quite a sort of like inner city accent. So he was quite a hard man. It became a bit of a running joke, sort of. Scout will slide out to safety there on the Azir. Hayes maybe looking for some value there, but the Shattering Strike, Shun will look forward. Hung crashes on down, Kanavi body blacks the Culling, but over comes Sion. Looking at the backside of the Weaver's Wall comes on down for Cream, and now, actually, I think 369 having just driven and missed everyone in a lot of danger. He's flashed away, but to what end? That was almost a nice counterpunch from Top Esports, but it's just gone very, very wrong, as the Sion coming on down on a good timer really finds no value.
Yeah, and the classic problem is, hello, welcome back to me, trying to go through choke points against teams which are good against them. The more that I look at things, hang on, Kanavi just missing out on the wall stun there, does have Impale.
Yeah, but I say Scout's just burned quite a lot of stuff. Will flash finally at the end. Lose growth, but hey, you get an extra summoner, you'll take what you can get.
Very close to that flick back coming through. Yeah, you'll take that as Kanavi. And now suddenly you have the ability to potentially drive to wall at him again. Xiaoshu, and he spell shields.
There's a bit of spell shield value. Jackie has got the on the hunt rolling, but where is he running to? Kanavi coming on over. This might get interesting. All out, but Kanavi now misses because of the all out, dragging him into a difficult location. Over comes JDG. Jackie in a tricky spot, surviving for a while, but not quite long enough. Xiaoshu trying to heal up will finally fall. Now a 3v2 occurring. Jor will stand behind Scout. I'm going to try and get out to safety as the upheaval comes flying on forwards. Actually, that was the Winter Spite. I do apologize. Looks a little bit like Scar and a boulder in this skin.
And Top Esports managed to get one for Jakulov's overextension there. The gold lead's still in their hands, and we were just saying before, JDG got some value out of defending the choke point well around that top side. Folks, if you want to understand the current meta, almost every single game, I think, comes down to many objective fights played around. You can see just at the top of your screen there, that one mid lane kind of opening towards the jungle.
Banana bush spots.
And the same on the bot side of the river as well. Basically, the entrances into the river closest towards mid lane, they are where the game is actually decided most of the time. And if you can control them well or avoid using them in particular ways, so you're like pushing out the side lanes and going through river instead, that's when the game genuinely changes around them. Right there, JDG getting the best of that in the last play, but Top Esports, one of the better teams in general in the LPL, are utilizing those spots.
Still 1,000 odd gold lead to Top Esports off the early kills. Flash away from Shun. Hung goes forward, he's going to get the heal. TP behind. Pays needs to start running away. And they won't get too much more, but the TP's flying. Do they want to push for this turret?
I mean, maybe they don't have any grubs, which means that JDG with the 2-tower push in mid lane and top lane will get better value from this. Xiaoshu has himself a Sheen as well, so Xiaoshu is going to get himself a lot of individual plate gold from top side, probably 2, maybe even 3 actually. And in the mid lane, Scout has a Nash's Tooth on the Azir, so this is going to be a trade up for the side of JDG.
They get at least the plate mid. They'll get a plate top. First plate's guaranteed there. And they can't stick around for the turret. I think Jakulov not even an item right now, just doesn't have the damage. There's the wild arrows. So.
No, but you know, Top Esports were 1.5k ahead now, trimmed to almost 1,000, it's about 500 gold. Lost in the play overall. It was only the one plate top because the wave died out a little too quickly on top side. There was one in mid though. So a plate each. Dragon now spawning. Top esports resetting. Fighting over this instead. And this is that choke point again.
Crash down occurs, and goes the blue buff, shoved back the one to shore, and he's driven into a wall! Flash away, and Bale means he will not actually escape. Get over here! Yells Scorpion, Skarner, Culling coming on through from Pace! Tries to turn it around, oh my god, what an incredible angle! The down pound punch and engage, driven into a wall, decimating smash, Cream surviving on sub 10 HP! It's cinema! But Top Esports are the directors.
This choke point is where people meet their ends, folks. JDG thought they have control over it, but initially there's a flick back. Everyone piles into the play around that one small passage between river and jungle. JDG will leave their top laner on the tower, and he'll be able to get himself another plate up there, but Top Esports will get themselves the dragon. Hang on, Creed.
No, he's dead!
Subornal combat!
Shot back by some time, and they missed the glacial fish, and Creed gets away with it!
Duo ends up dying at the start of the play, comes back, fails to get his own kill. The new support from JDG, sorry, the new support in the Scott Pilgrim terminology, can't get himself the value he wants to. Reminder that Missing was on this team earlier this year. Then Wink came in for this split. He was performing poorly. Dwar's now in as well. The revolving door does not stop, and the roster changes will continue until morale improves. Shun jumps in. Tries to use the fact that he has the Crescent Guard, which can basically fill up the entirety of this choke point. But Dwar is not really supported by enough damage. If you have Lucian here at the start of that, that is a winning play. You don't have enough damage to back up your front line standing boldly in the pass there. And then when Pace turns up, look how much damage he brings in. He does flash forward thinking that he needs to finish off the Sivir, and then, of course, after using that summer, is well out of sorts. Bit of miscommunication there. We've had some worries about that, actually, with Pace on the team. Apparently, Scout has to translate for him midway through fights as well, because he's not a Mandarin speaker. Right there, I just wonder whether he didn't know that Scout had the kill in hand, wastes that flash, and leaves himself out of position.
And 369, I missed it off in the original fight. Actually came from just off screen and caught Shun, who thought he'd escaped, and just gets hit by the unstoppable onslaught. Worth noting at the end of this, by the way. Look at Kanavi's scoreline, 6-0-2 on the Skarner.
Yeah, he's a man on a mission. Typically, when Top Esports is winning and Kanavi on a team is winning, Kanavi is often my MVP for those teams. Whether that was... I suppose actually JDG 23 was a bit of a departure from that, just because Knight and 369 was so good.
He was still up there though, which is
yeah, no, that's why it was a super team. That's why it was so incredible, right? But I think right now, you look at Top Esports. Jackilov is the guy I think who's been doing tons and tons of work for them. Right there again in this game, judging the plays very, very well. It feels like he's got a little bit of that magic spark in him. Again, Jackilov, often one of the players which has that most. That flick back missing from Cream.
Gonna get shuffled back. Nice angle from Scout. Glacial Fisher after. That is a dead Talia. Well done there. As they make sure they get some topping for their dessert. Cream secured from the store.
Yeah, no flash on Cream. Okay, Pace is around. I think actually JDG feel like they can play this maybe.
And they get the knock up. Still very tanky. Impale only landed one as Pace managed to get the backstep. But he's not doing autos. Has to go down the hill. Culling coming on forwards. Sion TP's in. So does Xiaoshu.
And there's nothing really left to play on the bot side of the map. It's not like Atakan has spawned just yet. It would have been, I suppose, if you won the fight, you could get Atakan off of that. Pays very bold of him there. I was wondering whether he'd get caught by the Impale as he dashed in. Not to be at that point.
Navi was wondering that too, I think.
Yeah. He ends up making it out of that alive. Of course, had no flash to blow in that case. Xiaoshu gets away from that decimating smash. This is a worry, actually. Xiaoshu is behind 500 gold, despite the fact that he was getting plates. Now, the thing which makes this a bit more salvageable is the fact that Scout has a lot of gold, and Scout Azir is one of his best champions, dashes forwards. Was wondering if he could get the slow on target there onto Cream, which just clips the edge of that E. But if 369 is winning out in the tank matchup, and let's be honest, the 369 is always likely to, but it's a problem here, then I don't know what Xiaoshu is going to do with side lane and going into fights. We've got roams up the river right now, but Sion will be there first if he pops the ult as an exit to this Herald.
Herald should just be secured here.
Here comes the Sion.
Can they find the angle though? Pace needs to get out to safety. They can maybe force Shun to flash at the very least. And now Shinzai without flash. Minute and a half until Dragon, which would be second for the side of Top Esports. Should they secure it? Be interesting to know. JDG though, with that pick up the Herald, do get themselves the marker towards the full feature.
Yeah, so now first tower is the last decider, and Xiaoshu's alone on bot side tower. So they're likely to get feats of strength here. 3 Gross pushing in, trying to dive Scout, has flash, can probably shuffle away, going to Cream instead.
Gonna get that shuffle, flash away. Cream now in danger, takes a lot of turret shots. The Glacial Fish is just wide on. I think Scout tries to find a way out, but it was creative. Unfortunately, not effective. effective is what I was about to say, until he puts down a load of soldiers, just kills off Cream regardless, who had flash by the by. Kanavi has to flash on force to get the Heartsteel proc and will die regardless.
Yeah. Cream at the start of the play didn't have flash. Not exactly sure when it came back up, but if it did before he died, that is a big mistake from the mid laner of Top Esports. While this happened, as we were saying, Xiaoshu gets that first turret. So JDG get themselves the feats of strength. They go 1-for-1 on, I suppose, Top Esports aggressive play. They chose that. 1-for-2, sorry. Yeah, Kanavi goes down as well. And you're absolutely right. The extra kill in their favor. Top Esports, their gold lead.
Gone?
Kind of gone now, really.
Yeah.
I suppose, well, no, it's still 1,000. It's ish, but it's a minor one now. Scout. I just got to Cream multiple times. You can see at the start, doesn't have the flash. I know the spectator can sometimes lie to you, but in play, he didn't have it at the start. I'm not exactly sure when it came back off cooldown. Did it come off before he died? It had the Seraphs. It still wasn't enough. Scout got insane value. It was still down just before he died.
Okay.
So
I apologize to Cream.
in fairness, Cream didn't have that. At least Kanavi goes back in, trades his flash, gets that kill. It's important to have that. Need to try and get some gold out of that Zip. Dragon now started.
It could well be very scary. Scout tends to have one great game a series, is what it feels like right now. The others are a bit more suspect. Right now, seems to be on track for a great game. Up nearly 2,000 golds is going to be a problem this game.
Look, it's a tale as old as time. Scout getting gold on Scout on the Zero on the side. Then Xiaoshu goes all out. Now plays Hung.
It's a tempt there from Hung, but buffers through the CC with the press of the art and manages to escape. Dragon goes down towards Top Esports, building towards Seoul. Now is the aim of the game for Top Esports, at least in part. Herald mid.
And with the 3 grubs, always very powerful doing that. The wall's going to come. Is that going to stop the Herald charge up? I remember that Talia Q basically perma-stuns the Herald. If you can keep DPSing that, it is a big difference. Look at this. I think they can stop it from coming through in general. It's charging up now. They managed to stop the Herald charge because Talia is a funny champion interacting with Herald.
It's a bit like Bard with Herald. Just ult your tower, deny everything the Herald wants to do.
Yeah, basically it's stuff about Talia jungle, I think, which ends up... Stuff that she does ends up mini-stunning the camps, which was, of course, meant to keep Talia in jungle. Talia was a jungle champion for many years now, people remember. Was a mid laner in season...
Shout out to Skewmont.
6 and 7, but then it really became a jungler in... God, it was...
22, 23? No, 23, 24
remember,
more.
Well, no, it was before that, because remember it was in jungle with Renex and Talia around about 2020.
That's fair.
So actually, I think any free time from like 2018, honestly, I would say, I think it's longer than that. I think it's 2018 through to maybe...
Was it really that
no,
long?
2018 I think was BDD on that, so maybe not. But I think 2019/2020, up until about 22, 23, that was largely Talia in jungle. I think 23 is when Talia came back in towards the mid lane.
Yeah. I remember, obviously, the likes of Skewmont was a big Talia jungle. Basically, when Fated Ashes came back in, it was a thing for a little bit, even if it wasn't at the level of Brand.
Yeah. So it came back. Came back again not too long ago, back like last year in the AP jungle meta. But yeah, Talia has been in jungle for large parts of her existence, which again leads this whole Herald thing. I know it's not necessarily relevant now. I'm kind of glad Talia is in the state that she was. For people who were around during the initial Talia meta, she was kind of busted, actually.
She really was.
And it felt like you just couldn't get away from her. Flicked back, decent damage, but the shield blocks a good amount of that too. JDG, credit to them, pull back into even gold, slightly ahead now. They have the 3 grubs. They've got 1 dragon, so it's not like there's 3 onto the side of Top Esports. And they have a composition with really good damage online. You know, you have the 2-item Lucian. I think that's better than the Sivir, who currently doesn't have that second item in right now. And this Azir is taking off. While the Skarner is fed, and it's 7, 1, and 2, the damage department is doing great from JDG.
And again, it's... If there was going to be a champion that could manage Skarner this game, a Nash's Tooth, Leandri's Azir, who's 2k ahead, could do it.
On RV, maybe going towards Scout. Doesn't have flash right now. Might be able to trade that ult off of Scout for an aggressive play of his own. This is not the classic, but occasionally this is something that Scout would do with his other solo lane. He would teleport into lane or have someone teleport into his. Have a momentary 2v1, which allows you to use something like a powerful Azir to push down lanes and get turrets. Dragon spawning quite a way off now. Atkan is the focus. It's on the bot side. They do have the Azir if they want to DPS the Atkan. However, I say there's quite a lot. Athgard is where games go to die, folks. Intercan is a well and truly well-trodden phenomenon now.
Drew out there, shout out to Drew Lem, was posting McDonald's references, and I'm just aware we might have a little bit of a requirement for burgers. The flip's oncoming. Xiaoxi will go all out, trying to avoid that scenario. He's in a 1 versus 5! alive!
Everyone collapses and Xiaoshu cannot get himself a good angle to disengage with the all-outs. Got caught out in the Ornn at the end of the last game, gets caught out importantly here. Xiaoshu putting his team under the bus.
Oh boy, Scout gets caught as he tries to shuffle away. Another kill, and that's the 2k gold lead gone. 369 tries to back away and make sure that JDG's remaining members can't get towards top esports. Atakar now in a 5v3.
Atakar doing good damage. Shun is around with flash, ult, and of course that helpful smite button. 369 trying to DPS it down. Hung is getting caught out on the side, trying to delay.
Oh, he misses the shadowy strike vaguely down. Pace is in danger potentially as they drive on forwards. Shun onto Jackie Love, culling across. Green is still tagging Atakar. What am I witnessing?
It's into card again. 369 flashes. That's got secured by top esports. Shun, the Crescent Guard coming out, but they're behind enemy lines.
5 seconds on Scout, who could potentially TP in. Is he going to have the time? Shun looking for a win, becomes lightning. The seismic shove. Xiaoshu gets the Q3 away. Teleport is coming in. Whip lightning. Shun is getting everyone. Finally falls. Jackie Love in danger. The Ardent Blaze. Scout TP's in. And will Empress Divine a boulder goes wide as Pace gets the relentless pursuit away. Cue the clown music!
Atakar is where games go to die, and oh boy is it a fiesta. JDG, I thought that they had an okay intro into the play, but then Xiaoshu gets caught out. Top esports pounce on the opportunity, and then they start losing their heads around the fight itself. They do get the objective, that's the important thing, and I think the fight is even enough to make this not a throw from top esports in, I suppose, the grand scheme of things. This should have gone a lot better, though. They killed off Cassante. They killed off the Azir. I think they should just go towards the bloody Atakar. Hung makes a huge mistake. He goes towards the Azir turret. I don't think he even realizes the Azir turret is there, folks. I think that's the big mistake. He just doesn't realize Azir has a passive. Now, Hung was a player who was basically kicked off of Weibo, who was benched from them, playing very poorly last split. This split has been good from him, though. Expect a lot better from him. 369 went down easily, but tries to use a zombie in a good position to get value. Shun disengages, gets all his cooldowns back, and then gets an incredible play as the Q3 from Cassante. Yeah. That's what gets it. Get to pass through of the W onto Cream, onto Jackalov as well. Passive keeps him alive for a little longer. Shun, insane value in the fight.
And then, unfortunately for Kanavi, he can't get on top of Pace. Remember, Scout is strictly the 6th man. He died at respawn. We're back to live. Seismic Shove goes wide. Kanavi potentially danger. Will drive Xiaoshu into the wall. He's still damn tanky. 3C now coming on forwards. Weaver's Wall's going to split the squad apart. I mean, Shun and Scout can't get involved. Jor and Xiaoshu a little split off. 3-6 now in the banana bush. Off vision. Shouldn't take too much more damage. Top esports a little split themselves now.
Yeah, Xiaoshu manages to disengage himself. No teleports from top laners to regen their HP and come back in. Kanavi is really annoying, though, for JDG. You see them try and turn onto him there. He's too tanky. He's very, very strong in this Skarner. Might come down to a flip from the smites.
Oh, it's just Burger o'clock again. Overcomes the unstoppable onslaught. Dragon secured by Hung,
Spellbook
who
smite.
has the Spellbook Smite. Glacial Fish on top of the Rel. The Iron Horse Lady goes down. Exhaust on Kanavi. There's going to be a little bit more Uma Musume action as everyone keeps racing towards their doom, it feels like. Unraveled Earth comes down. Brent Scout finding an easy angle, but he just waits it out. It's great problem solving, and Jackie Love falls as well.
Dragon claimed by top esports, but Hung uses the Spellbook Smite and then for some reason ends up in a position where he's caught out again. He's had a bad few minutes as this Rel player. And Kanavi is not tanky enough this time to see off the 3 item Azir. Yeah, that's a problem. You can be as tanky as you want with 300 Heartsteel stacks. Azir with 3 items, including a Void Staff, does not give a damn at that point. Baron is spawning now, and JDG will look to take it on spawn. They'll have the DPS for it. Top esports, do you have a response? Do you contest?
Have Cream, 369, and Hung around. Now if you can come dry a bone over as fast as he can, but I think this is just a dead Baron.
I think it is. It's very high DPS. Can they flick someone back? No. The unstoppable Cassante comes in. No Spellbook Smite this time. Secured by JDG. No steal. Miraculous enough from top esports.
They're up 4,000 gold, JDG now. What an incredible amount of gold, and most of it, honestly, is in this Azir. We'll come back to the replay on this, because it was another messy fight.
It was, but Hung just walks up, eats Azir soldiers, forgets that they can proc the Braum pass. He's just forgetting about passives this game. Forgets about the Azir one, forgets about the Braum passive there, and goes down. This has been an awful few minutes from the Rel. He has flash, he has ult. You need your engage piece to doing well. Sadly for Hung, this game's just not been it from him. Much better in the last one. Awesome sweep from Scout there, though. The important thing there is he basically times his ult with the connection of his E as well, which means it's very hard to spell shield it because he's getting hit by E, Q, R, all at the same time. And you can only spell shield one of them. It's very hard to get that timing down. You just have to press it and pray. doesn't get the right play there. I'm not even sure if the spell shield even came out, actually. He was waiting to delay it. JDG goes down.
4,000 gold lead and 4,000 damage. Team fight from Scout did 4 times anybody else's damage. Work from him. There's a lot of fours happening. Jin out there would approve, not in this game. But my days Scout, it's not been a great split from him, but he does just get a game, a series where he is the guy.
Yeah, 1 out of about every 5 games, Scout reminds you, by the way, I'm very good at League of Legends when I choose to be. I wish we saw this Scout every series. I wish we saw this Scout every game. I think back in 2023, Scout and Knight, they were my 2 favorite players in the world to watch, actually. Scout with his ability to play stuff like the Azir on side lanes and transfer that into ridiculous leads like it is here. 4,000 gold, largely off of those side lanes going into those team fights later. It is a bit of vintage from Scout. Say vintage, it's one of his later vintages. He's been playing since 2016. He has.
Holy moly.
A veteran player, the student of Faker at the start. He was one of the initial players that was the understudy to Faker in those T1 Academy rosters. He's been a Worlds winner since, of course, won in 2021 with EDG. Things have gone strangely for him since. LNG, some bright moments, and then some catastrophic defeats at the world stage. Right here on JDG, this has not been a kind year for himself or the rest of the squad, and he has been the spotlight for it.
2 items done for Sivir, but worth noting here that the Sivir is still down 1,000 gold, and there's 3 items done for Lucian. We don't have that there for Jackie. Jackie's really going to need that extra gold. Scout was looking, I agree.
He was looking there, doesn't get the sweep fully over. The ricochet starting to hurt though. 2.5 items on the Sivir. Yep, you can't forget that one either. JDG, as we were saying, short runner, short list probably for MVP of this split. Incredible performance from the veteran and also World Championship AD carry, JDG.
Okay, he's going to try and stick around for this turret. Should be able to get it. There's no real defense for it.
3 grubs
around, and that's the 3 grubs value as you're talking about. Gets to cycle through his Light Singer passive and just brings the turret down.
Huge gold leads for JDG. 2,000 gold for Pays, who got solo gold on the inner turret. He's at 3 items, going forwards towards 4. If he gets that Infinity Edge, yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? JDG also has some extra gold invested in boots, which the Lucian doesn't have to. He's gone for those magical boots, not upgraded them. JDG really needs himself a 3rd item. Dragon's coming up.
You can afford to
40
not
seconds.
fight this.
You can. Yeah, that's a fair point. Now, if they think they can find an angle,
for turret, surely. There is 5k gold lead now for JDG. In the mid lane wave. Getting that one shoved up. Vision absolutely everywhere for JDG. I just don't see a realistic way for LP Esports to get in there. Kanavi grabbing his Gromp as far back as he can't even finish it up because JDG come over to contest.
And this is, remember, this is where your gold lead was. Kanavi, he held up his bloody end of the bargain. He has 300 Heartsteel stacks, 9, 3, and 5. An incredible Skarner game from him. However, Cream caught out in multiple plays, which I think was some mechanical misplays, a lot of miscalculations. It has been a mid-diff in this game. JDG does not have himself a 3rd item, and you're right, Sam, they're not contesting this. They want to get some farm about the place. I don't think they can necessarily play for towers in the way that you wanted to, because Xiaoshu was holding that top side very effectively, but at least clawing back some vision control would be in their interest. Trying to push out this mid wave, Kanavi helping speeding things up as now the 3 item Sivir hits the rift.
So, Sivir is there. Good call. Down an item still, but Sivir at the breakpoint could theoretically start to bounce through the enemy front line. You've still got a very strong front line in the fact that the Skarner's still at 3 items themselves, 369 at 3 items. You've got a platform here.
Scout
just goes down,
yeah, but he just denies the local gold for 369, so it's only 50 gold across the entire team rather than the local gold down there too. So some of that
good catch.
Yeah, well, that's why he came into Rave Flirt. Hung getting caught out. Brawn passive not activated on him just yet, but maybe that'll change.
Fissure burned on that one. 369 has a Soul Furnace shield. Flash for the Impale. Scout will go golden to deny it, but that means Shun potentially in danger. Crescent Guard buys time. Hung in danger as the soldiers. Oh my god, Scout! Into the backhand goes 369, but they can't follow up on a Scout who just gets to slide away. Top evil. Pays goes on in. Flash go forward. The piercing light cream. JDG not surviving. Kanavi tries to buy some time, and 369 cannot contend with the will of Scout. The Emperor is there. He's got a Dark Seal and infantry. One team fight to rule them all.
Top Esports fall at the hands of JDG, the old matchup from the 2020s. It's actually a little bit newer than that, isn't it? This finals matchup, fallen on hard times, delivers a 3-game series. JDG up against it, but Hung dying without that flash in the ult in that last fight again, really hammering home a difficult game for that support player. JDG walking over with the help of Scouts Azir.
It looked like as they started the Atakan, it was going to be top esports game. And then it all started to go so very wrong. The Emperor in the mid lane. Scout shows exactly why he was once a world champion. Hasn't been easy. It hasn't been clean. It hasn't been consistent. You have to remember this guy, when he's on form, is still one of the very damn best who have ever touched the game.
1-1 in the series in Beijing. We thought JDG might be a bit dead and buried. The support changes wasn't really going to be that difference. Potentially not. Hello, we'll bring it back up as well. I had it off for the horse game because I tend to do that. Focus on the gameplay. Of course, the most important gameplay. But hello, my name's Nymaera. This is Initialise. We're brothers. We cast the LPL, and there's no official broadcast anymore. So if you want to keep seeing the LPL in a more official broadcast setting, you better be supporting channels like ours, whether it's ours, LPL, English, or others. But of course, we'd like it to be ours because that's what keeps us in business. Please drop a like and subscribe. All of those the things which help us with the algorithm and support and blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, you might be missing important hype moments between such important hype players as these.
So you could also use things like the Ko-fi link. We've got a Ko-fi link. That's quite cool. Or you could do things like donate bits, like Fairy Tale Mute did in-game after I did a very good Ross Kemp impression. And they didn't know who that was, but they still donated bits. Turns out, when you entertain the masses with excellent voice acting, Alex, YouTube.
Yeah, was it Ross Kemp in Afghanistan?
It was
a whole...
Yeah, this was Ross Kemp on top lane turret dives.
Right, that's great. I'm very happy to hear that.
Scout got the hell out of there.
Things were getting hairy, so I had to get the hell out of there. It's like not too different from like a Gordon Ramsay,
yeah,
but it's slightly less.
It's
punchy.
it's like Stallone, but a Gordon Ramsay crust.
But I will say, like, I did find it very funny. Like, I think Hung's had a good split, but he did forget that Azir passive existed in that game around the Atakan. That's the only way I can figure out. I'm heading back to our top bot lane out of turret. It's not your tower. That's not your tower. Yeah, that's one of the more funny, unique plays we had. I will go through the highlights and we'll play, of course, some horse games. So sit tight and we'll, I don't know, enjoy some horse game.
Oh yeah. Do you want anything else?
I'm good for now.
I'll open the door and take a paracetamol. I have a headache running that is killing me.
Okay, right. Sorry, let me correct this out. Scout, over 1,000 damage per minute. Yep, that'll win you games, especially when you're on Azir. Indeed, it is Hans time. And Cream got massively diffed there. I can't remember what all this stuff is. King Halo. Manners are common sense. Stamina, wisdom, or guts. I mean, we'll go stamina, wisdom. Guts are not as valuable. Hello. How's you? I am sorry. It is very, very warm. You are. 35. Jesus Christ. I think we go for this just to see if we can get corner recovery. Long corners, it's fine, but we're not really running longs. Oh, in that case, it's not fine then. So it's, yeah, okay. In that case, it's actually just meh. This is energy or it's a skill thingy, I think. Oh, stamina. Fuck, I forgot. I forgot. Oopa Karika. This is King Halo. This is just the ears. They just have horses. Because Hans.
Yeah, but outfit.
No, I don't know what it's based on their racing uniform. All of their outfits are based on their racing uniform.
I just said I like it.
Oh, I thought you said, is that a cat out uniform?
No.
I was like, it's not a cat. I mean, they got ears, but...
I know they're not cats.
Okay, alright. Stamina, speed, and guts. We go for a bit of stamina. We probably do want to run in some of the G1s in December. This is... okay, yeah.
No.
Speed and guts or power? We actually go with power. More power! Didn't Haru Urara once run with a Hello Kitty uniform? That was like
Yeah.
her signature thing, yeah.
She had like stickers on the mask. That's really
Yeah.
cute.
We never fail 9% on screen.
Uh,
And we never start now, baby!
I always pray you fail because it would be so
I
funny.
have no idea. I've forgotten what all of these events are. That is Kofi, that is different.
So different.
Energy or power? We'll go with the energy. I mean, actually, 5
Horses
power.
are large, awkward, and very dangerous cats.
Yeah. Ooh, that's nice. That's good. 5 on that. Or 4 on that, rather. I can't count. This is not actually great because we're running. We want to run end closer eventually.
Oh my god, they have little racetracks on the whiteboard in the back.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
No, the details are actually pretty good.
Mm.
Maybe I should pencil in some. More power.
Wow.
What stats do you have up? Is it power? Stop giving me long corners.
Cats can drop kick you.
They can. In fact, I've seen many videos of the like 25%, 5 on. We full send it. And we win it. Oh, we win those.
Friendship.
MVP goes to Scout. Hell yeah, but MVP is actually the 5-person speed friendship training.
Wow. Wow. 81 kill for him.
He had a hell of a good game. He had a hell of a good game. This is speed, I think. Late November. We're not doing anything in this one. I actually might go for a mood up just so we've got it for the next races. Yeah, we'll recreation. It's actually not very useful because it gives us 2 stages of mood up, which we don't really need for this. Focus is fine. 1 corners is meh. That's meh. That's meh.
Oh, they really did her dirty then. He's a sprinter but has like 1 sprint.
Okay. So yes, yeah, this is a very thing is I actually think her story in her campaign is really cool though. Basically because King Halo is like the child of like a very famous racer, and she is a sprinter, but basically she wants her mum's approval, so she runs all the races that her mum did instead, which she's not actually cut out for. Her actual aptitude is pretty good across the board, and we've buffed some of that up, so we can run in like 3 different styles and in every single race type in the game. What that means is that King Halo can sometimes be a very good kind of like parent to have, because they can potentially give aptitude up for all of these depending on a bunch of different things, which is pretty cool, I think. We will run this. Yeah, which is why you run the G1s. Like, if you can run the December ones, it's really good because it gets you ahead of the fan curve really, really well. You need to be able to run miles and mediums, which is not always easy. Let me think. Stamina's pretty low, power's pretty good. We'll run pace. We might not win this one, but I think it's worth giving it a try. Yeah, her mum like calls her after every race and being like, "Come home, stop making a fool out of yourself," even if she wins. So the whole community is like, you may be, you know, on odds for different things, but not for this. King Halo's mother is.
She's trying.
Yeah.
I believe in her.
I don't think this one explodes. I'm sorry. Yeah. This is a very slow animation.
It is.
Oh, it does kind of explode. Kind of. Nice.
I will adopt her.
Yeah, she kind of takes on the whole arrogant. Oh, oh, we might have to go quick on this because we're back on stage.
Run fast, little horsey.
Oh no, no, I'm completely not right. We're going to now breaking study. I was like, that felt very quick.
Do you need to run it?
I already did. It's all good. In fact, they actually just finished now. We have decent power. We don't have the best stamina, but this is a mile, so it should be okay.
I also find it really cool how they have commentary.
Okay, top 2. Top 1. Just no diff them. It's not quite. We will go into like end closer at some point, I think, just to go like absolute cinema. But this one, the robot one. Which one was it?
The one with the red
This one?
outfit
Oh,
with pigtails.
this one? That's not pigtails. That's
I know, but
yeah.
what colors?
But that's Marazensky, who was known as the supercar. They were a foreign horse, and they won all of their races, but they weren't allowed to enter the Japanese Triple Crown because they were a foreign horse. But they were like, they won a race by something like 41 lengths, which is ridiculous. It was like a record win margin. Yep. Oh yeah, by big old distance. We go for this one just in case we get slightly less energy down. Doesn't matter. You should eat your vegetables. The other one gives you a mood down, I'm pretty sure.
Eat your broccoli.
Oh, that's
Do you
good.
want something cool to drink?
Nah, I'm good actually.
Okay.
One corners is not for yeah, we're not getting any of those. Sympathy's kind of meh. And I think we needed to run in this anyway, right? Okay, so this is the second race that we're doing. Because this one is actually a very easy G1 compared to the others. And now we look at what the other styles are running. 6 on pace. I don't want to run end with like low power. We can't run front runner. I think we run pace. But we're in bracket 1. I don't love it. I don't love it.
Just pray for her.
Yeah, we have really low wit, so it's unlikely that we get our skills as well. Late is good. No, late isn't good. No, it's not. We don't have enough power to do that yet. And plus we'll get stuck behind. We're in literally along the inner post. We're going to have 6 in our bracket, 6 in front of us if we go late. You have enough for late and it stays stamina? I mean, yes, but then we get stuck. We don't have enough power for that. Because we're not going to break through the 6 that we have in our pack and then the 6 in front of us as well, I'm pretty sure. I might have just entered it. This also doesn't explode, I'm sorry.
No. But it's still very cool.
You do at this point in the career? I don't think so. I've got below 300 power, which makes it pretty hard to get through that stuff. We got focus, that's good. Plus also with focus, it means that we're more likely to get towards the front of the pack. So hopeful, I know, the hopeful is like the easiest G1 in the game, but it's meant to be like that. I guess stamina is our lowest stat, maybe I did make a mistake with that. What the frick is that emote?
Is she running? Uma whip. Wait, you're whipping her? No.
Yeah, I thought you saw that.
No, I didn't.
Positioning's pretty good here. Yeah, we should still be okay here, actually. I think there's not that much... Yeah. Oh, hang on. Are we going to be okay? We might finish second? First. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Set a bit. Yeah. Fuck you, Halo's mom.
It was final.
Oh, did everyone see, by the way, that Helldivers is getting ODSTs added to it? So I'm gonna reach out to Jamada because he is another like Halo fanatic like myself, and we're gonna Helldive the shit out of ODSTs. If he's up for it. You have more chances to trigger ult from that. I didn't think her ult required that. I thought that it was... Wait, is that only when you're overtaking? We are going to go into end check closer at some point, just because we want to see if... Hey, how's it going? Habs your rock, by the way. Nim divers? Hell yeah.
Yep. Gentle encouragement.
Let me see, this is skill... Do we have skill points that we want to spend stuff on? We're actually going to go for a rest here. It triggers when you're 5th or below. I didn't realize that. That makes actually a lot of sense. After a main... I didn't realize that, actually. Because it's not on the description. I should have looked that up. We rest. Do you think JDG with their new roster will make playoffs? I mean, they'll make playoffs because pretty much everyone... Well, move went down. Because pretty much everyone reaches playoffs from group... From group ascend. Pretty much everyone does. I ran 2. I think this is catch it right for this one. Where are you? I think this one. Energy recovers by 20. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Nice. More power. Actually need more speed at some point. Speed is looking a little bit thin on the ground. We should get a mood up by the end of... Is it by the end of March or by the end of February? Oh, that's good. Nice. Nope, never do first extra training unless you really, really are struggling on stats just one turn before a race. Has Pays been playing like a top 5 ADC in the world recently, or are the pentakills overblown? It was Gala that was getting the pentakills. This is... The other one's not very useful, but this one is. We eat wires. We eat wires is a very good emote. Everyone should be spamming we eat wires. Sasuke show, is this a medium or is it a short? It's a medium. Might actually be better to go for this then. We might get end closers happy with this. We never fail these on stream. Never fail a 4%. End closer. Stamina spare is max, that's Pace Chaser, right? The further you up you are, the less power further back. The further back, less stamina is needed, yes. Yeah, power starts low, but we have some really good power inspirations now. This is good stats up, by the way. We just didn't get that many skill thingies there. Anchors Away is actually pretty good. Maybe we just go end closer now then. This is whatever. Mile, long, front runner, late surger. It's okay actually. Late surge. We did get double late surges. What's our aptitude for that? End is only a B. Hey, Mecca, good to see you. Yeah, Gala got the 2 pentakills. I actually kind of want to get Anchors Away. Do you kind of want to run it as an end closer? But I guess late surge is what we're getting our stuff for. Okay, we'll go. We'll get Anchors Away. We're gonna get into game now, into draft now. We probably have. Fuck it. Well, we can rush this. We can rush this. We can definitely win this. We can definitely win this. And let's go freaking end closer. This saves more stamina, and we have a lot of power, so hopefully that's fine. I don't know whether we have enough stamina for this, but we'll fucking find out. Where are we? We're out here on 17. Oh, late start even with focus, we're so cursed. And the draft starting as well because I timed it wrong. That's okay. We can just leave that over there in the top corner. You will just not have to pay attention to that. Game 3, Top Esports JDG. A very famous matchup for some famous teams. Top Esports have been far better, I think, than JDG in this split so far. We're getting absolutely crushed in this race. That is not a good sign. However, absolutely, it's not enough. I don't think it's useful. Whatever. I'll leave that there. Yep. Into the draft. Top Esports JDG. Anyway, Jax. Maybe that signals a Yorick for Top Esports. Kai'Sa banned away. What does that signal? Very rare to see that one banned out early. The Inara and the Gwen been permanent bans. By the way, Mabi, we didn't have enough power, by the way. Actually, it was stamina, which is the problem, but yeah. It's the last ban for JDG. A lot of our AD carry priority is out now. Stuff like the Wukong Annie is still available. Yeah, I know. The Guts thing is very funny. I'm like, it's never Guts. Guts is never actually the issue. What do you think of Noah getting 18 kills on Kai'Sa in LEC, but he and GX threw the series versus Koi? I mean, yeah, I think that Noah is still the best player. I think Noah and Jun are the key part of that team, right? I think that they struggle with coordination issues, amongst other things. Annie the first pick. The Annie Wukong, the powerful duo left up. Wukong not picked on that last game, was hovered over.
Who got MVP in the last game? Hello.
Go.
Ah, does make sense. In a shock to no one, I suppose. There's the Renekton.
sure exactly what you're going to lock into that now, actually. The Jax is gone. A lot of the tanks switching out teamfight are gone. I suppose Aatrox is okay, but I feel like that's a little bit less powerful. Now, quite hard to execute on. Kanavi Vi Annie, be strong.
On Hover. Can't wait to see it locked in, though. It's been a while since we've seen Nunu be competitively.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Vi. I'm like, the Vi's been picked all the time. What do you want about?
No, gonna go towards the Kalista, though, who really has fallen away from being S tier must ban, and people went, actually, wait, she's just not winning. But of course, one of the few teams that were pretty good at it, regardless, was Top Esports, because Jackie has always been a Kalista enjoyer.
Yeah, Top East was one of those teams which still retain priority onto this champion. They do go towards that Kalista Renata. You see the double melees on the other side already, who will be diving into you. And I think you can see some good value. All three of these picks pretty good against heavy melee compositions, which means JDG need some range. Victor provides that.
The other side, though, as you were saying, they've got themselves a big old team fight comp. Lots of dangerous circles. Renekton kind of spins in one. Wukong also spins in one, but like twice. And then Victor goes, well, I just create a big circle, but of like lightning. The most dangerous shape, Alex.
What, circle?
Nah.
As opposed to... Well, no, circles are pretty cool. But then again, triangles are more powerful, of course.
But do we have very many triangle skill shots?
I mean, I think that... yes, Annie her
And straight to cone.
Yeah.
Is that really a triangle, though, Alex?
Yes. Because
it's just non-Euclidean geography.
Yeah, you know, it's a curve of one of the bits.
Right.
Basically the same. You know, it's three-sided. It's now what it is not a polygonal triangle. It's not like a regular triangle.
But
you could argue that it's a triangle that has three sides to it.
Oh, yeah, that's fair, I suppose.
Like a triangle with a wibble in it is still technically a triangle, I suppose.
Wibble.
Yeah. Is Kalista still poop? I mean, if you are a very good player of the champion and you know how to play around it to get early dragons, yes, I think the champion is good. However, it is hard to execute on. Strategically, you need to be good at approaching objectives. And in fairness, Top Esports, that's one of their biggest strengths. Despite them going 3 games in a bunch of series, and I think that their record is... they are not as good as their record suggests, I don't think, in some ways. Had a lot of series which left you doubting they probably should have lost to IG at the first place of things too. They are very good at playing around objectives, and that Kalista helps them to do that. Pays locks in the Corki, gives you some early power, gives you a bit more range to play around, which of course Top Esports are punishing the lack of that from the Renekton and the Wukong right now.
You very much are. Jackie debating a Neferi here. Specifically for Kanavi, and there it is locked in. We don't see a lot of Neferi anymore. Really has fallen away from the meta, but when you're playing so aggro already, got a lot of priority. They're going to go towards it, bail out behind you. Maybe some value to work with. Now, what's 369 going for?
Very surprised. The Gnar comes in. I mean, Renekton Gnar used to be the top lane matchup for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years.
Last,
like.
yeah,
I mean,
kept coming back and forth again.
It just kept coming back. The Gnar really been meta ever since 2015. Dropped in and out, but it's been all over the place. And Renekton Gnar, particularly from 2020 to 2023, I want to say, was the primary top lane matchup. Dwart could lock in the time-treasured Corki Leona lane, goes towards the Bard instead. As the Ghibli dude comes in towards the bot side.
You own Bard now, don't you?
Yeah, someone gifted me Bard from Valence League, and yeah, look, that's some have good lore. I just hate Bard. This champion's rude way in too many of my games. I made it a mission not to own this champion, and then someone gifted it to me. So Bard
now you own Bard.
Occasionally stares at me from the own champions list, and I try not to meet his gaze because he knows how much he's hurt me.
He's involved in meat trafficking. Can't trust the guy.
Yeah, what are those meats? I'm just saying. There's something ain't right about
that boy. Yeah.
JDG do get themselves some good engage with this. You can fight in lane a little bit more with the Bard as well. Not going melee into Renata is typically a good thing. It means that it's only really the top side which is as handily dealt with by the Kalista Renata compared to the rest of the team. I think the draft is a lot more even, actually, with the Corki Bard put in. As long as they can survive the early entrance into the game, if they can take one early dragon, JDG are in with a good spot. JDG need to make sure that Top Esports don't get that whole objective train rolling.
I have to say, I look at Top Esports draft and go, that looks like a meta draft for winter. This is summer. A lot of these champions just aren't seeing very much priority anymore, and for good reasons. The Neferi, the Kalista, very away from winning ways, to say the least. Of course, the pilots of those champions are very proficient on them. Jackie, still theoretically undefeated on the Kalista split. Shout out to Amber and Jack, found out that little stat. 2-0 so far this split when they found the angles for it. Logging on to the Rift regardless. Purple and blue colour scheme for Top Esports, I approve. Trying to find some synergy. For now, we'll listen to the Giles.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Shall shoot. Great river crocodile. Hiding in a pixel bush.
Just a great river crocodile. Walking out towards the reed buff.
You can see that one. I'm sure why we're all going for a...
No. It was great until you said that one. You slipped, Sam, to a different accent.
Yeah,
I caught you with that,
Australian.
Sam. Hashtag caught.
Caught.
Potential scouted jungle start for JDG. Which is strange because it's Shun who's jungling. He's on those Raptors though. Will be a ward onto them. There's a lot going through the laning phase of this game. Renekton Nart, well-trodden matchup. Annie into Victor can actually be quite back and forth as well. We expect Annie to win a lot of her mid lane matchups that I think Victor can often contest that. Gone for the area as well, which gives you better auto attack trading too. And then the
fly.
And then the bot lane, while we expect the Kalista, Renata to dominate lane at points, because you haven't locked in a melee support and you have the Bard, you can trade back fairly effectively.
Bard is surprisingly lane dominant. His level 1 in particular with the empowered autos and the Qs are just really, really, really strong.
Of course, early into the game, though, you don't have those permanent empowered auto attacks. You need to collect those chimes. Ooh, stun there, though. Stops a follow-up auto attack. The double Frost Bomb after. Again, you can see this. Double range. The Bard doing quite well in this laning phase, getting some poke. They don't get control of the wave, but they are getting some decent chunk here.
Handshake and Pierce go wide, so the skill shots from Jackie and Hung, not fantastic, but still going to lead to a very dead-looking bot side. Does Kanavi think you're going for the invade here? He certainly is. See what he can find. Will be spotted out on this.
Bomb's already gone. He's on vision. Shun doesn't even have to start as well if he doesn't want to. Scout will have information on this too.
Yeah.
The waves would have been in a good position to gank the Victor, but he's hanging towards the top side of the lane now. Handshake finally lands a bot side. That's a nice to trade for top esports.
Is Kanavi really slowed down his clear, as I think Shun being quite prescient with his clear, gone Raptors into blue, into Grump, and back up again, just to make sure that Kanavi doesn't have any easy invade angles with the priority likely gain through mid and bot. Exactly what happens, and that'll be a nice quiet clear for Shun. Kanavi going to be a bit behind on his own.
Slowed things down. Did hit a double Q onto Scout, but was tanked up by his Q shield. Level 3 hits level 2 now. This is where the game starts to get a bit more dangerous. Double E hitting as well.
Into that handshake as well. That's kind of nasty. You're right. Hayes gets hit by the baby rend.
Baby rend?
It was only the one spear.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
It was like some horror movie scenario.
I didn't realize there was like a life cycle to rends. Like, this is the juvenile rend.
Yes. Now this rend has grown up and must leave the nest.
Yeah,
Cast out by its family.
Exactly. What is the societal hierarchy of the rend? Is it this kind of thing where you have like, up
until 2 items, it's super potent, and then after that it begins to become irrelevant.
One of the things which is being quote unquote buffed for Kalista next patch coming up is there is going to be an AP ratio for her rend, which means that no, it's not that much, but what it means is you get a slight buff from your 2 items from Rageblade. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So the Rageblade gives you a slight buff. Used to be the case in why a lot of AD carries, a lot of random champions used to have AP ratios because they used to build Triforce.
What you're telling me, Alex, is if I go Lichbane Kalista and go Pierce Auto Rend,
you will get slightly more damage than you did before, but still feel quite foolish.
I feel like can I get a one shot?
Like, there was some very funny posts made when Quinn got a random 80% AP ratio on her Q, having no other AP ratios in her kit. People were like, oh, it's going to be AP Quinn. It wasn't. It wasn't. However, it was quite funny at the time. But basically, a lot of older champions have some very small AP ratios because if they built Triforce, it felt pretty bad that they didn't get anything off of that item from building like I think it was
Sea Corky.
Well, it was no, the component. I was going to say the component which has the AP ratio used to be. I think Sheen is part of that. Yeah.
Sheen used to have AP on it, indeed. Once upon a time. Pressure bot side still there for top esports. Bard's going to reset. Shao Shu has been sent down to manage the 2v1 on the Renekton. Should be able to do so. Play, I suspect, will be secured by Top Esports. And likely into an early reset. Maybe they can play for 2 here, but I don't know how easy that will be. Corki now in the 1v1. The Xiaoshu slices, dices, and has some healing shrines deeper behind him. Top Esports just faking the reset here. Poor old Xiaoshu being zoned off this wave. There's the handshake away. Is he even an experience? I think just about for those melee minions.
Mid lane level 6 is hit traded across each other there. His drops often does that for poke. That's one of the big things which kind of was discovered in the Annie mid lane meta of 2023, which of course JDG won an MSI with. Was Knight, of course, playing with that. Knavi one spot out there. Got the Q.
Double daggers.
Yeah, you're right. Goose that W as well. Decent poke onto them. Going towards the Shojin first. That was a change which came through from Neferi builds at points 2, where you went away from Eclipse first into something like the Shojin. Also say that I think Eclipse is a little bit of an overrated item in general, but particularly for someone like Nat Neferi who has to play that knife's edge very, very effectively. I actually think that in a game like this, going towards the Death Stance second could be an absolute lifesaver for Knavi if he wants to go towards it.
Look, Top Esports are engaging in their nefarious plans to claim
great,
early
Sam.
dragons.
That's great, Sam. I'm very happy with that. That's a good one. I like that. That was good. No, Sam. No, look, Sam. That was a good joke. Stop smiling at me and looking for, I don't know, approval or something. I've given it. They have got the, you're right. They got the dragon. That's important. We haven't talked about that in a draft. Yes, getting dragon's important. Wow, nefarious. He just keeps, yeah. You can't see it, but Sam is just grinning like a freaking
I'm having great
here.
fun with that one.
There's like a dude who does like Japanese language puns on TikTok right now who has a face very similar to that. So I'll show you to it sometime.
Is it just me?
No, it's not you, Sam, because the guy's quite obviously Japanese.
That would make it, yeah, I'm not.
And you are not Japanese.
Yeah, very not.
But yeah, he's got, they do like a podcast, say, with this other guy who would like basically try to, you know, like the whole thing where you go into Google Translate and you make a sentence which is just complete, it does make sense, but it's like,
I think I know the guy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's that kind of thing.
Yeah,
and it does technically make sense, but it's, yeah.
Very hard.
It's like the, I don't know, the bows, bows, bows. Or buffalo, which is actually a grammatically correct statement in English. I can't remember what it means, but you can just keep saying buffalo and it does grammatically mean.
Buffalo.
No. It's just buffalo is both a noun, an adjective, and a verb.
Alright.
So you can.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
I thought you'd know that was English lit main. Major.
Yeah. Hang on a minute, Did you just call me an English lit main?
Sam, I'm so league pilled and freaking rift maxing that I did just say, are you an English rift main?
Rift maxing. Oh my, right. This is an intervention. Alex, you need to play some games not named League of Legends Zuma Musume.
Intervention, Call of Duty, Call of Duty 4,
good God.
2006, Modern Warfare 2.
We used to have 20,000 viewers in this channel. Now it's a ghost.
No, it's a ghost. That is basically what happened last year for this one. By the way, folks, we used to be the only people doing this kind of stuff last year, and then other people didn't realize it was a really good niche in the market.
It's not a niche anymore.
It's not a niche anymore. Everyone does it.
Yeah.
Co-streamers like vultures came to the corpse of the LPL.
That's grim.
We're kind of part of them, I suppose.
Yes.
Welcome everyone to I don't know, the vulture channel. Xiaoshu going towards topside. Losing out in the early CS versus the Gnar, a little bit more than I'm comfortable with, actually. We'll need to pick up good wave. It is crashing in, a little bit, extra bit of farm available to him. But he is currently in a 2v1 as opposed to Gnar is in the 1v1 on the other side. He's pretty happy with that.
Yes, he is. Shun stepping forwards here with a magical journey behind him. Can look for some value here under Hung potentially. Gets Fate's Call, beginning to turn around. Call of the Pack summoned on in, looking to find some damage as Hung has to flash away. Bailout on Jacula, buying him some time, but I think he is just dead. And they've overplayed this. Top Esports now in danger as Cream's come on up. Gets the double stump, but that's just a very scary Renekton.
Doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the E, so Cream is safe. But Xiaoshu managed to flash forwards onto that Kalista, and the Renekton is an early game powerhouse himself, and the Kalista can't survive through that. Bad mistake from Top Esports to make that play. They do get a little bit of value in that bot side of the map. I think, yeah, Gnar ended up just about surviving. Heavy trade between 369 and Scout, I suppose. They were trying to deny each other their teleports towards that top side of the map.
Yeah, they get out of there. Obviously, both flash will look at this top side play, because initially Top Esports disengaged it and thought, actually, we can play this still?
Which I'm surprised about. You know, the Kalista ult's fine. That teleport is a mistake. That ult,
Really
well, yes, but also it's going over the clone, of which he could have like a full second of R channel timing. Like, realistically, that's a bad play from Kanavi. It is a very, very obvious way to block that engage. They're trying to defend the teleport. The teleport is the actual criminal play there. Gets Jackalope killed. Stop esports. That is not a clean play to make.
It's not. Now the goal lead that had been there for top esports off the early laning phase has kind of just disappeared. And look, we kind of said if JDG managed to hold on in the early game, you look at the scaling, you look at their ease of access to team fights and zone control and all of the rest of it, and the relatively hard fall off from top esports after a couple items could get quite challenging.
Shout out to, Mecha what Real Japan. People go follow Real Japan. It's very, very funny. It's dumb, it's good humor, and it actually sometimes weirdly teaches you about a foreign language, which is, I suppose, the goal of it. Well, potentially stopping a recall here. No one else on the other side of the map, Cream. I don't think there's going to be any threat of him getting Dovey, because he does have enough HP, but it's just annoying that he can't reset in the time that he wanted to.
Forced to step forwards into Scout there with the gravity field placed behind him. Claimed by Scout.
A little bit of poke there. Cream doesn't have his teleport. Will recall now. Wants to just get a clean reset on a good wave so he can get himself for his first item. That Malignant's coming in on that back now. You're waiting for the Boots Malignant's power spike for Annie. It's very good early power spike where you get just a ton of cooldown reduction for the extra stuns coming up. The Tibbers uptime is kind of insane. Dragon has spawned. Of course, Toppy's got the early one. They'd love to stack another one with the Callista. They're heading towards it now.
Yeah, 369 and Xiaoshu trading away with each other. Cull in inventory for 369. It is worth noting it's got a decent CS lead. Of course, a lot of that has kind of been mitigated by virtue of the kill that went down topside. But this will be make that third objective for top esports. We've got second dragon and those early set of grubs. So for all that fight topside went wrong, the other additional win con of stacking those early objectives going pretty well right now for top esports.
These grubs can be used to threaten this turret. Dominus will get some wave clear through. He is alone for now. Dro does have ult to potentially stasis him.
And they will manage to turn this one around as Kanavi will do a great job of immuning a lot of that damage. And the turret is turned off, but not Xiaoshu's health bar, and he dies.
Now, what's going to happen in the tower race? Wave needs to come in ASAP. I think JDG get first turret off of this. Indeed they will. JDG, without having any grubs, will win the tower trade in terms of the first one. They don't get feats of strength off it just yet. That'll be on the first team to 3 kills. 3 grubs will quickly take down the plates on this bot side, though.
Still going to get a lot of plates over to the likes of Jackie Love here. Got enough for wave to make sure this still falls. Ends up being a net positive trade for top esports, I think, in the grand scheme of things. Even if they don't get that turret, Cream just jumped on by Shun. It's going to be a lot of damage back. Hang on, Nimble Strike and Crushing Blow. Shun has Trinity Force, by the way.
Yeah, one item Wukong. It's a hell of a drug. Just bobs the Annie as they walk into their own topside jungle. And, Shun gets away with that one. Shun, 1-0-1. Got some gold off that top plates and the tower kill as well. Shun is a happy monkey in the jungle.
Nice kill back and sending all of that.
Oh no,
advantage.
The power of the circle overcame the power of the triangle.
Yeah, see, I told you.
Oh, the power of the circle was better all along. However, no, the reason why circles are stronger than triangles is that you can approximate a circle to be infinite amount of triangles.
Ah, so there you go. So it's more triangle than a triangle.
Legitimately, most shapes can be broken down. That's what polygons are, right? You break them down into triangles. 369. He might actually get 2v1 here, but he does have to figure out the side of the map. He is the 1v2er.
Well, once you were I was going to try and make the vegan to vegan joke, and I just couldn't do it with polygon. I'm sorry. I needed to think about that one more before attempting it.
You were a vegan. Now you will be gone. Scott Pilgrim is one of my favorite films of all time.
It is just really, really dumb in the best way. 369.
Vegan police. July the 5th, you partook in chicken parmesan. Chicken isn't vegan.
Chicken isn't vegan. Still the greatest line.
It's pretty up there. Yeah.
I enjoyed the animated reboot.
It was. Yeah, that was awesome. It was like, it was not a direct kind of like remake of it in an animated series. They brought back most of the original voice cast. They left it open-ended in case there was budget for a second season, but because it's Netflix, you never know. It was really good.
Na'Vi will use the call of the pack to immune some of that. Turns out, if you've got good enough data, you too can avoid awkward interactions with people.
Yeah, get me some of that. Blue buff going to be taken by Kanavi. No steal here. Harold started. HP buzz pretty good for top esports. Do they feel like a fight? Well, they're in the area. Not trigger just yet. Kanavi gets stunned, and stunned again.
A lot of stunning going on top of Kanavi, which means this Dragon... Herald, sorry, likely to go down. Jackie got chunked out really heavily there, not quite sure from what. So that probably pays, found a good Foss Bomb and Trinity Force trade. Still was forced to reset over the wall, so realistically with Jackie having, I think, Blade of King should be able to heal up at least a little bit off the wave and back away.
But JDG, I mean, they've just happily walked towards the objective. Top esports are normally the ones happily walking towards that. Hang on a second.
Cleanse.
Trying to get 369 involved, but that's just an ult down for... It's an ult for a summoner trade, but the Renata ult is really big for their fighting power. JDG might just say, well, you don't have Renata ult now. We can make our plays of our own.
How much difference is it going to make in terms of there being a minute and a half until Dragon? Cleanse will be down. I suspect Renata ult will be up at least partway through the fight. I know it's a long cooldown, but even so... could realistically be up within the 90 seconds or so since it's been used to the Dragon spawn, which would be sole point for top esports.
Harold saying that thinks that Wukong should be respected as the best AD skirmisher in the meta. AD bruiser rather than meta. No, Trundle prio is really high right now, but Wukong is 10 times better in teamfights. Oh, for sure, Trundle's teamfighting is insane. Problem is, what happens when he's the first target is not as tanky as someone like a Wukong. There's Trundle. That could be a problem right here. He's gonna get stunned.
May well be in danger. Has to flash away. Stun comes on through from the Incinerate. 369 gets some damage back, and Luxian does the massive damage back. Goes golden, courtesy of the Tempered Fate. Buying some time. 369 should be able to kill off the jungler. Xiaoshu's teleported way too deep, interrupted by the handshake. You will be a part of this deal. It looked so good until it really wasn't.
Yeah, it's a firm handshake, and it'll see them, yeah, in a deal with the Undertaker. Scouts. Getting jumped onto. 369 gets the wallop down.
Does indeed. Crunch forwards, got that one. Will Blast Cone out to safety and forces Scouts ult. Jor now being eaten alive by the boomerangs. Loses about half his HP. Now Pays potentially in danger as Jackie stepping on forwards. Flashing on forwards. He's got a bailout. He gets back to life. He's got a barrier too. Misses the pierce. Can't quite gain the double, but the bot side knows how this bot lane works.
They get that kill, force a summoner out of the other, and it starts with Shun going very deep, getting teleported onto, going for a invade, getting punished. We see the upside and the downside of the Trundle. Incredible damage, but incredible fragility compared to some of the other AD skirmishes as well. Trundle can ult you, Poppy can use that W and use that ult to ping you away. So many things that you can use to disengage like that. 369 ulting Shun.
That's a fair amount of damage back, and Shun doesn't get to go around. The bailout on top of Hung. Not required, survives on sub 10 HP again, I feel. Worth noting that JDG did get feats of strength at the very least, because it was Shun who got the kill first.
Yeah.
But it's soul point, and heck, soul point for top esports, convincingly so.
But Shun doing twice in a minute is a huge change of momentum in the game. Before this, I was thinking, well, you know, losing the Renata ult just before that, and a bit of a failed play. Top esports not really getting Ingress into any kind of lanes. This is a big play, though. Cyclone getting huge value. That first item on the Wukong, very large damage, but no follow-up here. Miscoordinated, and yeah, not tanky enough to survive those solo plays in the way that potentially, again, someone like a Pantheon with an E up, a Poppy with the ult to get people away, and stuff like that can survive through. And then Pays just massively overstayed. What else can you say? Has Flash, has Valkyrie, tries to stick around, misses the Foss Bomb, tries to fight in the wave, gets out, traded onto, Pays, big miscalculation.
Great barrier. I think that stun on the wall was just missed by Joe as well there. Tricky stuff. And yeah, look, don't get me wrong. Pace stuck around to finish the cannon, but that last auto was too many. They weren't actually on the dragon yet, mate. And that's
Hang on, Pace doesn't have flash. Alright, he's got W to avoid a tower shot. Na'Vi, not been the main character of this game at all. He has been very in the backseat on the Neferi. I haven't really been convinced by this pick. I feel like any AD champion in the jungle would have made as much of an impact as Na'Vi right now on this Neferi, sadly for him. He's ahead of farm compared to Shun, still behind a little bit of gold because Shun's had more kills to his name and of course had those early turret plates as well in that top side tower.
1,500 gold lead to top esports. Largely found, interestingly, top side, where Nara's managed to pick up a couple kills, gotten some early turret plate gold, and Jackie also doing alright into this core, keeping things down a fair amount of CS. The early kills and skirmishing have done Jackie a good service in keeping him slightly ahead of curve.
Yeah, 369's Nar was one of his best picks back on JDG 2023 as well. He was very good at kind of, you know, bridging the gap between side lane pressure and team fight value on Nar, which of course provides both of them. And Xiaoshu, I think he's had a bit of a meh series. He had a good start to this game. That teleport towards the top side was the biggest play of the early game. I don't think Xiaoshu has been the problem for JDG across this split, but much like the problems with, you know, missing, being replaced by Wink, then Draw, the changes which have come through from JDG, which also include their head coach as well, by the way, their 6th head coach in 2 years. I don't think that these people individually are the issue, but I don't think they're the solution either. JDG are just throwing things at the wall and hoping one of these roster changes sticks, and I'm not really convinced any of them have. That will be going to bot side. It won't kill the turret completely, but JDG running out of options. Atakan alive. If they could take that bot turret, it gives them a lot more options for that Atakan to heavily push up bot lane, potentially enter that objective.
Na'Vi just going to spot out a few people heading on over. Minute and a half until that dragon you were talking about. We are going to start seeing some resets and some serious fight over vision control here. JDG cannot give this up.
369 getting control of this bot lane again. And again, pushing that bot lane out of turrets on either side gives you that ability to control an entire quadrant of the map around the Atakan. You push up that bot side, and now Top Esports have control over the Atakan area. There's some vision from JDG. It won't be unseen, but they need to be so careful giving control of that over. 1 minute until what would be Hex Soul for Top Esports. They have stacked the dragons well with the Kalista. We talked about that from draft. And lo and behold, 20 minutes into the game, they have done just that. 2 items ready for this fight, basically across the board. Scouts not on that. Xiaoshu not on that, though. So the solo lane is falling behind. At least we'll get that 2nd item on the Victor for this fight. Sorry, Scout wasn't behind. I misread the number there. But he gets himself his 2nd item for that fight. Importantly so, 10-stack Rod of Ages, has the Leandries. Perhaps the Chaos Storm and a choke point could be the saver for JDG.
The trade there in terms of priorities. Kanavi sticking on the free ass boots, whereas you're looking at the other side, it's the steel caps upgraded because of feats of strength, yes, and the 24s, but no Starax or Black Cleaver or whatever it is. Second, I think likely the Starax this game. Either way, it's not done. Flash away from Hung, away from the Tempered Fate, but it does go wide. Of course, still got the Fate sealed. Jackie Love, I think, will have his flash just coming up if I've read the timer just up. In fact, there it is.
369 taking top lane out of turret. Has Triforce, has 3 grubs. Easy turret take. 3 grubs for a Gnar. We sometimes forget about it. Is one of the best win conditions for a side lane play. Bit damage down to Pays. Gets the cube, not the 2nd one. The bleed will still do fine, though, with the Black Cleaver shredding armor. 369 now pushing into the inner turret. Xiaoshu going up to respond. JDG had to take back control of the bot side river very slowly from them. I mean, Top Esports could just give this up if they really wanted to. Trying to fight through this choke point. It's this goddamn choke points again.
369's just had his Mega Gnar procs. He's not going to TP in here. We'll be playing for Mini Gnar, at least for the start of this fight.
Shun will have a 2nd item now. He'll back for it. Go back into the Hex Gates, which will help him get back out onto the map more quickly. Where is that 2nd item? Didn't see it pop up. JDG trying to poke out. The Corki doing some value there, and it's Sundered Sky built in for Shun. He'll be back with a bunch of more power now on the Wukong.
Na'Vi starting up the dragon, will call the pack to get away. A lot of his dogs die to the big one, courtesy of Pays. Mid lane, 369 stacking up the Mega again. The Rage begins to build that genetic trait. Need to allow the Hulk out. And yeah, 369 going to step on forwards with the rest of Top Esports as JDG holding that banana bush.
Yeah, Kanavi really aggressively using the W, just trying to bait a mistake from JDG. Top Esports playing patiently. They could go for a flash engage if they wanted to. They don't want to get Cyclone on the other side of it, though. Again, both these teams pretty happy to play objectives slowly if they need to.
Na'Vi will again call the pack. The issue still remains that that banana bush is just not in control of Top Esports, and JDG are defending it with their lives.
Hayes is dropping a bit of HP now, though. Despite him being a poke champion, not getting the most out of it.
Finally get in there. We'll be able to clear out a lot of that bush. That's well played by Top Esports. Play it patiently, play it well. Hung will get hit by that Tempered Fate that's come back off cooldown. Does it lead to anything? No, it doesn't.
No, he has the Tempered Fate anyway. The other one, the Fate's Call from Kalista. Hung will push pin a bit. Whoa, Pays!
Oh my days! 369 just walks at him. They try to turn onto the Renatu. That's got a redemption.
Button. That's the go button. Pays gets poked at too much.
And now they're going to try and turn this around. Shun the back end of this. Still there. They have to have that reset from Pays, who's sticking around. Counter hostile takeover. Not fantastic. Actually does catch on to Scout. Hex Soul secured. Fate's Call keeps Hung alive. Got a bailout on top of it. Is yet to be procced. Out of the Arcane Storm as Cream goes looking for potential stunners. Exhausted. Still gets the double stun. Shun being autoed. Hand shook at the very max range. Akila flashing away. Afraid of Xiaoshu. And rightly so. In they go with the Hound's Pursuit. They're going to try and build the card of the pack in the backside. 369. Can't get the kill onto Pays until just now. All the while, the Nefiri running away. Slowed by Shun with the smite. It's traded out by Kanavi. So slows across the board. Dark in daggers giving some healing. Kanavi goes over the wall. Will die.
Ends up being, what, 3 kills over to the side of JDG for just the one. JDG do give over the Hex Soul, but they'll get the Atakan after. It's not a dead deal. JDG give one permanent buff, teleport in, but oh no, 369.
Pops out pretty well. Sundered Sky healing is good, but he's got a Mega Gnar coming. And actually, I think that might just stop the Atakan.
I thought that'd be the death of him, but you're absolutely right. It will stop the Atakan, uses that summoner, but pulls JDG off of it, so JDG don't even get the Atakan. They are left giving the Hex Soul and trading 3 for 1. That is not a worthwhile trade.
Sterak's value way too OP there. Gets hopped just far enough away. And JDG going to be ruining the fact they couldn't get the Atakan.
Yeah, so it's Rend on an objective. Hard to fight against that. The smite comes through. Bit of anti-synergy between the Renata ult and the Mega Gnar. I don't think Hung's had the best series, not going to lie. Obviously, last game he had a bit of a nightmare at different points. I think he also made a mistake here in not being ejected over the wall, actually. Did land a good handshake there to give a Hex Soul over, and then sadly for Jaculov, Empowered Renekton and W breaks his shield, and that includes the barrier. Luckily, 369 trades one back.
Back to live we go. Atakan being started. Top esports around. They're running Baron, though.
That they are. JDG will get the Atakan. They have double teleports to potentially contest the exit of the Baron, but it's going to be quite a slow take. Shun won't be there. JDG will trade one buff for another. There's permanence. Top esports, the temporary one, but of course they just got that permanent buff for the Hex Soul before. Baron and the Dragon Soul over to top esports.
It's an accelerant. That's what they need with the Hex Soul and with the comp. Using this window of power to try and push in before things like Atakan could prove problematic in the grander scale of scaling and time.
Yeah, now the problem is, when you have something like a Callista, the Gnar that can run at you as well, if you get hit by a random Hex Soul off of a minion wave, which chain lightnings to you, you get chased down very, very effectively. You do have that Sterak's onto 369. He'll survive through to his Mega Gnar more often than not now. Scout trying to stop the red buff steal coming through, and I think he'll be largely successful of doing that. Close. 369.
Got a Mega Gnar building, forcing JDG to retreat in awkward angles. The Arcane Storm comes on forwards. Mega Gnar into the wall. 369 hops away. Cyclone down. Arcane Storm down.
Yeah, I think what was happening there is Xiaoxu wanted to use the Dominus to get himself an Empowered W to break the Sterak shield. That's the way that they can kill the Gnar easily. Doesn't get enough value there, though. They'll lose some ultimates. They will secure their red buff, but they're losing an inner turret. Top esports start to encroach.
They do, and 369 goes right back to the scene of the crime, namely top tier 2, looking at that one. Gravity field on forwards. Problem is now, actually, some of those ultimates would have been big tools for any potential contest around team fight. And over go to top esports to claim the tier 2. Well, on that top side, 369 once again building back towards Mega. Was trying to threaten there a little bit. The Hex Soul slows. So annoying.
So obnoxious. Cream around the side of the turret. Double stun.
Does get a massive stun. Looking for more value. Is into the backline. They go with the Hound's Pursuit. Jaculov in the bailer. They use the Tempered Fate to deny him coming back to life. Will die for this. Will surely will shun. They don't quite get the kill all the while, though. Into the backside went Kanavi, killing off Paze. He will manage to eviscerate forwards and bring down Joe. That is the game.
Xiaoxu will try and clear the wave, but he will not be able to clear through the Baron buff. Hex Soul slow. Forces his E out, and top esports. Was it confident? Questions about that one. Is it a win? Yes, yet again. 8-1 they will move to.
They grimly focus on the win con. Stack the damn dragons, and they successfully do so. JDG, credit to them. Managed to find some good fights, some good scaling. Shun had a moment or two on that Wukong that looked pretty damn scary. But in the end, the Atakan for Baron trade was just a step too far. The early soul, a step too much, and top esports will win the series 2-1.
JDG finding themselves on a, well, quite the loss streak. JDG will move to 3-6 after losing to top esports, a team that were viewed to be one of our very top teams here in the LPL. Really on the downswing of things.
Unfortunately so, top esports again finding themselves a series win, but there is just this element of how are they winning that we have to start questioning a little bit. We have the questions in spring a bit, and look, there's been some improvement, there's been some steps up here in terms of some of the macro moves, but that's been a little bit of, are you winning because of clean, decisive macro play that has been a solid cohesion to the game plan and good play in general, or has it been because you're just clutching out good fights later on? You're just using your hand stiff and skill to get away with plays that maybe you should have been doing so. That question about BLG, though, I think less so this split. I think top esports, though, are another one of those squads where sometimes the deeper you look, the more eyebrows that get raised.
So top esports, they do walk away with another series win. Again, they have a great series record. You know, they're at, what, 8-1 now?
Yeah.
8-1. They've only lost that one series to BLG, who beat them in their first round robin. I don't feel massively confident about top esports compared to BLG or something like that, though.
No.
Personally, I feel like IG are a better team than top esports right now. I think, on the whole, I think it's a little closer between them, but I think we clearly have, you know, BLG, and then we have maybe top esports and IG together. And then you've got teams like, of course, Anyone's Legend are slumping right now. Weibo, they're very hard to predict. And JDG, who are slumping too. And then we have quite clearly a bottom two, I think, of FPX and sadly WE, who just cannot complete a best of three. I think W are better than FPX and could go into the mid to up table again, but they haven't really shown they can do that across there. But that's how our group is kind of stratified right now.
And you look down towards Nirvana, it's NIP and Edward Gaming, who are significantly ahead of the rest of the crew there, realistically. So if we're looking at teams that are likely to be joining playoffs, we've kind of got a vague idea of who it's going to be. But I think once we do hit playoffs, some of these fractures and these fault lines we're seeing in some of our upper tier teams, I wouldn't necessarily expect, say, an EDG to take them apart, but someone like an IG certainly could. And that, I think, should just keep your eyes on it. And then again, there's teams like Anyone's Legend, who'll be seeing in our next series as well. If they bring it back together, I wouldn't be surprised to see your BLGs and your top esports end up getting caught a little bit with their hand in the cookie jar, as they often have in these games as well.
So that's going to be our first series done, folks. Second series today is a finals rematch. Anyone's Legend versus BLG. Anyone's Legend struggling to find form. BLG looking pretty damn good right now. They did end up dropping a game or two to WE, but they still were the better team definitely across those series. And I wonder if they were kind of gearing up for a match like this instead against, you know, their more recent rival in Anyone's Legend. Tabe, a team which coached them through to LPL finals and MSI finals in 2023, left in 24 as BLG then reached a world finals, game 5. So very, very close to winning that title. Perhaps the closest team to a world's victory in second place we've ever seen. It's either that or I think T1 2022 is one of those two, really.
Yeah, for sure.
And we'll get through these highlights. Great game from 369. I think he comes away with MVP.
For me, I think, as well. I think like you could give some credit. I think like Jackie and Hung had some good moments, but realistically, it's 369 who I think played the more complete game.
Yeah, BLG doing great at the moment, but collapse against LCK teams? That's, Well, I don't think that's historically been the case. I think that was only against T1 they did that at Worlds last year, right? And even then they brought them to 5 games. And again, they made it to finals of MSI as well, where is it them collapsing to LCK teams, or is it, well, actually last year it was
really
just the best team at the tournament.
Yeah.
They were second best. I think that's the way that I would read it. And we're going to go on a quick break, folks. Sam, do you mind getting me another coffee? If that's
yeah.
I would
How do you want it?
Latte with honey in it, please.
Double shot or single shot?
Single shot's fine for me, and we'll play, of course, some horse game. We've got a thingy going on here, King Halo campaign, and we shall play that. I put this into the corner there, because that was during draft. We finished 4th during last race, which is a bit of a bummer, but whatever. We move on. AL finally put an end to BLG shenanigans. Wait, when? In the last split? Yeah, for sure. I will get hydrated, thank you. I will do. Oh, Japanese. Is there? It's the Japan Derby, is there? This is one of the big famous races, Japan Derby. We need. Oh, that's good. Why migraine? Oh. Migraine means that you can't get mood up, I'm pretty sure. Which is a shame. And we get that, cool. Nice. Don't have enough for skills. Well, I don't want sympathy anyway. That splits shenanigans, the fakest undefeated run ever. Yeah, but I think they, yeah, you're not completely wrong, you know. Is this a medium or is it? We don't have a great stat, we just have to go with this, don't we, with end. Let's hope it works. Knight is my second favorite player, Chovy my first favorite. I mean, those are 2 very good players to support. I think they're fantastic players. Oh damn, we don't even have top speed. This is not looking fantastic, actually. I think I've messed up our stat training a little bit. I need to run some ads as well. Because it's a medium, we'll put it on 2 times. Straight air acceleration helps. We just did not. We don't have enough stamina. We didn't roll Swing Meister either. Hello. What? Hello. Hi. How's it going? Oh, bye. I thought you said hi. Hello. It's not the same. Oh, we just don't have enough stats. I actually might end this run and try something better. I can redo this. Nah gets the MVP. Yeah, I might actually. I might restart this run because it's not looking fantastic. We got second. It's not awful, I guess. Whatever. No, I won't drop it just in case we get good star run. We definitely need more speed. 2 turns. Need more friendship training? Maybe we do this just for friendship training. And then we rest before the holiday thing. This is the second one in Swinging Maestro, that's good. Yeah, Xiaoxu got bodied, man. We do need... We do need more stamina, though. We definitely need more stamina. Then we'll do rest and moods for the next one. Get some power from this. Nice. Good one. Actually wonder if we... No, we'll do it a little bit of wits, actually. Kyokusho is a long distance race and we have no regen for it. This is going to be a fucking disaster, by the way. Yeah, this is going to be a disaster. We didn't get... We need to get Swinging Maestro on this turn or we are so fucked. I mean, we don't even have the points for it. We're so fucked. We're not running Pace Chaser. Mal doesn't have them. Extra Tank is, I guess, good for this one, but... I guess we go level-headed and just... I don't know. Oh god, this is gonna be awful, man. We're gonna have to run end close and just hope for the fucking best, but... I don't know. Yeah, this is gonna be a disaster. We just do not have the stamina for this, even with 2. We don't have, yeah, we don't have the stamina for this. Hey, Scam, it's good to see you.
欢迎欢迎，谢谢大家掌声，也再次恭喜你们获得了本场比赛的胜利，也意味着你们距离自己的目标又更进一步了。但是今天呢，相对来说并不是那么的一帆风顺嘛，是一个2比1。那你打完之后，自己的游戏体验感？
Radar acceleration is not bad.
就是我们在有优势的时候，还是就犯出了一些失误吧。然后希望我们。 后面的比赛能打得更顺利一点，减少一点失误。
也可以再去仔细的复盘一下。
Not awful, actually.
今天3把看
Oh shit, not awful. I mean, I don't think we're getting like top 3.
先趁热打铁的问问啊，因为第一局你是斩回了 MVP 嘛，那个劲实在是太帅了，一次不死，并且枪枪致命，好多次都是盲视野的情况下成功的收割人头。能不能简单分享一下，一般这种情况你是如何去做判断的呢？
We'll finish the campaign, but it's like not fantastic, obviously.
这个也得看对方配不配合吧。其实有的时候那个大招
All you have to do is run it. You don't actually have to place.
但是
When I have like a really good King Halo run where I managed to get I won every single race. I went undefeated, which was insane.
操作也非常的重要。那接下来还是聊一聊第一局，因为第一局看下来，下野三兄弟啊，似乎一直在抱团行动，有一种在玩那个3人4组小游戏的感觉。卡纳米呢，就仿佛是哥哥在哪儿他在哪儿，这个是你们在赛前的一个策略还是部署吗？
因为
This is hot
第一
topic,
把的话
right?
下路可能比较有
This
优
is
势
really
嘛
good to
然
get
后打
early
野
because
的
it
话跟
ups
着
the.
优势
But this isn't early now, of
比
course.
较
But
好做事一点，然后就完成这样。
所以第一把的配合也非常的重要。
this gives a ton of fans, so
拿下
hopefully
比赛胜利
we.
其实第一局对面选择了一个
Win this.
潘森阵容，应该是主要想去针对一下。
We will try this, I
对
guess.
方太多的机会，在这一点上你们是如何去做防守的呢？
潘森的话想抓边需要就是很好的机会吧，然后我们第一把上中其实也不是特别好飞，然后也叫队友小心一点嘛，就处理的比较好。
处理得很好，最后是10000经济差的优势拿下了第一局比赛的胜利。但是第二局对你们来说就有些可惜了，在厄塔汉那一波吧，情况就是急转直下，对方也是拿到了大龙，拿下了比赛的胜利。厄塔汉那一波你们的问题出在了哪儿呢？
就是队伍里没有做一件事吧。其实那波要开团或者 run 团都可以，但是我们就可能做的不太好，然后就也算是。
Do we have the stat? Do we have the power to get through this?
第二局
I'm
还
not
有
sure.
个问题是，对方是一选了沙皇，你们把沙皇放给了对面，然后自己选择了岩雀，想要用这种方式去破解沙皇的体系，但是似乎没能够成功，也不尽如人意。你个人觉得当时的问题出在了哪儿呢？怎么看沙皇的这个体系？
就沙皇和岩雀的话，这两个英雄其实
Yes, we are an end closer and we're in mid pack going into the last bit, which is fine.
游戏的方法，然后游戏内容里面就
we get a roll?
出现失误，然后让沙皇发育。
是沙皇体系也是以稳定或者大获气著称嘛。当然，滔博在操刀沙皇这点也是比较的出色的，但是没关系，第3局你们还是有惊无险的拿下了比赛的胜利。那接下来问一个关于小航的问题，因为赛前也是采访到了小航，小航也是在第3赛段加入到滔博的。之前呢，他被采访的时候问到说，觉得他的 AD 有没有什么非常突出的特质？他说挺伟大的。你对于这点有没有什么想回应他的呢？
We do get swing mice right now. It's just too fucking late.
这怎么说？开心就好。
开心就好。那你要不要评价一下你在第3赛段的新的这个辅助搭档？
就我们打到现在，就是肯定都配合的还挺好的吧。然后希望
我们
后面也能打得越来越好。
好的，那最后一个问题，有没有什么话想对来到北京观赛支持你们的召唤师们说的？
就辛苦大家来线下看我们比赛吧，然后我们队伍后面也会继续努力，然后
We got skill points because we need to get
好的，谢谢杰克。接下来呢，我们来看一下关于
we want
本
to
场
get
比赛精彩的
swing
spotlight
mice straight away. There's the raffle coming up, so we'll fuck it, we'll try this. Never fail these on stream. Damn right we don't. Not bad.
他这是没闪的，慢慢来。对，我2秒技能。没到，有闪的。慢点。看潘森。来，还行这波。落也没到。没事。看潘森。
It's 28. Fuck it, whatever.
潘森没闪。
Never punished.
AD 有闪的。
Ramp up's good. Ramp up's very good actually.
上。
中线要抢的。
中线不能怕，我来了。我也来了。看一下。
All levels up.
厉害。慢点，没有，我大招待会儿能好的。慢点，可以打一下。岩雀靠了，但是我也打，没事，我打。我踢了。慢点，我打，打踢了。把前面开，再没闪，开。
I can't remember what this was. Is this hamster chase?
没事，我们先看。我杀完了，一波了。他杀还在别让他进线。
I did think he just said Ebola, and that sound. That I was jump scared because obviously I don't understand Mandarin. This is mood up and some slight stats up. Burst in the chain of Professor of Curvature, which is a good skill. 3 on that? Hell yeah, we never fail 9% on stream.
塔掉了。都没闪。看我。我 W 到。往哪？我死了，看 A 了。看一下猴子。
Is this power?
我没闪了。
That's down, not too bad.
雷一波。
We did not get swing maestro.
来了，鳄鱼没大。我知道没到。来了，我有治疗。追他。推。下波线能一波。
Oh, it's a sprint now. We're fine now.
一波。
Sure. Yibole just means end, right? Okay, cool, guys. Yeah, good to know. Yibole. G1 sprint. We finally get a sprint in the frickin' rate thing. Focus is good. We're going end closer, which, I don't know, maybe end closer is not the right thing for sprints. Oh, we're actually doing okay. We didn't get angst away, but that's fine. Do we not have the speed for this, or what? We actually might win one for once. Damn, we won a race. Nice. I'm sure Chase is a good skill to have at some point. We will run in the fucking Arena Keen at the end of the campaign, by the way, because I think it's just fun too. Damn, how did I get an undefeated campaign with this? Maybe I just got really good rolls. Maybe I got early swing Maestro or something. We didn't get any of the skills. That sucks. So I really would have liked to get, what's her name's ult? Symboli Rudolph's ult. That's really, really good. Do we want to run either of these? There's a G1 next turn, right? Tanosha? Maybe we'd go back. Wait, do we have enough Swing Maestro? We do. Okay, maybe we run the fucking Tanosha long next time then. Okay, yeah, let's run the Tanosha long. Why not? Yeah, why not? Let's try it. We have Swinging Maestro now, so yeah. After the Shank scandal, I'll never support AL. I'm really waiting to see if there's going to be another response for that. Because that's been all over everyone's minds, obviously. Now, I don't really know if I want to talk about that on stream, because, you know, it's a little... I don't know, co-streamers kind of can talk about drama. Obviously, it's affected the fan base an awful lot, and the image which he was trying to keep up of, you know, being a wholesome bloke, which much harder to defend now. Needless to say, don't treat people like that online, folks. It's all on video as well. It's just, don't treat people like that. It's a mean thing to do. Who will win Top Esports versus JDG? Top Esports just 1-2-1. It's all over Reddit, no real need to cover it here. Well, yes, but then also I think it's important for figureheads to take a strong stance on this stuff. I really dislike people who try and throw their authority and social standing around to treat people like crap, which, from what I've seen of the video footage, as long as nothing else is being missed in translation, that's what I view to happen. Yeah, I think everyone involved with that should be ashamed of the way that they acted, honestly. Milestone counter, hang on, what's the countdown for this? Oh, wow, On's about to hit his 500th game. Insane, man. Congrats to him. On will hit play his 500th game today. We need Swinging Maestro, though, for this to work out. We need Swinging Maestro, and then I think we can win if that happens. No worries, Earth. I mean, cancel culture, I would argue, was never really a thing. If you actually heard about... the amount of people you hear being quote-unquote cancelled means that it's not actually cancelled, because actually they're getting all of the media attention and stuff that they need. This is Swinging Maestro corner, I think. Is this Swinging Maestro corner? We kind of need it. We got Anchor's Way, but we didn't get Swinging Maestro, so we're pretty fucked. Oh, shit. We didn't get Swinging Maestro, so I think we lose this. We might even come like 10th or something. No, maybe not. Wait, Anchor's Way's been going pretty hard here, actually. What the shit? Whoa, stats. I mean, I don't know. We just don't have the stamina to do the last spurt, do we? Ah, fuck. That's sad. I thought with Swinging Maestro would win this shit, but I guess not. We're gonna get blasted, in fact. Oh, fucking hell, man. 4th. Whatever. Could be worse. Peak On is one of the best supports in the world? Absolutely. It's always been a case of consistency for him. Always been a problem with that. Yeah, basically, if you hear about people being quote-unquote cancelled, that realistically they haven't actually been cancelled. Half the comedians you hear about being quote-unquote cancelled are still making more money than ever. So I actually just disagree with the moniker. I think that
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我是主持人小鱼。在赛前，我们也请到了 BLG 的
What do you mean slow metabolism?
大家好，我是 BLG 的辅助权。
其实跟 AL 在今年也是数次交手了嘛，双方是互有胜负的。你觉得今天会有怎样的火花碰撞呢？
应该是轻松拿下他们了。
哦，非常非常的有自信啊！其实 AL 一直
Oh
比
my
较
god,
擅
hair
长
does
的
look
就
really
是
cool.
以
Oh,
野
that's
辅
a
联
nice
动来
attack.
带起全局的节
Very
奏
nice
嘛，
hair.
所以今天你们会比较关注到这个部分去完成破局吗？
就是在游戏前期到中期就注意好对面的野辅位置就行。
好的，那我们一会儿见。好的，在赛前我们也同样请到了 AL 的 Hope 选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 的 AD Hope。
最近大家肯定也在努力的恢复手感当中嘛，大家也会比较好奇进展如何了呢？
Am I ever gonna learn Chinese? Not saying I never will. It'll be an easy win. Wow, did you just say it'll be an easy win? Jesus.
下路对线
I
是
hope.
非常重要的一环嘛，所以今天你们会如何来应对呢？
就是做好我们自己，然后和团队的沟通吧。
好的。
The clean feed died. Hang on, this is a thing which I should probably try.
比赛加油！
Okay. Co-stream just died. The stream, not the non-buy thing, the other thing. Let me just try something real quick.
亲爱的召唤师们，欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
You okay, that co-stream or what? We haven't had any freezes of it today. I'm just gonna have something up on the side. I can change which SRT feed it's using. There is like a backup. Any good series tomorrow in LCK LPL? I'm not gonna lie, I'm not to check. What's tomorrow for LPL? NIP ADG, WFPX, a little meh. And, I mean, NIP ADG's best of group Nirvana, but it's a little meh there, and I haven't checked LCK yet. I actually think the clean feed might be on our end, by the way. I don't think other people are having that issue. What's happening in LCK tomorrow? Genji, Nongsim, DK, DRX. Yeah, it's a bit of a down day tomorrow. It's not bad, but it's not, like, fantastic. If I could pick any 5 players from both LCK and LPL, who would you pick to make the best team? You need Chovy. I think Carry is the best support in the world right now. AD Carry. That's a bit more... I think it's either... You've got a choice of Viper, Ruler, Guma, Yushi, right? Guma's more consistent. Ruler and... I think Viper's probably better than Guma, actually, but I do think that Ruler is just a little more inconsistent is the problem that he has. Maybe I'd take, like... I think I'd take Chovy, Ruler, Carrier, and then topside... Owner's pretty fucking good. I don't think Tarzan's on great form right now, though, Valkyrian. I think Tarzan's been on bad form ever since he came back. In terms of this match, I mean, Anyone's Legend, they've had a ton of drama around the team. I say drama, it's not drama, but a ton of, like, controversy around the team, and it is controversial. That one feels a little bit more fitting, really.
For you, my friends.
Thank you, thank you. But yeah, and I wonder what form they'll be in, whether that's lit a fire under them, or whether it's just destabilized them. Canyon's... Thing is, I actually don't know whether I'd take Canyon as best jungler right now. He is good, but he's fantastic, obviously. But I do wonder whether I'd pick someone like Owner instead. I think Owner's been good. Well, no, Owner's been a bit inconsistent as well. I haven't sat down and actually VOD reviewed the games nearly as much now. Canyon's pretty inconsistent, that's the problem, and a lot of the top players are actually right now. If Tarzan was on form, I'd pick him. But I don't think he's on form right now, so I wouldn't right now. Across the year, probably I would. Ben jersey in the crowd. I have my BLG jersey somewhere, you know? I think it'd be a little bit unprofessional for you to wear it on their cast, though. Well, I suppose not, I guess. It's a co-stream, we can do whatever the hell we want. Into our first draft of Series 2 of today. Hello, welcome back. My name's Nymaera. Let's go and dive into BLG versus Anyone's Legend. Sam will join us shortly. Varus gone. Gwen gone. Yunara up and available, worth noting. Pantheon Oriana gone. Still have Rumble, still have Wukong, still have Talia. I reckon it'd be a Talia first pick, actually. Funnily enough, I have JDG jersey also in the closet over there too. Got both of them from their 2023. Fun memories, my first year casting the LPL, of course, 2023. Feels so long ago and yet not too far away. One of those strange things. Lots of working hours between now and then. The actual terms of time could be a lot different. Nymaera is that first ban. Talia first pick, potentially. Trundle. Of course, Trundle opens up different anti-tank options. Anyone's Legend, do they try and play a zero-tank composition? If you look into Talia, I'd expect Knight to go Annie. Maybe Elk goes towards something like a Kai'Sa later on, because if you try and play zero-tank versus Trundle, you lock in something like that Kai'Sa, and we saw this from MKOI versus GX. I think it's a great blueprint to show how Trundle drafts go. BLG likely want to lock in an Ornn or a Scion in topside. However, if AL choose not to lock in a tank, BLG will be looking for one of these big assassin burst bot lanes that doesn't necessarily have the damage to kill a tank, but when there are none on the other side, they start to pop off.
That sounds about right. So, what are we locking in on the other side? Hope has been a little down, I think, to say the least, this split, though the Kai'Sa in general has been a break glass in case of emergency pick for a number of our AD carries.
This is the next level, which is ALC BLG threatening a Kai'Sa Trundle comp where you don't want to pick in tanks, so you lock in a Kai'Sa against it. Kai'Sa thrives against zero tank compositions. They take the Kai'Sa first. However, double solo lanes, Aurora's good into the Talia. The Rumble is insanely powerful too.
It's a nasty combo.
Bin has been often criticized for his Rumble, particularly his ultimates have been awry, but there's no doubt that he's put a lot of time into the champion to make it much more common in his wheelhouse. I wouldn't say it's, in his top champions of all time, but I will say it's something which he has used well in the meta.
I mean, on that note specifically, it feels like a couple of those champions that are currently been meta have just not been champions. It's taken a little while for them to become picks that BLG can comfortably pick up. The Ambessa has been very hit or miss, though I think of late it's being more hits than misses. The Rumble's in a similar capacity. I'm also not a massive fan of his Ornn or Scion, though I think he has at points been a decent Scion at the very least. Response now, of course, on the other side as we move away from BLG for a second or two is going to be that early Nico here from Kyle as well. Very aggressive playmaking on both sides,
I think BLG might go towards a Lucian if it's unbanned, even into the Talia. I think it's just strong CVT.
Yeah.
And Elk's Lucian is just very, very good. There's a chance of a Sivir, just like Cloudy with a chance of Sivir. We're going to have this high pressure front moving towards the bottom lane in the form of a Lucian. Be able to control the way. Yeah.
How's my high pressure?
It's great, sir.
How can you give us a low pressure, Al?
That's it.
Oh, I thought you'd seen something exciting, and I was like, oh no,
no, it's low pressure.
Like that.
It's very low pressure.
That would explain it.
You just it's just like a, that's your low pressure.
And the high pressure is like, it's just locked in.
Wukong banned away from Tarzan. AL would like themselves an AD skirmishing jungler, I suppose. They are the meta right now. The Shin's out. Of the AD skirmisher junglers, one of the better ones into the Trundle, I suppose.
Andre will be piloting that Ambessa and will now have their hands on it. The pick, the dive, very strong from AL. Going to go for the Ezreal Karma as a way to get lane prio.
That's a problem for AL now.
Yeah.
They don't deal with that particularly effectively. Now, AL haven't locked in a tank. They have managed to say, okay, your Trundle's not going to get ult value for that purpose. However, BLG have a ton of squishy destroyers. The Ezreal Karma do that in the early game, and they can remain that throughout the game. I will say, I think the Ambessa is in a great spot. Tarzan thinking about the champion he quadra-killed in finals to win his first title.
I kind of like that.
For Tarzan, says, all right, we're not going to play any of this tank nonsense. It is all squishy, all damage, all assassins across the board. Tarzan locks in the Zed. I will say the Zed is hard to play. There's not that much setup for anyone's Legend. I think BLG have a much easier to play composition. The ultimates from the solo lanes are much easier to hit. I think the Ezreal Karma is a hard winning lane, and the Trundle has an easier time dueling around early objectives before items come through. And at the one item spike, you're also much stronger than the Zed too. Zed needs a little while to get going, although his clear speed is very, very strong. Anyone's Legend, they have Talia, they have Ambessa snap engages, and maybe they can make this game about the Kai'Sa ults later into the game. Hope's Kai'Sa is incredibly strong. Most of the time, I criticize teams for not banning it away. It was early picked in this game, though, and BLG are on awesome form. BLG are my favorites heading into this series. I think that Anyone's Legend need to do a lot to upset the apple cart.
Maybe Tarzan Zed can be that. Again, my rule, much like the roller coaster, you must be this mechanically high to ride the Zed train. And my rule basically is if you can't play it like a mid laner could, don't bother playing Zed. You need to have a serious understanding of how to engage, how to use your shadows, how to get your combos down in the right spaces. You could theoretically this game break Elk's back. Just take the Ezreal out of the game on repeat. The Aurora as well. You can find your way into dealing with these slippery champions very, very well, who at points have been vulnerable to your Zed-style champions, especially if you land a bit of poke beforehand. Tarzan, I think, has been our best Zed player across the year, though Monkey might contest him on that, I suppose, as the other big Zed player in Split 2. To the Rift we go. BLG come in favourites, it has to be said. Easier composition to play. AL looking to improve. Strong gyros from both sides. BLG currently undefeated in series. Finally dropped a game. It's WE of all teams. Series-wise, remain undefeated. There's our spikes AL. Good mid-game spike when the 1-2 items come on through. I think that makes some sense. And the later the game goes again, yeah, I can get tricky. It's Kyle, ow!
Now, I actually wonder whether they should stick around and try and cancel his recall. Not going to be able to do so. No summon is used on either side. Shank's going to walk into on. He'll be able to hit another Q there. Sweeper into mid lane. War below that. Worth noting that first time that BLG played against Anyone's Legend, they dropped a game against them too, actually. It was a 2-1. That was as Anyone's Legend and BLG both came back from MSI. But BLG managed to get the better of them, actually. Anyone's Legend, see, hang on a second. If Hope walks up there, an ult Q could hit him from the Karma. Yeah, that's a problem. He has to walk away from his tower now. Elk, what's his Q cooldown like? They're going to walk away from the minions. They wanted to stay in XP range. They've denied 3 minions worth of XP from Hope and Kyle. That is massive for the early laning phase. Elk and On in prime position to take over from just the first few seconds of lane.
Huge stuff there. They're going to continue stepping on forwards. And look, they have been a little bit coin flippy, but they have never been shy to knife fight. And when they do get the lead, it looks so stylish from this bot lane from BLG.
I will say as well, I think that Elk and On have been less coin flippy than they were last year in some ways. I actually think they've been on pretty damn good form in this split.
I agree.
It's hard to track Elk and On as players sometimes. An early recall forced out of Hope, though, has to get some HP. He realizes, low. I'm not going to be able to save myself from a crash dive if I stick around. Shadow went in. He stole away Gromp, I believe, there. I don't know whether he ended up stealing both of them. Tarzan goes blue buff, the blue buff. Shadow was prepared to dive bot lane, but of course with the recall in Kai'Sa, not valuable to do so. Plates will start to get hammered down by Elkanon.
Fairly certain by the looks of it as well, because of the amount of camp that Shadow has. He's not lost any camp. He had 12. That's a full quadrant of clear, and he's still got that quadrant to go. So in a good spot. Tarzan still clears fast, but it means he's not going to be around realistically this bot side of the map, and that means Hope and Kyle, they're on their own. There's no way that Tarzan can join unless he wants to be put out of this game for good.
Yeah, Knight's also getting a push in mid lane too, which is an important factor into this. This game hasn't, you know, the camera's not focused over mid lane, but really focused on how Knight is just kind of death pushing in mid lane and saying, look, I've got a 10 CS lead, or no, it wasn't even just that, sorry, a 6 CS lead over Shanks already. Tarzan might be able to do something in mid lane, but he's not going to be able to get onto the bot side of the map. He's not able to stop the Ezreal Karma being a right pain in the arse. Hope and Kyle will lane swap out of this soon, but we'll see what damage BLG can wreak before that happens.
Shadow, bot lane, chomp, bonk. He'll be able to claim a hold of that Scuttle Crab. No real way to contest.
There's a good clone block at the Q there. Knight, again, pushing forwards in mid lane. Ooh, Tarzan could shadow forwards now. Flash away from the thing there. But Tarzan's now showed himself, and that's the important thing. Knight is okay to lose a flasher. It doesn't change the way that he lanes. It's a little unfortunate, yes, but it's not the game changer, really. Tarzan is now known not to be anywhere near bot side.
That means you can keep this priority up. And the discussion we were having when Ezreal was much more of a trough champion, where he had like tier and waiting for the second item and all that kind of thing. But early lane, before first back, before first component, where you weren't doing Sheen to BF, the longer you could keep other enemy AD carries in lane, the better, because your raw damages and raw combos All skill, baby.
Yeah, I got that. Press the attack down. Doesn't even matter that he's rooted on the other side of it. It is double summon is blown on both sides, but again, I feel like Elkanon getting the better of it. Root lines can flash to confirm it maybe as well.
Focused resolve into the Mantra Q. Soulfire. Not going to get the second prop, but it's still hope. I think it's going to have to reset again.
And now for people who are watching who are perhaps a little less familiar with Anyone's Legend, I know that they're not, you know, like as world-renowned a name as many of our Korean teams. Perhaps you're tuning in because it's a hype matchup from the LPL. Hope's Kai'Sa in particular is godlike. The fact that Elkanon are managing to get this lead over him removes a lot of the power of what has been one of the best players of this champion within our region. Hope is one of our oldest AD carries, and he does have 2 titles to his name now, one in 22 Summer and one just last split. And his Kai'Sa was a big part of how they managed to perform at MSI and in that last split. Elkanon, though, have been to World Finals. They've been to Game 5 in that. They've been up and down as a bot lane. People have had criticisms, but you cannot deny their strengths. And right here in the Raw 2v2, they are demolishing Hope and Kyle after the early level 1 mistake from Kyle, leaving him out of lane.
And of course, you know, I think it's also a real credit to the drafting strategy. You were walking us through. It was a real next level type thing. The early Kai'Sa to manage the Trundle, and then we're saying, well, okay, we can Ezreal Karma, and then the Kai'Sa Nico lane suddenly doesn't feel so great anymore. The Zed to try and manage the lack of ability to threaten Elk on a regular basis, but Tarzan not really had an option in this game as yet because of then the early level 1 plans from Shadow on the Trundle. Like, you kind of just go down this list, and it's been a really interesting I guess the strategy battle in a lot of ways, both from coaching and drafting, and then just good early plans from both teams in some regards.
Yeah, love the way that On's been playing. So hang on, Shank's gonna get ulted, flashes away. There's a pillar still left.
Oh yeah, flash for the chomp. He's dead.
First blood comes through in the mid lane. There's a 2v2 as Kyle goes low. I don't think AL win this one.
Elk's the one who's been chunked on one side. Flash on forward from Elk. Doesn't have the Mystic Shot cooldown.
I think because of the W animation, I think he thought he landed a Q. It's quite hard to tell when he doesn't have, when we don't have the vision of him. If that Q had landed, yeah, I think that does kill. He's gone up for the honey fruit now. But Elk blowing that flash, that's a bit of a mistake. Did lose a bit more health than he would have wanted. Kyle in bot river now.
Pretending to be Zed, they know he's not. They're stepping on forward, force the flash. The Q for the slow, the W comes on in. Still can't remember which way around it is for Mantra and Non-1. Focused Resolve and Renewal. I think Renewal is the empowered one.
It is, yeah. Focused Resolve is that W Renewal. Let's go on Tarzan. Has level 6, has flash. They need some cover right now. Tarzan's found his way down here. They'll back off. Good timing for once. Again, Elkanon, much like Jaculov and, well, it was Chris, but Jaculov and Hung were already a lane in before, which kind of would be a little bit vulnerable to jungle ganks when they're ahead in lane. They often get slapped back quite hard. Elk, 10 CS lead, gonna evolve a little bit more here. A bit more like that 10 to 15 margin then at that point. Mid lane, of course, going well with the assist. The jungle gets that kill despite being a slower farmer than the Zed, even in that too. Top lane, battle wave, all these small advantages leading up to near enough 1,000 gold lead for BLG.
Of course, the fact that Hope has managed to stabilize at least a little bit here is good news. Kai'Sa coming out of lane down 10 CS. It's kind of normal, not that crazy. I think often you'd see a cull here, but I think because of the reset time is kind of sucking, Hope's not been able to do that. So there is worth keeping our eyes on it. But again, expecting the Kai'Sa to kind of just have a rough early few levels is not exactly uncommon.
That's a fair point. Again, it's a little over that 10 CS mark. It's not going to be straight on there. So it's still a good lead for the Ezreal. But Hope's Kai'Sa is so good at this kind of break point, you know, where you survive lane and now you can start lane swapping if you need to. Perhaps AL can get him into the game, and Hope's Kai'Sa, we've talked big about it. We'll see if he delivers. Grub started by Shadow. If we do have, you know, winning lanes and Aurora threatening this Shanks Talir, who has been pushed in quite heavily, die for that first blood, perhaps there are plays to be made around that.
Yeah, that one stings. Over the wall they go. Who won that second one?
It was Shadow. Shadow got it. It was a good smite from him. Tarzan smiting early, gets his passive on. It'll be 2-1, but still BLG get what they came for there largely.
Shot Barrage, tags a couple there. Shanks and Tarzan hit by that one.
Almost got 3 actually. Even steal some CS from top lane. I kind of missed from Ezreal's back in the early levels. Hang on a second, flick back as he gets hit by a root. Should be safe, but good chunk onto him.
And again, remind you can only get stunned once by every caster of Unraveled Earth. Between Worlds just shy, but there's still
no flash.
That focused resolve available into the Mantra Q, and the burn is just good.
Awesome roam from On. Knight knows, look, I'm just going to use this ult to get the gap closed. Don't even need the damage. Knows the calculation as well. Between him and On, who we said, look, it's a full squishy team. The karma's not bad in the early game. But anytime before 15 minutes, you look at it and say, damn, Champion's pretty good at that whole damaging thing. That will have his recall cancelled, but he'll get himself tagged onto another kill. Sadly, not able to get a kill himself yet. 2 assists for the bunny.
I wonder whether On needs to be a little wary. It's only a pickaxe and inventory, so probably wouldn't be a threat from a full kill because On can just press W and be a lot healthier than you remember Karma being.
Yeah, he has the Alt W and then, of course, the heal inventory from summoner spells as well. Should be just about okay. Before 1 item, Zed. Can chase it down with the Conqueror, but quite hard to do that because, of course, the Karma gets the roots.
It's also worth noting that our best LPL Karmas, I think the ones that set themselves apart tend to be the ones that use their W very aggressively. It's the CC that people forget the Karma actually does have and can be quite potent in the early levels with the speed up on the shield.
Exactly. Later into the game, you look for a W dive because you get popped. You are not a tanky champion. You are not as safe as a Brawl, Malice, or what have you. But in the early game, it does decent damage, it does decent CC, and you're tanky enough to get away with it. Actually, you can survive through both parts of it with the Alt 1 giving you that heal. Thank you so much for the sub there, Tag. I get to see 30 months. That's
Holy moly.
That's almost a year. I say that for every sub, Sam, if you hadn't noticed.
I had.
Yeah. Tarzan got his item already. Yeah, he is at the 1 item now. Goes for that Eclipse. By the way, for Zed Jungle Enjoyers, Death's Dance first item is insanely broken, by the way. -1 night. We don't know. We don't forgive even the greatest of players about that thing. Bin, perhaps he can get...
Oh!
There he goes. All right. He gets the +1 there. Good for him.
Exclamation mark cannon in Twitch chat, folks.
No.
Does it work in YouTube too?
No, because it's only a Twitch bot thing.
No.
But, yeah. Shadow, clearing through top side of his jungle. Keeping up and farm with the Zed, not always the easiest thing to do. It goes on a cooldown, folks. You don't have to spam it. Ezreal almost at his 1 item as well. Again, a little... The CS lead hasn't exploded from the Ezreal. Now, he does have half a level of XP, up on hope. I'd like to see BLG start to make some more dynamic plays now at this point. They have the ability to shove and roam, make some big plays potentially around, the Aurora and Rumble ults. They've gone into mid lane to make some plays like that. BLG weren't a team that were focusing much on Knight's lane in the past, actually. They sent him...
Doesn't lead to all that much. Shadow, though, looking for mid lane. Potentially one of those big plays you were asking for, but Shanks gets to back away. Dragon's up. I think we might be looking at a bit of a river contest.
No equalizer for this one. Lots of summoners available for BLG. Same for AL, and they have all of their ultimates available, really. Perhaps a Flash Pop Blossom could set things up. We're at the point now where, Conqueror Zed could fight extended value. Hope has gone for the... hang on a second. Tarzan's going to shadow away. If he didn't do that, it would have been a lot of trouble. High cooldown, though, at this point in the game. Won't have that for like another 18, 20 seconds.
Comboing slows and speed ups from Qs and Es to give some angles. There's a heal from On. Was used to help people speed up and away. Dragon started. Kyle, Tarzan, Hope, all around though.
Shanks in position for that ult. Watch out for that Pop Blossom. Shadow's half HP. He's actually under assassination threat now.
Subjugate comes on down. Chomps on Tarzan. Deathmark comes on down. Tries to get the Eclipse. He just dies. Now the Dragon under threat from the rest of the team, but it's just secured by the Smite. They're going to get into the backline. Flundre getting a big old shield, but it's not enough to get more than the 1, and the rest of BLG just turn and quite literally burn with Bin being around. Could look to potentially flash on forwards onto Shanks and Kyle. Bin does get seismically shoved, but will land the harpoon into the equalizer combo onto Shanks. Another electro harpoon landing. Shadow still around. Solar flare, soul fire lands, and Aiton chomping a clone will kill him out with another El Shadow. And Shadow gets even more.
Bellissimo, a chomp onto 2.5. We'll count the clone as an extra on there. 5-0-1 on the Trundle. This is not a honeymoon period anymore, folks. Shadow is just a very good player for BLG. The former EU representative at international points in the past has been great for this team. He has been slotting in so well to BLG. He has apparently been a great shot caller. He has been very good on this Trundle, which has fit into the meta so well too. Tarzan popped over the Ezreal, thinking, okay, I can go and dive onto Shadow. He is a level 8 Trundle. That chomp freaking hurts. The Eclipse is not enough to save him. And the Pop Blossom isn't good enough. Spaced out by Elk and Shadow. The Smite's off the table. Easy secure of that. Yes, Knight gets pinged, but he goes invisible, so they can't even cleanly get that kill. They have to overdive for like a 10 HP Aurora. And Shadow gets to jump forwards later and later. Honestly, the end of this play, it makes me laugh. It is so funny. Where he flashes and goes, haha, I've killed you and your clone as well. Flashes forward. Yeah, why not? Again, that's the half. Gets the 1.5 there. Yeah, jumps him down. Finishes off for a double. Shadow. Good fight from him.
Whereas the thing is, if Kyle did backstep, he still had a Trundle between him and safety, so it was likely going to die one or another. Now it is a very likely win for BLG. Shadow wins the Smite fight. Oh, Tarzan Zed's just not been particularly pretty so far. Shadow at 5-0-1, nearly at the dead man's plate at this point as well. Is going to be, I fear, an issue. Knight goes looking to chunk Flandre, can't quite. Has gotten the Hex Drinker early, which I think when you're into Aurora and Rumble on the sidelines is all well and good, but delaying things like steel caps, delaying things like the second items, and you know, their melee range of a 5-kill Trundle, bad things can happen.
Yes, I hear that's a way to lose League of Legends. Now, I think this is a good time as things maybe slow down for a bit. Tarzan just looking to shield this wave. When Beitron entered BLG, I thought, well, this guy's here to fix comms. He's just this guy who makes obvious engages happen, and he was good on a mid-table team. On the surface of it, Shadow's actually a very similar player to Beitron. They were both, you know, leader archetypes on mid-table teams. Beitron was that for TT. They beat BLG in Winter, remember, and a lot of that was through Beitron. Really, really good. Shadow did that, of course, similarly on FPX, and now they've really fallen apart with him leaving the roster. Apparently wanted to leave for quite some time. Then BLG had that opening available to them. But I think Shadow has been a stronger force of personality in the roster. I think Beitron, from what I could tell from interviews and stuff, fell a little bit into the background and struggled to stand out as an individual personality. Shadow has been anything but that. He's been bombastic, he's been vocal, and he's been an important leadership archetype in the way that Beitron wasn't. So despite them being similar archetypes of players, Shadow's been much more effective.
Yeah, there it is. And in fact, he's being shouted out there on the screen as well, getting us the little ad read in Chinese. I'm not quite sure what that one is, but I assume it's for a little phone thing. But there we go. Either way, turret comes on down, and you've got enough grubs for Trundle to go chomping away at them.
Honestly, no grub. Folks, if you don't remember, like, Season 6, 7 Trundle, that champion was broken at killing towers. They used to basically balance Trundle about, okay, he's either going to have chomp on towers or not. That's how we're going to balance him. That's going to be a pop blossom going to start. No one's taking aggro, though. And it's pretty defunct.
There was that. Was it old Poppy used to play into Trundle and then buy QSS to cleanse off the subjugate? There was this kind of back and forth about when breakpoints came in.
You do the same for Fiora Ultimate, because back then you could QSS all debuffs, including Zed ult. The problem is, this actually inflated Zed's win rate because you needed armor, not magic resist first him. Shadow's quite low HP. There's the ult.
I think he might be dead here. Good chop, the death bomb, Puck! Not enough.
On had heal and shield. That was actually a lot more safe than you thought. He actually was like, I don't need to bother my support. I'll go get my honey free. What a selfless jungler. Not even allowing his support to say, no. The tab's on me. You don't need to use your heal. I've got some fruit over here. You keep that somewhere to yourself, friend.
Now, this is good stuff. Deadman's plate now picked up as well. Tarzan has so much difficulty just dealing with this. You have to go melee range to try and threaten the Trundle, and then Trundle goes, excellent. Now try getting away from me. And bad things to Zeds will be done.
I need to have a word with our friend Harold Hamhand, who is an Italian speaker himself, because he's Italian. I need to have some lines in Italian to say when Shadow pops off, because I know bits of Spanish, but I speak some Pidgin Italian. But Tarzan right here, he's finding that. Yeah, the Italian stallion do be hurting a bit there.
Yeah, that one's pretty nasty. Somewhere out there, Jizuke is probably going to have to deal with the fact that his nickname is being stolen.
Ults onto Bin.
Bin's going to get down the equalizer, try and clear out the wave. He's doing a fair amount of work here, actually. The seismic shove is just well wide. Kyle now turning on out. Bin, I think, probably still dies. Will do his very best to be annoying on the way out as he can. Gets as much of the wave as possible. Blooming blows just wide. Shanks throwing out the threaded volley. That's not bad for Bin to buy a lot of time as bot side on with the renewal. Oh my days, the heal!
On lives, and the cross map works out in favor of BLG. They'll be trading an inner turret for the outer turret, so they'll get gold value. And the 1-for-1, I suppose there was extra gold onto the Rumble. Tarzan Zed, this isn't the quadra kill title winning Zed. This is one which is 0-2 and struggling to do anything.
I'm gonna step on forwards. Out comes the pillar. Hope, unfortunately, that bottle rocket will be really in the way. You get a killer instinct shield and a barrier shield. Neither of them damn well matter.
Hope, if you were speaking Italian, might be screaming like a cazzo. What are you gonna do about this Trundle? 6-0-1, dead man's plate. Shadow just walks up and ults him. Oh. Cope had flash. He had ult. Just couldn't use either of them to get to safety. This didn't even involve the Trundle. And while it looks like, Tarzan outplays Knight because of dodging the ult, he dies for this. He either he dodges that ult and dies, or he stays there and he dies anyway. Sadly for him.
Requiescat in pace.
I remember that one. My name is Ezio Auditore di Firenze.
Ooh, nice. Was that still with the soul flare?
It was. Honestly, in terms of MVP this game, obviously Shadow's on the shortlist. I think you'll probably get that. Massive shout out to On, though. I think he's been having a fantastic game here. He'll start off another play onto Kyle. Does have the flash. Gets rooted anyway.
Comes the Weaver's Wall, but unfortunately there is no oasis to be found here. It's looking a bit like a desert for AL. No sucker in sight. The red buff under contest, and I think just about to go by this might be Tarsa gets slowed down so much. Flash on forwards! Well, death mark to no avail! Chop, chop as they come on forward. Padre back up on Zed. They'll try and avenge him, and the Trundle does go down, but unfortunately the equalizer is there to make things a lot less balanced in the sum. BLG, though, very happy with the result of that particular equation.
Oh, fight in the mid lane. Hope gets one back, actually. Well played from him. Has the ult available, too. Doesn't have the plasma on Elk to follow, but Papa Shadow goes down. Requex Chatin Pache will lay him to rest as one of the 2 casualties of that fight. But goddamn, he made that first life for the game a hell of a good one. 6 kills, 3 assists before he hits the ground just before 20 minutes in. And Anyone's Legend, they have been massively jungle support diffed.
There's no way around it. On and Shadow having a fantastic run against Tarzan and Kyle, who were, by my money, the best jungle support in the world about a month ago.
They have been such a core engine room for what Anyone's Legend are doing. The ult flashed away from On. That would have been choke point into death. Karma is at the point where they do get one shot at this point in the game, and Tarzan gets shotgunned by the bunny. Flash forward for a chomp. Of course, why not? Shadow goes into a 1v4 briefly. Of course, why not? Yes, sir. Have another chomp. Knight goes up to finish off Kyle. He's actually the hero of this fight, thinking about it. Got that initial shotgun, last one to end it off. Did a really good job of just getting this unseen damage coming through. One of the big things about the Aurora.
Oh, no!
Oh, Jesus.
We got blast coded up the turret!
Madre mia. Spanish call that one. Flick back onto Shadow. They do get the Atakan.
That might be something here. The problem is Knight's going between worlds. Gonna try and send them over, and Tarzan burns away. As Elk picks up the Talia. No walls to be built here. Only come crashing down as the clone is the one that takes a bit more damage. Shadow, though, with the frozen domain and a smite of Flandre. You can Drake step all you want. There's still a bottle rocket in the way. Eat! Sorry, drink your soda and then eat the skulls of your enemies, I guess. You know.
Well, throw that one back to the workshop. BLG lose the Atakan, but I don't think they cared that much. They take 2, and Tarzan is now at 0 and 4. The best jungler from last split in the LPL, and a crucial reason as to why Anyone's Legend walked away with that spring victory was because of him. Shadow has been dumpstering him. This was a counter pick Zed. Doesn't look like it's countering much here.
No, it doesn't. Finn is around, hitting that Scuttle Crab where and when he can, but that will still be a dead Scuttle Crab. I don't know why I decided to say that so aggressively. It's not that big a deal. It's just taken by the Rumble. Either way, I was looking for things to say, guys. That's the end result. Still, quick check-in now. 40-odd seconds until the next dragon will be sold for BLG. At this point, it really feels like they can do pretty much whatever they want. They've got a 2,000 gold lead in the jungle. They've got a 2,000 gold lead in the AD carry role. It ain't getting easy here to be an AL enjoyer in this game. They are a long, long way behind.
Shadow going forwards again, because of course he will do. Whoever said the Trundle doesn't have target access, they ain't never seen him put down a W or run it. He has himself a ton of move speed from Triforce, from Deadman's, from the Winged Moonplate, upgraded boots, of course, helping with that too. And if Anyone's Legend don't immediately hit CC onto him, kills it. Doesn't have the flash right now, so it's a little bit less threatening, but Anyone's Legend, they don't have great ways to deal with this guy.
Need to sprint to skin. Usain Bonk heading on forwards, the fastest creature on the rift, and they just blow up too. They will lose the Trundle, however, but it is traded. Not bad in the end from Anyone's Legend. Knight can't get over there in time.
You know, they only blow up the one. The second on the kill feed was Shadow himself. Now he's going to hop over. Shanks does have a flick back potentially, but goddamn, there's some damage.
And they will blow up that Talia as well. They tried to take the advantage they had with the Trundle and all of that gold gone, but Knight is still a very scary buddy rabbit.
So that is the second one. Maybe we're just seeing it a little bit into the future that Aurora for Knight has been such a kill threat. That's a Shadow poorly used. He might have to flash out of this. Gets rooted. W does land onto Knight. The potential of the Kaiser flying forward. Shotgun lands onto the Zed.
Fair amount all the while. Finn's just taking the soul. So just keeping Tarzan out of the pit. And On says, you shall not pass. Mantra's the W, says Ronnie's like, yeah, you can death mark me if you want. I've got heal and a second heal coming on in. You cannot kill me.
Screw you, Mantra's your W. Not enough to cleanly win the fight there, though, with Shadow walking forwards. He's very powerful still, and he's taking so many cooldowns. Took the Ambassador roll, and not
Kaiser roll, the Pop
Blossom. Ah, yeah, I forgot that the Kaiser roll was actually used in that fight. I thought it was available later on. Whatever. AL now see a Chemtech Soul onto that Trundle. Ah, that's a problem. If he pops his ult onto you, he's going to be a little bit tankier. There's no tank to really ult in this game, so it's a little bit worse for that purpose, but the Chemtech Soul makes him survivable, makes him deal more damage with the lower HP, which is rough. Even the extra tenacity from the two Chemtech Dragons will not go amiss.
Teleports come flying on through Kyle. I'm not able to do too much. Try to get some rewards down this time. The last time they were here, the rewards spotting out the Flandre ult angle. Equalizer, split sail, but doesn't really tag on to anyone. BLG being a bit circumspect looking for them, a bit prospective. Kyle hit with the shotgun again. The waiting is in. It won't lead to too much. Elk helping his jungler pick up these raptors. And they kind of get dragged away with Smite. Take those down. Tarzan trying to clear out the wave. We'll use the shadow to do so, but Elk is saying, yeah, I don't actually think I'm going to allow you to do that. Baron is taken, or not taken, is up. My days.
That's the one.
Yeah, the taken would be a bit much there.
We're in actually our 4th heat wave of the year here over in Europe, where we're casting from. So like 30 degrees the entire week plus, and in a room which has very poor ventilation, it causes issues with the brain. Still got enough League of Legends lore and knowledge up there to say some intelligent things from time to time. Well, anyone's legend. Looks like it comes down to a flip of some kind. They're looking at objective steals. Realistically, they're looking at them. Their composition very hard to play from behind. You have a 2-item Kai'Sa, however, 3-item Ezreal on the other side, who has double HP items in the Shojin and the Triforce. Makes it hard to assassinate them, especially when they have a Karma, who's gone for a Seeker's second, by the way. I love this from On. I love
really
that he has enough gold in pocket to say, look, I can go forwards and potentially. He's shadowed forwards here, though. Oh dear!
Oh boy, went to go steal the red buff and does so. Flash on out. Kyle looking for the pop blossom, lands it onto Shadow, but not that many more people. The seismic shove after will not keep anyone alive as Kyle is hit by the mystic shot. Root onto Hope, courtesy of On. They do kill off the Trundle. In comes the public execution, but Flandre in the 1v2. The heal doesn't come through in time. Can't arm it. Elk though gets to free fire. It's a triple kill for Elk. Of course it is. Burned out for the full house as Bin gets the kill onto Flandre.
Mannaggia Cristo, che cazzo si chiede? Damn Christ, what the hell is happening? We were talking so much about Hope on the Kai'Sa that we forgot about Elk's reel. He gets 6-0-7 out of that fight as BLG clean it up and will take the Baron.
And on to the Baron they go. This time BLG will be picking this one up without really all that much contest. Good work from them.
Now they'll lose their jungle support, who have really been the heroes of this game. Shout out to Knight as well. I think it's shotgun. Hang on a second, there was a chance of Kyle going over for a Q steal. That would have been something. The fight goes a little bit messy in the back end of it, but Tarzan, using his shadow for the red buff, it is a killer here because he is no longer a damage threat. He loses half his HP. You can see that Knight tries to use his ult to get, into a decent position. Does get some damage onto Knight. And between Elk and Knight, Tarzan can't fight anymore, basically. Tarzan does end up escaping, I believe. He ends up using his ultimate. Some good flash arounds there and whatever. Can't quite get himself the kill. Jesus Christ, that got close, actually. But Knight has a very strong passive. Gets him with the last follow-up auto. Tarzan, though, damn close.
Elk manages to hop on the other way to get towards Shanks. And then the Aurora resets. Flandre ends up burning out. BLG feel very pleased about that one now. Of course, Knight backs after that 1v1 and goes, you know what? I've earned it. Medjai's bought for myself.
Hell yeah, it's the Knight special. Yeah, I butchered some pronunciations, believe it or not. Not an Italian speaker. I speak only a tiny bit of Spanish and Italian, really. So Google Translate helped us a lot there. I don't know. BLG. Turns out speaking some Italian's working pretty well for the gameplay right now. Walking in with that Baron buff and Elk going to start sieging down that tower.
Force of Nature now completed by Shadow. Just steps on board, chomps it. This will go down. Not really any reasonable way to contest. One thing AL don't have on the whole is a lot of range. Weaver's Wall. Try and catch out Knight. Needs to be aware of the seismic shove. Does go between worlds and will avoid that attempt on his life that has not left him greatly scarred. He's actually kind of okay.
Yeah, I think he was on the light side of that equation. Is he Jedi Knight? Doesn't that make sense? Wow, we never talked about that one before.
That's very true.
Has he ever played the video game Jedi Knight Jedi Academy? I hear that's a pretty good one.
Jedi Knight Jedi Outcast 2.
Also very, very good. Yeah, Kyle Katarn would like to have a word with your Chinese mid laner. Oh, tags onto Tarzan that. He's really struggled to have impact on this Zed, just not been his game, shut down way too early. It has been a world of Shadow.
Elk does manage to shift on out, and that is a dead Nico. Shadow survives, got a subjugate rolling, and AL are being quashed under the heel of their oppressors. Flandre about survives. Hope does not, and he's only springing eternally into a 6-foot hole. Managed to find the inhibitor after him. BLG, the game, I fear, is over.
Who needs a new hope? We have a Jedi Knight on this side. We've got our Star Wars quota. BLG march towards the Nexus. Flandre trying to make it last a little longer.
We'll try and get into the backside, but unfortunately there is no Empire striking back. They might be the current Emperors of China, but their rule is looking mighty shaky in Split 3. The defending champs humbled in Game 1.
BLG marching forwards. The mini-wave a little bit slimmed out here. They've aggroed onto the other inhibitor. Let's go organize the troops there a little bit. Last one will come down, play a tutorial style. Kyle, not enough wave clear. Not enough damage. BLG smash anyone's legend as their slump continues in Game 1.
Billy Gaming strike like the lightning they are named after to railgun to the forehead. Mainly led by that jungle support. Great stuff from Shadow and on. The carries gratefully taking over just after.
Now, there were some comments made by Bin at the end of last split saying, oh, it's not actually the Silver Dragon Cup. You're not actually LPL champions. And you know what? It felt a little bit mean-spirited in some ways. However, if that's the mentality it takes them to bounce back like this and say, you know what, we're coming back for that trophy. You haven't had a chance to raise that yet. It's quite hard to gainsay that. BLG looking by far the best team in the LPL right now. I am looking forward to seeing them versus Invictus Gaming. I think that there is potentially an upset or a new contender to be there. Maybe it's a little underrating IG at that sense. Those are the two teams I'm looking at right now, though. Not anyone's legend. They must bounce back.
I said not even close, and I said, actually, you know what? You're right. It is IG, isn't it? That contest is going to be wonderful. I have no doubts about it. It's a solid split on getting a lot of the fan vote, and you know what? Very good karma game. I can see that angle. I think Shadow did end up being the sacrificial troll as the game went on. Came out from under his bridge and turned to stone once or twice there. But hey, when you're trading your life for the majority of everyone else's cooldown clean feed having it stutter, don't stress too much about it, guys. Wait for the audio. We'll be back soon.
We shall. Let's see if I'm going to change it over to the backups and see if that works actually. Because if it doesn't, I'll go back to the main one. But not sure about that. It might just be off that one.
If we get some audio, we'll know.
Go back to the one.
Please, clean feed. There it is.
Okay, so that one's back. Yeah. So apparently it is only like us which have the issue with the clean feed. I did check in the Discord, so it might be something I've got set up wrong, but we'll figure out with that, won't we?
Yeah, absolutely that. Either way, we're fine. We're here. We're alive.
Okay, and if you don't know who we are, if you've been watching us, well, thank you if you don't know who we are. We're happy to have you around. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We're brothers, we're professional League of Legends casters. This is our job. What that means is, you know, we pay rent by doing this stuff. However, we are not paid to cover this league. We are not paid to bring you the LPL because the official broadcast is gone for the LPL. It was a long-lived major region broadcast startup from fan broadcasts like this, which were then, of course, made official under both China and then Riot at different points. It's now gone. What that means is that no one is paid to cover the LPL right now. It means that the fan base is split. It means that a lot of the very talented and resourceful historians and professionals that covers the league before had to bow their heads. Mecha has just gifted 100 gift subs as well.
Oh, incredible.
Who has been basically our patron of this channel. Mecha is one of the very reasons that we can keep going like this, because it's not easy to cover a league like this.
Mecha de Medici in chat.
Mecha de Medici. I don't know. Well, yeah, he's very benevolent. It's not. What Voltaire, was he the bad one?
But you're thinking the Borgias. Voltaire was a very famous philosopher from France. Also did things like he was the tutor of Francis II.
Who was the guy that invented draconian politics? You know the guy.
Oh, yes, Machiavelli.
Machiavelli. Yeah. I knew one of them wasn't Italian. I just knew one of them was. He was pretty famous for being.
Wrote The Prince. Though, okay, we'll note though, The Prince. It is satire. It is not supposed to be like. It is not an active. It is supposed to be kind of like a very bitter look at things.
Let's ask him for a compliment. You have no messages in the channel. And you know what? That's not a problem. You have already proved yourself very highly in our opinions. By watching us, by getting us up here. We are thankful that you are choosing to spend your time in this channel, and we hope you have a wonderful day.
And again, I'll add in on that one as well. It's already shown really lovely, grateful spirit coming on. Thank you, Mecca, for the sub. You know what? Welcome to the community. Thank you for being so grateful. Please do stick around. We'd love to offer you more personalised compliments in the future.
We're going to go, obviously, beyond break. We'll chill out here. We tend to play Musume in the break. Well, I do, because
I'll heat up the spare curry. I made the Persona 5 curry the other night.
Yeah, it was really nice, actually.
I made LeBlanc curry.
He made a recipe from Persona 5, and it was really, really good.
And hydrate. Yes, boss, we'll do that. I'll make sure we all get some water. Do you want water? We ought to have a glass of water as well as coffee. Do you want coffee as well?
No, actually, I'm okay.
Glass of water and some curry. There you go.
How much money do I have to donate if you guys do 10 push-ups each? Nothing really. I mean, if you actually want to. So I actually used to be fairly in shape. I'm not now, but I used to be.
You know what? €1 a push-up.
Sure. Curry was really, really good. I used to be able to do 100 sit-ups in 2 minutes. Probably not now. Also, my legs are too long to do like really long like crunches and like planks and stuff. But so for that, this is some Alex lore. Most of the chat kind of knows this because I talk about this over the time. But yeah, I used to do fencing as my sport of choice, and I reached the British Youth Nationals 3 times in a row. I couldn't attend one of them because there was conflicting stuff, but I did go to the Nationals once. I got my ass kicked at Nationals, but I did get to the Nationals three times. Yeah. So I'm like. It doesn't look like I'm skinny as hell, but I'm also very long limbs and stuff. So yeah. Hello, love your cast. Thanks for doing it. No worries, Cube. I really appreciate you. Did I miss a Tarzan Z game? You did, but it was also pretty bad. So I did fencing. Also, it was pretty fun when I was a kid. Which sword did you fight with? So I did epee. I did a little bit of saber when we had like an off lesson or whatever, when it was like, hey, we're gonna do something different today. Saber was fun. It's just the rules of that weapon kind of ruin it. It's very fast paced. It's very cool. I just hate lame jackets and stuff like that. Isn't it better for fencing to have a slim build with long limbs? Yes, it is, but it's not always. Oh, thank you for the gifts up there as well, Unity. I appreciate you all. That is a hell of a lot of support from you, of course. It makes a huge amount of difference. And we're well on our way towards 9,000 followers. We are 16 followers off of the 9,000 as well. Primarily foil. Most people do foil in fairness. It's the most popular one, which is strange to me because it requires more equipment than epee. Yeah. Okay, we'll go play some Musume. My camera's actually stuttering a bit today. I don't know what's up with my CPU. Wait, MVP, Shadow or On? It's On. I think On was fantastic. Yeah, On was insane. It's almost 9,000. It's over 9,000. Exactly. I shall, Mecha. I shall try my very best. Right, let's get some... This campaign's actually not going fantastic, not gonna lie. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. We've already got corner recovery from that. I guess we try and go for 1,100 power and just try and make things work with that. And this was his 500th game. Yeah, no, On's had a hell of a career, folks. I mean, when he first came to BLG, people kind of blamed him for their semi-finals loss. Went on to BLG and then has, oh my god, 3 speed. Let's fucking go. Gives a load of power to you. Nice. Thank you. Sure. Okay. Let's actually rest for this one, and we'll see if we get a power, like a friendship training for the next one. 26. There's actually better power from this, isn't it? On is such a polarizing player with good reason, for sure. Yeah, you can't gainsay that, can you? We're gonna try and get 1,100 power and see if we can get a 3-star power. We actually got a 6-star power gold ship, which is really good. Did I change the volume? Yes, I did. I need to run some ads, though. I've got to run some ads. I forgot to do that. This is max energy up. That's good. 18%. That's a bit much. We'll rest, actually. I was looking good, though, at least. Okay. Is there anything we want to get from here? Straightaway add-up's pretty good. Yeah, straightaway add-ups is probably just... Oh, no, ramp-up's pretty good, too. And Hunter of Haze. We'll go ramp-up. We'll go ramp-up. Okay, I'm gonna go tank camera off actually because I wonder if that'll help CP. Probably not actually. Think about it. Are we still going end closer? Sure, why not? Focus helps. This is a sprint, so we can do it full speed as well. I sometimes just get impatient. I put it on 2x speed. Actually, when I'm playing this myself, I auto-resolve most of the races when I'm trying to do like 9-star runs and stuff, because I just need to get that shit done and not tilt too much. I mean, that being said, actually watching the races helps you learn a lot more about what you need in terms of, is it actually just RNG? Did you get blocked or whatever? You can go back and watch the replays, but yeah, we have plenty of power to make it through packs like this now, luckily. Ramp up helps.
更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量当然战马。
Yeah, there we go. Nice, nice, nice. Did I miss MVP? It was on. On got it. On got it. What is up with our CPU today?
新会员可以免费享受肉食按摩呀，我怎么会忘了？结束之后，我亲情推荐你到莲华温泉，洗去战斗带来的疲惫。
This over here. Cool. That is a moat and a half, yeah. Well, BLG look pretty damn scary, don't they? And Annual's Legend just look way off base. I also don't think Shanks played that well that game either, you know? Like, I think Shanks was okay, I suppose, but like, we expect more from him now. Is there a G1 we can run? Maybe it's worth doing a G2 anyway. Got this. Got that. We'll wait a turn. We can do this. Do I want to... Will I get 1/100 if I do it this way? I actually think it's better for me to race, isn't it? I think it's better for me to race, yeah. Check the coffee. Sam has some push-ups to do. Hang on, I can do it for you on stream. Oh, I actually just completely missed it. I need to get better at checking those. Okay, that's 15 euros. This, yeah, we could do that. That's fair play. Yeah, let me put this back down here. Okay, I don't know, where can I put? Oh, you're gonna see all my laundry on the whatever. Put it over there. Put it over there. So, there has been a donation of 15, so 15 euros it shall be. Okay. So, you, okay. Thanks,
that could be maybe your reward. So you're doing push-ups?
Yeah, it's 15 euros.
Okay, I'll start.
Five, 6, 7.
Yeah, it's good form. 12, 13, 14, 15. Nice, yeah. No, Sam is a black belt in karate, so. Right, do I have to do him too, or what's the ruling on that? Go on. No, my form's kind of shit with push-ups, but that's just because my body's too long for that shit. 15, right? Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
One of the world's worst push-ups. I'm gonna imagine my form is like worse, but yeah. Okay, we're back, and you've paid us to do physical exercise. How could you? Ugh. Is this an ongoing thing? Wait, where do we finish? Okay, cool, we won. Nice. Okay. Nice of it. I can maybe do 5. I used to be able to do like 100 push-ups in 2 minutes. Not now. Like I can't do that shit now. But yeah. Wait, did I do adverts yet? I did, cool. Race day, we probably want to do Professor of Curvature. Rider Adapt's not bad either, though. Hunter of Haste is good. Don't really want these. I actually think I go Hunter of Haste. Oh, three on that. I guess Rider Adapt then, I guess. Yeah, I mean, wait, this is three. Okay, this is three consecutive things. Oopsies. This might hit our mood a little bit, or energy, but is what it is. Yeah, so basically, men's bodies are better suited for kind of upper body strength and stuff compared to women's. Pretty. Okay, we're gonna have to do this a little fast. Late start, even with focus, we got late start. Jesus. Level headed, we've got swinging maestro, that helps. But end closer, which helps conserve stamina as well. Ramp up. We have anchors away on this run, right? Yeah, we're doing straight away. That's good. Well, I mean, we're getting all our skills. We did get a late start though. Damn, speed's. Power's going strong now. Was I able to do like 50 15 years ago? I can do like 50 shit press-ups. Like 50 proper ones? Nah. Not anymore. Used to be able to, but yeah. Because I'm out of shape. We're probably gonna get some mood down, energy down for the long-term racing thing, sadly. Oh no, we didn't. Nice. Cool. We want stamina from this? Yes, we do. Get it over 600 at least. Officially a black belt in Taekwondo. I did black tag TOGB Taekwondo. Nope, not going for the extra training with that. Sam's a black belt in karate, but I never got around to that. We're gonna skip the Japan Cup. We'll just go for 1,100 on power if we can. I guess we can't now, but whatever. And close it straight. That's good. That's good. Okay, we shall. I know it's 2 on that, but what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna rest, and then we'll go for. Do we go Arima Keenan actually? Maybe we do. Okay, we're into draft. We'll figure that out after. See if we go into a game 3. Anyone's Legend, BLG. Second game, Anyone's Legend got blasted in game 1. It's also worth noting they've had some worries about their red side drafting. Tabe not escaping criticism, not going to lie. LPL more like legendary push-up. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, I just turned the freaking fan off again by hitting the plug. Oopsies. Annie banned, Azir banned away from Shanks. No first pick of that. What's your first pick now? Well, it's Pantheon, I suppose. Yep. Powerful. Shadow can still go Shinzao. We can go Wukong. Lucian locked in easily, though. First pick for BLG. We were even thinking about that last time around. Lucian Braum locked into the Pantheon, so now Braum has to be very afraid of being melee going into the Braum passive. The CC chain is very nasty. It's very, very strong. Do you lock in bot lane now? Sion in. Well, there's no Trundle anymore. Ah, Gwen's gone too. What do you do in terms of anti-tank? Do you go Ornn, go tank for tank? Pantheon Sion's a nasty front line, but then again, Braum's a good tank support. You can ban out Alistair in the second round, and the tank supports start to fall off a little bit for Kyle. The Oryx good anti-tank. Pantheon could jump into his lane, but I think it's the most successful thing. And Orianna deals well with them in team fights. I don't think this is a draft slam from BLG. Yorick locked in. Flandra is a very good Sion, but Ben, one of our better Yorick players, one of the best in the world, that has it. Second round, I think BLG ban away Alistair. Well, no, I guess it's not good in lane versus the Braum, but it's good in the comp. No, Rakan. because that was banned away earlier. What are they afraid of in terms of bot lanes? Corki for early power. Okay. Hey, G, good to see you. Cho'Gath is Giga here. I mean, it would have been fine, but I do think you get the worst of the... I don't think you can deal with Pantheon Scion very well, sadly. Even though the Scion is fine in an individual matchup. Hey, good to see you, Emma. I did see you earlier, by the way, Emma. I have no idea when Worlds tickets will be released. I have no idea. I did not. I know you asked that either the other day or earlier today. I just came back into mind. Elk Jersey. Galio's Knight's Galio banned away. Maybe it is Galio's Knight. Knight's a hella good player on it. I'd almost say Knight is the best Galio player in the world right now. I mean, obviously Faker's incredibly clutch on it, but he's struggled with it at MSI. I think Knight's been fantastic on the pick. But yeah, I'll keep an eye out for Worlds tickets, but I'm not sure when they're released, because I'm not going out there myself. Galio banned away. I keep going back to Galio. He's just so good at the champion. Is Silas banned away too? What would he go towards now? Kali, actually not bad here for Knight, you know. Victor's more long range. It's not like I'll have best ability to shut down a Victor. Nice Victor is damn good. People don't associate him with it, but he's good at it. Hasn't Chovy been installing on Galio recently? Yes, he has. He's the other best player. I think it's between Knight and Chovy in terms of the two best Galios in the world. I think Sivir is a great angle here for Hope now. You have a strong front line. You have Orianna that can help buy you space. Howdy.
How you doing?
That guy is chilling. And we did wonder about that Alistar. I think that with the Sivir being locked in now, Sivir can safely wave clear. The Alistar is just there to kind of cheerlead through lane, really. Give an occasional triumphant roar. Roar. Yep. That do be the sound he do be making occasionally. Last pick now. Shadow. Wukong is okay.
Wukong's probably alright.
Poppy is not banned. Poppy could be fine too in terms of ejecting one of those frontliners. Jarvan doesn't have much follow-up, but it's not bad at dunking down onto double immobile carries. I think with the lack of follow-up, no Aurora, nothing following up. The Xin Zhao makes more sense being that temporary frontline. AL have much better tank frontline. BLG do have, though, Victor, who will outdamage the Orianna unless Orianna gets a ton of shockwave damage. I think lane pressure to BLG will be very, very strong.
Yeah.
Anyone's Legend early into the game will need to find an early gank, an early set of lane swaps to make sure that their lanes survive BLG as they have this onslaught of the Yorick potentially beating the Sion from quite early into the game, actually. Sion, his level 3 is good, but Yorick will take over that matchup. Victor onto Orianna, that one's a bit more mixed, but given how Shanks is playing last game, I think Knight's on better form than him. And then Lucian, Braum for Elkanon, demolished the 2v2 last game. You've only got that Alistar into the Braum. I don't love that matchup there either. It's just on trying to survive through the lanes and then 5v5 later.
Keep our eyes on it, but I think I largely agree with you there. Worth noting, I think that BLG's frontline can be quite disruptive. In fact, you've got the Crescent Guard, the Gravity Field, the Glacial Fissure, and the Dark Procession even. Lots of ways to break apart battle lines as they come on in, and that can prove a little interesting to manage as things go on. Whether anyone's Legend can stabilize here. They were pretty comprehensively beaten in the last game. That draft was a bit hard to execute, but even then it was very strong opening level, splitting the map and punishing bot lane into snowballing that to the rest of the map. BL got what it takes to at least bring us to a game 3. You would think, as our Split 2 champions, our recent international debutants, they would be able to have a bit of a better fight, but it has been a tough return to earth here in the LPL, and they are struggling. And struggling hard as it stands. If we go, it's our final time today. BLG looking to ingress here on this Lucian Braum. Can be very obnoxious Braum at the level 1. Notoriously very, very strong. BLG off this statistically got a surprisingly big mid-game spike, but again, it's only 2% one way or the other, so not a huge discrepancy here or there, but I'm guessing the value of things like the Xin Zhao and the Braum spiking harder in that mid-game makes some sense to me.
Walking in for the level 1. 5v2 right now.
Oh, oh ho, oh ho. Oh no, that's horrible.
Walking forward. However, there are more AL members. Braum must apply the passive quickly.
He does pretty well. Elk getting away, doesn't get hit by the pulverize. On may be in danger. The passive comes through and on, flashing away. Knight might now be in danger, but has got flash himself. Elk landing the Ardent Blaze for the speed up. Even with the heal, they can't get a range. Braum passive stacking again. Knight's coming around. What can Tarzan do? Needs to find some good passive value. As Braum getting another one down, gets another kill. Now Kyle getting the pulverize, but another Ardent Blaze, another double tap, and it's 2 kills to Knight.
Kyle missed his flash Q at the early stages of the play, and Elk walks out alive. He's on a ward, though, and Hope might just have to force the barrier out of him. Elk needs to hit a W and get the move speed.
Does get the barrier. Is he going to bother birding it? He's got it. Trying to keep rolling. Doesn't matter. He goes down as well.
Elk can't get himself a safe escape, so that ends up being, well, 3 for 2. BLG get a ton of value onto Elk. The Braum ends up winning that out. Worth noting that Shadow wasn't at that play. One of the biggest wins of this is the fact that Shadow gets an uninterrupted clear, whereas, you know, Tarzan ends up starting his late. He does, however, get a kill and comes back out onto his first clear with a long sword. A hell of a lot of implications off of this. The consequences of this is the kind of solo scrim thing you'd cancel, right? Because things just get so weird, and the actual ability to practice things with that kind of weird game state feels like it has diminishing returns. Well, now you're in a real live stage game for it.
Knight literally teleports back to lane at the level 1 with a ruby crystal and some boots.
Oh my god,
so annoying.
I just realized, by the way, Knight has already got 3/4 of his way to his E upgrade.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus Christ, Knight, as soon as he hits 25 CS, he'll have his double E already. Oh, that completely flips the lane. He's 2-0-1, he's got incredible itemization, and he's gonna get that E early. People forget about that.
Yeah.
Victor, through farming minions and getting kills, gets upgrades to his abilities. That's how he gets them nowadays. He keeps his flash too. Knight is in position to take over this game.
Vault side could be a bit more interesting because Shadows felt the need to split the map, and I think that's probably fair with the way that Prio and some of those delayed resets, particularly from Elk, have come on through. In fact, Elk has been denied quite a lot of farm here so far. He's gone towards the goal. Should be able to pick up a fair amount of this under the turret at the very least. But a reset now from the Sivir and match the Cole, so that'll be something of a much. The extra long sword is giving a bit of an edge there to Hope, and fortunate extra kill has kind of made things a bit messy. But with that Pantheon around, there was a world where things get stolen. But that's a full quadrant steal. Shank's now in danger. Wind becomes lightning into the audacious charge. Gonna land that potential turnaround though, as Knight gets some value. Sorry, Tarzan gets some value onto Shadow. One player I was shouting out there. Either way, still gonna be a forced reset onto Shanks, who does have the teleport at the very least.
Yeah, he does. He'll have the teleport to get back to lane, but he wanted to hold on to it maybe for a minion wave longer. We'll see what he manages to recall and get himself what a tier. Refill potion is in there too. He's going towards Rod of Ages build instead.
Hope's reset, gone top, trying to get a bit of a chunk there onto Bin, and does do a fair amount of work, but Bin's got TP and has burned all his mana and resources anyway. Tarzan looking for an invade, but isn't going to find all that much available to him, and some Krugs respawns at best.
Really important note here, Knight has already hit his E upgrade. 25 CS, he'll have his upgraded E.
Kind of split apart here in a 1v3.
He's dead. He's in a 1v3, no one's going to get there in time. Good pick off.
Quite sure he ended up there by himself. I think with Knight resetting, was looking to get some wards down and track who else was in the jungle, and probably rejoin with Elk, but that's now made things really tricky over here. I don't know how well Elk can do around this, as Kyle will Hex Flash over the wall and can't stay under this turret. This is starting to get back towards even off this being very messy.
Yeah, now this, look, your lead is not in that bot lane, it's not in jungle, which are what AL are now using. Shadow's now coming up here to buy Elk entrance back under this turret, but he's going to lose a ton of farm. Again, this Lucian Braum is meant to be lane dominant. That's not the case now. Elk did come away from that 1v level 1 with 1 kill and 2 assists, but he's not ahead in lane. He's not ahead in gold, actually. Both of them have cults. That's not going to be a difference either.
Again, that is the power of Hope getting that kill on the reset, because they didn't know that the ward was in that tri-brush, and Hope just gets to walk at him and get the kill.
Oh, interesting thing there. Knight, I actually don't know if he upgraded his... because it's so early. I think he's gone for the Q upgrade for even harder trading.
Wow.
Once the move speed and the double shield on it, that makes a surprising amount of sense. I was wondering, okay, E, instant wave control, something like that. Watch on his next Q hit.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he's actually getting a ton of value off of that. And there's a flash out of Shanks. Victor massively controlling the lane. Yeah, Knight is the big problem here.
Passive starting to get stacked onto Tarzan. Kyle walks on forward, but the wind becomes lightning. The Aegis Silk comes on forwards. Pulverize, headbutt away, but it's not necessarily the most valuable target. It's going to get another passive down, and that's actually just all the damage onto Kyle, and On gets that kill.
Lucian Braum, the passives come through. Shadow twinning up with his bot lane now, and BLG get their own little 3v3, and it works out well for them.
The slight gold lead to Tarzan is 2-1, but of course he's still losing a lot of farm. You'd expect his Pantheon to be further ahead than he is.
I see some people talking about, is the Q upgrade a misclick from Knight? I actually don't... Well, okay, there is the case of, oh my god, he got so many early kills and he just thought it was a level up. There is that chance. However, we have seen Victors go Q evolve early in the past before. It used to be a thing on top lane Victor. There have been some points with early lane Victor against mage matchups like this, though, for the extra ability to walk forward with the Q movement speed, which you get on the upgrade of it.
And boots, yeah.
And the upgrade of the shield on it, too. If you end up getting an early Q upgrade, it can be really tilting in some mage matchups.
Movement discrepancy, brown bags, and Q upgrade means that this Orianna, even with command distance, is going to really struggle to outspace this Shadow now mid with the Crescent Guard as well. He just goes in and immediately knocks him back away. Doesn't need to burn it quite yet, and Shanks with the phase rush quick enough to run away.
Well, yeah, just take a little bit of chunk on his opposing mid laner there. Yeah, again, look at this percent. That shot, the Cowstorm, no flash on Shanks. Gets 3 ticks of it. I think the E also hit on the way out. Shanks is barely able to stand in lane now. He'll collect the wave, but there's no pressure from this Orianna. That's a problem. One of the reasons you pick Orianna is because she's meant to be just a safe, stable, ever-pushing mid laner. You can do basically everything you want from a control mage.
Early 1,000 goldie to BLG, and now the lanes as well, because they've been so messed up. We're seeing serious discrepancies around the map in terms of just slight gold leads here and there, particularly in that mid lane where Knight is understandably very far ahead here early on. It'll be a TP in from the Braum with that spellbook. Worth noting as well, of course, that because of all of these early plays, Tarzan's basically been a known quantity for the last 5 minutes, with the exception of that topside play that went a little awry, went on, ended up in the 1v3. He's down about 20 CS. Yes, he's ahead slightly in gold, but it has been problematic in the sense that this Pantheon's just not going to get anything done really outside of a couple early kills, as BLG just know where he is the entire time, and it's giving BLG that ability to just full court press.
AL need to survive through to those 5v5s. I am worried, because in those 5v5s, I think the champion which breaks you is the Victor. You don't have the best way onto him, and if he manages to get... That move speed makes it so easy to disengage from those plays too.
Comet poke as well.
Yeah. Just the extra shield ability means you can tank a QW. It's not like the Orianna's gone for a damaging first item. You're both on Catalyst, and that Q move speed is just really nice. It's very cute. It's very mana efficient as well, Victor's Q, in terms of trading, which is why often that's the more important part of his trade compared to some E trades as well, actually. But yeah, BLG, healthier lead, especially for this point in the game. If they can get themselves some growth for the Yorick to use later, that is a game breaker too. I want to see if Knight can push in roam and stop Shanks from getting over there. Looks like he's just done that, actually. The Orianna, you typically expect her to be first to the play. Not the case, because of that early upgrade from Knight.
Shadow does end up smiting it. Wanted to try and hold it, but with the Boomerang Blade flying across the wall, Shadow went for the better part of the Valorous discretion.
If you were winning a bit more push in top lane or in mid lane, you'd be able to contest for this. Red side grubs are pretty rough to take. Hang on, level 6 going up towards it. No, level 6 from Kyle. That's dangerous here.
Gonna immediately get jumped on. There's the on the hunt. Trying to turn that one around as Kyle will run the heal, but heal for heal. Passive comes on down. They can't quite get much more than that. But in comes the Cully now. Hope's in danger as well. A body block just about not needed.
Discipline. Name of the game there. Didn't use either summoner. I thought he was dead to rights. The case, Tarzan will take a blue buff steal. He's trying to keep himself even with Shadow, who's up a significant farm now. I mean, credit to Tarzan in the first clear or two of the game. He did very well to
get something
off of it, and I think that shows again the class of Tarzan. Not been on great form this split. Ever coming back from that international break, he's really struggled to find confident part back in the meta. Shadow has been dealing with him very well today. That first game was not close. Mid lane, Knight's trading out well. Shockwave used on tonight, but he already had that shield onto him. It's not as heavy a trade as it would have been otherwise. Knight tried to pull that wave, forces the Shockwave out. Happy to keep this wave and take this wave on the turret. We're clearing out this. Not as Rod of Ages just yet, as we were highlighting before. Hasn't gone for that E upgrade early. He'll be working towards that next. He got it at 25 CS, so either with a kill and assist or blah, 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 however many it takes to get there, or when he gets to 125 CS, that will be when he gets himself that upgrade of that E.
Well in time for any big fights.
Should be, yeah. And the thing is, in early lane, you don't clear waves quick enough anyway, particularly as mid laners, to shove and roam quite as easily as some. So getting trades where you can kind of just trade HP and force someone off the wave, that's actually often more important. So again, just using that Q to shrug off a QW. It's really annoying there actually. Using the Chaos Storm, didn't have the remaining cooldowns. gets himself the shove in. And I know that we were talking a lot about the micro of made matchups. I'm just actually very passionate about Orianna versus Victor because it's a match which I've played so many times. Back when I played on like my amateur university team and stuff, I got put on Victor duty so many times, man. It was sure something, I tell you.
Were you much of an Orianna player?
Yeah, but I always preferred the Victor side of it. I just got the champion more. Orianna's not bad. It's just I preferred the burst Victor way back in the day.
Okay.
I played more of it now over time, but yeah. Sadly, I'm no.
You're now an ARAM main and an arena main.
I am very much an arena main now. Talk to me about Arena Zyra. I was the rank 1 player in Europe for arena for good reason.
Ooh, facial fissure, headbutt away. Gonna try and get on top. I hope he's gonna pop the on the hunt. Kyle backstepping. The whimper comes lightning.
Okay.
And being ult for ult.
Yeah, and I mean, but using the Sivir ult, I feel like that's more important. Nah, actually, nah. They're about the same, actually. The CC chain coming through from the Rumble is really nice. Killing off... no, don't kill his wife! No! Your girlfriend!
Not like this! Okay, the regen comes
through. A real Scion player would have ulted to kill that goddamn maiden. Yeah. As, we'll get away with that ultimate. Tried to ping it. The Royal Slayer kind of like bullies that around a little bit. Knight walking around the other side of the wave again, forcing Shanks to either trade onto the wave or onto him. Now it means that he's tanking the wave, which is not really that good for you.
Ends up trading significantly further down in HP. There's not a lot that Shanks gets to do about this, bluntly.
No, hang on, was he on Fission there? So they spot the dragon coming down. That's a bit bold now from anyone's
Elk on the other side. They do get the dragon. They're trying to find some value. The Crescent Guard comes on forward. Flash for the shield ball onto Elk, but he'll just get the hop onto his... Oh, no, the flash away. Should get the last trade as he's got his own barrier to work with. Kyle waiting for his own pulverize. On gets on in. Flash over the wall from Shanks. Shockwave will bring down the Lucian, but it's still a 3-for-1.
Yeah, not so sure that's worth it now. Getting one dragon, yes, important. Losing 3 for it, no, that is not worth it at all. BLG have 3 grubs, and with so many members of AL off the map, they're going to have to give up plates somewhere, you have to imagine. Orianna's going bot side, trying to protect our turret, but I think she realized how much danger she's in. Can't clear this next wave, and now oh, bloody hell, Knight's 4-0-1 getting access to a side lane turret already. While I think that AL did a good job to get that dragon off the board, I suppose, this Victor, who can destroy them in later game teamfight, is getting far too much value. That's 2 plates for him there.
Was a world where if Shanks had been able to play for 10 seconds, Tarzan with the Grand Starfall angle could maybe have found the way in. I wonder whether that was what Shanks was hoping for. It's not been the case. They're stepping on forwards now. Tarzan is around. They could Starfall this. Keep your eyes around. Oh, collapsing down. They're going to jump onto Shanks, though, who's got nothing to work with. He's a dead man. Or I suppose robot in this case.
Well, it's not a Starfall. It's a mid-fall instead. Shanks. No, we won't say that. Knight ends up 5-0-1, 2 stacks on the Rod of Ages. Knight has been demolishing this lane opponent.
It's not been close. This is the early lead. In comes the Grand Starfall. Bin might now be in danger. Does have flash. Flashes the other direction. Tarzan without the flash. Decimating Smash. Or the Dark Possession comes on forward. Decimating Smash yet to be used. There is that Decimating Smash, and they will finally get on top of Bin, who does go down. What's the extra summoner? But damage done.
Yep, so that's going to be where the ultimate goes, but at that cost, you are now giving a 2,000 gold lead to Knight on the Victor. How many upgrades has he got right now? Well, he's got every 4 kills and assists, you end up getting, you get an upgrade. He's got, you know, a bunch on there, for extra 100 CS as well. He's well on his way to his 3rd one and his full completion on it. Elk got a great side angle onto this. Tarzan flashes onto him. There's a spell shield which stops some of the damage. I actually think Elk makes a bit of a mistake here. If he barriers, he would have gotten the extra auto attack damage from his Vigilance passive, would have bought a little bit more HP and time. Uses his E and gets cancelled by a KL2. It's the right angle, and that saves him, right? But I think he could have lived there.
Do you get Vigilance passive of using barrier?
Yeah, you do, because heals and shields apply to you. Good damage there onto the mid lane again. No culling. Spell shield not going to be propped by that W, is off target. AL, we said they're slumping. BLG are looking ascendant. This is a team which handily dealt with BLG last split when they had BH1. I think Shadow has been a crucial addition to BLG. They've been rolling the dice a little bit, and this one's come up with a natural 20. Shadow starting up the Herald. And Endless Legend, what do? I think their jungle support is off synergy. I think that Shanks has been bodied today, sadly for himself. And I don't really see what Endless Legend are doing to improve things right now. I haven't seen an improvement across this split. I don't think this is just lag time from international play now. I think that they don't know how to adapt to this current meta.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Knight now is just... I mean, what do you even do? Look at the Dark Seal stacks alone. He's got the boots for forever. The rower's stacking. He's nearly at Leandry's. Knight is so ahead of the curve. Elk's not miles behind either.
I think if Knight gets Leandry's and then goes into Medjai's, and gets the move speed from Medjai's, starts to verge on an unplayable game, given what we know of Knight. He has the Leandries now, the second item as well. Oh my god, I just don't know how you deal with this. Because Victor, with the Q upgrade, already gets a really annoying ability to walk out of plays, especially when you have the HP build of the Roa Leandries that we've seen. He goes towards Azonia's, and he goes towards a Magi's. He'll be able to drop down, just grab field and ult, and that might be enough to turn a fight in itself. He already has the Braum with a locket behind him, which of course is very important. He has the Empowered Tabby, actually, does on as well. That's another thing too, Empowered Boots. That's an extra little bit of stats on top of it. You're 3k behind, and I know it's 16 minutes in, and I know this is only a 3k lead. There are caveats to this, but with it being nucleated onto a player like Knight, on a champion like Victor, you do get really worried. Tarzan might look for a pick if they're going on towards Shadow. He has Crescent Guard.
Damage back as Elk tries to get some damage onto Hope. Not going to necessarily happen as they will lose on there. That's a pretty good combo from AL to get something back.
It is, but it's one and it's a support, so you can't really fight afterwards. You've used 3 ultimates and you've left all 3 lanes being farmed across the map. Yorick pushes in top side, Victor will push in bot side. Yes, you could Grand Starfall that, but I don't think that's that impactful. That's another problem here too, actually. The solo laners are getting to the point where they are it's easy enough for them to defend themselves that the Pantheon doesn't really get as much value. Herald's coming into mid lane. It won't take that much to actually kill the turret. Yeah, the 3 grubs will help out with that. Mid lane turret goes, so... Oh god, that's a nasty damage on Hope there too. Forces the flash!
Oh, not quite. Needed one more bullet and he was dead. Still not going to be able to sit there and wave here. That tier 2 is surely dead.
And it will be, so 2 tower push. Anyone's Legend took off a Braum from the board, but they couldn't do much about the remaining members.
Oh, now potentially in danger, but Bin is coming down. Shockwave is there. The Unbreakable is there. As he tries to step away, flashes the other way. Bin might now be in danger in trade, though. Gets knocked up by the Pulverize. Doing some decent damage. The Winter Spike comes on down, but it just doesn't offer a way out for the Yorick.
Okay, that's pretty good. It is, again, a number of ultimates. 2 of them using that top side, but that hopefully should open up. I was about to say opens up top lane out of turret. It's not, because Knight's on the roam and he had teleport there anyway. So all that ends up being is a kill again. I suppose slowing down the Yorick is important for particularly the Scion's sake, who's trying to hold that matchup in balance. Shadow gets the dragon on the other side of the map though. And all of these plays are not at free cost. They're losing something. Last time it was 2 turrets, this time it was a dragon. I suppose it's a little bit better than that last one. Anyone's Legend just trying to find what openings they can and hopefully BLG slip up and give them an extra tower or something like that.
Problem is, though, is that people like Tarzan now may be forced to, I say flash, they don't want to overforce that one, but still a lot of these early objectives are down. 3 turrets to none, including a mid lane tier 2, so that mid lane wave is just not a safe space for this Sivir to be. Will be forced to ult in defensive banner multiple times, I have no doubt. Graded boots now for Elk, who's got the flicker blades. All the way to the tier 3 on those ones.
What is the hope for anyone's Legend? What is the charge? Like painting a meal? Succulent Chinese League of Legends meal?
Shanks is
Get your hands off my Lucian!
It's Braum now. An enjoyer of this?
I've been advised by my lawyers not to say anything on the matter, you know.
Democracy manifest.
This is democracy manifest.
I see you know your League of Legends well.
Yes, I see you know your team fights well. Well, that's the state of the day. It's currently 33 degrees in our room. We've been sat here for many, many hours. BLG pushing up across the map.
Hot, hot, hot.
Knight has flash, he has teleport, he has 2.5 items, upgraded lucidity boots, which I still to this day can't remember what they do because I always build pen boots because I like doing damage. Has those has the blighting jewel in as well. Chose not to go towards something like a Magi's just yet. How unlike Knight. He is very, very strong, and again, with the largest gold lead on the board, that's one thing to talk about. However, Elk getting the upgraded tabbies as well is equally in a point where we should put him in the spotlight. Be able to shrug off a little bit more damage than he normally would be as a Lucian. Lucian very rarely upgrades boots early, but in this game, you understand why, and they're diving onto the bot side. Currently 4v3. Will Knight teleport? Yes, he will.
Glacial Fissure interrupts 2, leaves Flandre a little split off. Got the door up, buying a lot of space. Tarzan now coming on in, but Shadow gets to step forward with the Audacious Charge. The Culling comes on down and baits the cow into stakes. Flandre manages to get out safely, but they'll lose the kill, and they can go back towards Atacam to an advantage.
Yeah, they teleport Knight from the other side of the map. Shanks walks his way down. What ultimates have been used? Well, you don't have the Alistair in general. He might be able to teleport in if this goes down slowly enough. The Leandries will help, but this is, again, where games go tonight. Intercon, perhaps?
Oh, boy. Knight gets jumped on, but survives with his own flash. Puts down the gravity field, down to 6,000 HP. Shockwave on 2 is good. In comes the Scion with the unstoppable onslaught. They've killed off the Victor. Into the backfight. It's a fight over Atacon, and BLG have thrown it again!
The Atakan kills Knight. He stands in the radius. He tries to retreat. A flash from Tarzan. Shockwave from Shanks. And then your Sledgehammer right back in it. Atakan claims another victim.
BLG do this in 20 minutes every game. There is at least one a series where they throw away a massive lead with overreaches. They think with the man advantage they could do it. They just can't. They're jumping onto Elk, who dies as well.
They jump onto him. He doesn't flash the combo and he dies as well. It's just so classic Atakan. First death of the game for Knight. And by the way, the 2.7k lead he had has now been put down to 0.7.
Oh, God.
Ridiculous gold swing. AL going to the lead. BLG, Jesus Christ. Someone teach these teams how to play around Atakan. This is not okay.
You've now got a 1,500 gold lead top and a 1,300 gold lead in the jungle. Well, look again. Tarzan flashing on tonight. Knight then tries to speed his way as well. It's a decent gravity field, but they just take so much damage, and the shockwave catches 3, including Knight.
And then look at this. The Atakan and the Q afterwards kills him off. AoE from the Sion ultimate. They've been tanking the Atakan. When are we how many times do we need to teach you this lesson, old man? Atakan is not an easy objective to take. Make sure you have the right choke points. Pull it over to the side. In fact, I was talking about...
Oh, good grief.
I actually had the chat... Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a 5,000 gold swing. Over that, 5,500. BLG, Tilt City. We shall see if they can make their way out of this one. Saying, hey, look, it's a really hard game for AL to play. Now, the carries are still in a good spot for BLG, but it's not nearly as much of an open-ended question. Well, it's much more of an open-ended question now about how AL can deal with BLG. They have the goal to do so now.
And the Yorik's just not a champion right now. He's still an item and a half. Whereas on the other side, this Sion is so damn scary.
Right. Yeah, BLG would get themselves a little closer to that. Can they hold this choke point? No, they're not in position to. I have to say BLG are not really a team which really do a lot of that whole choke point control thing like Team WE or JDG showed in our last series of the day. Shanks 6-1 and 3. A lot more power now. Sinal coming through, pressing guard, jumping to the back line.
Got the gravity field, it's going to keep Tarzan busy. Carl gets on top of Knight, he's dead. Doesn't get to do anything. The culling comes on down, they blow up. Shadows Shin's out as well. Shockwave flashed away from Bayon.
Yeah, no, just not enough body blocks. A great ult into the back line, and Yorick didn't turn up to the play. If Yorick isn't going to that play, why are you stood up there in the mid lane? BLG, over-aggressive. A great pounce from AL, though, noticing that BLG were not in position to protect those carries we were just talking about.
Hey, Al, have you checked the petal count?
I have now. That's a hell of a lot. That's a lot of XP. It is an awful lot of damage in that too.
Got a 2-level advantage bot lane now. Hope is 2 levels over Elk.
It's been given some alone farming time, and Elk has often been this core of the death ball. Has meant that he's shared XP more than he'd like, though. At least Yorick gets himself a turret push there, but they give up the second dragon and BLG. Let's hope that they don't tilt away from this. It would be a bad look for them. Currently, we were considering our best team in the LPL. They did have a bit of a throw versus JDG. Kyle's going around mid lane again. Is there a flash on the Alistair?
Did the same versus WE, actually, in the game that they lost. These 20-minute throws have been a thing for this squad.
And I think BLG just didn't know where to put their supporting pieces to protect their carries. I mean, Knight was way too far up in terms of that Atakan. That was really on him. He also stopped to want to attack the Atakan partway through that play as well. He's even now with Shanks with, you know, similar-ish builds.
Dark Seal's fully stacked, by the way, for Shanks. He's now got an extra 700 gold worth of stats there. So actually, strictly speaking, he's kind of ahead in stats there.
So we are now, I mean, I'd say in an even game, but it's actually AL favored. Hope does have flash and barrier.
Oh, does it matter? I think he's dead. I think he's dead.
Ignite goes on to him. This could be a huge play. Remember, Baron is spawning very soon. Sion will ult away. Shockwave onto Shanks, on Shanks. Available. Doesn't cancel out that culling.
Not indeed. They can now maybe try and do this again. The problem is the last time they tried to force an objective with the man advantage, it did not go so well. But Sivir, possibly a more valuable target to have down. Baron in, I say 5 seconds. It's actually just now. The Baron we go. BLG is what they need to recover the game state. Start it up. While here comes anyone's legend on, trying to speed and slow people down. Hold that line. They're going to teleport back in. It's Yorick coming as is Sion. This gets spicy here in the Baron.
It's going to come down to a smite fight. BLG want to flip things a little bit. Here comes the Pantheon ult.
Grand Starfall in. It's going to be a flip. It's won by Alistair with the spellbook smite. BLG looking to win the fight afterwards, though. Hope is respawn will have Baron, but the rest of the team needs to run away. As Onslaught of Shadows gets one out, but Shank's still in danger. Shadow needs to backstep that decimating smash. The Death Ray not going to bring Shanks low.
BLG opt into the flip and they lose it. They do get the kills and the Baron is off the board, but they've given now Sivir a Baron buff. The Orianna, who's already got so much gold, a Baron buff. They haven't all 3 of their laners BLG throwing this game from such an incredible point of power. Suppose Elk has managed to reclaim himself a gold lead, has that third item, but he's not going to be able to kill the Song that quickly. Comes down to a flip. I think the Yorick teleported in too late. I think they needed him to DPS this a little bit more, or even just frontline a little. Use that Dark Procession, but they'd already worked their way across it. Flandre managed to get good Q in there. And there's 3 smites on the table, one of them a little lesser. Just enough.
I thought afterwards it might be a big turnaround here, especially with the Arcane Storm rolling, but they can't get on top of the Sion before he ults, and Shanks is defended well by the Decimating Smash.
Shadow is now 3 levels down on Tarzan too, courtesy of the Atacon Petals giving some XP, plus some farm in there too, and some extra things. Of course, the Baron also gives you experience, which is on display here.
It's 2 levels top as well. It's a level 17 Sion.
Yeah. So Atacon gives you a ton of XP. Baron gives you a good amount as well. Both of them together, yeah, that will lead up to certain things like that. It's not necessarily about farming or anything like that. You can see actually that the solo laners of BLG, they're completely fine in terms of farm. Knight actually very far ahead in that, but he's still behind a level onto Shanks.
Oh, gonna try and jump into the backside. Crescent Guard comes down on top of Shadow. I don't think he's gonna keep him alive very easily. Decent shield from the Locket. On backs away. Glacial Fissure is solid. Sion stepping on forwards, can't find the Decimated Smash required, but Shadow's so damn low, and Flandre is so damn tanky. All those levels and extra stats proving so problematic.
And Knight does have the Void Staff. Eventually he'll cut through him, but it's not good enough in that one moment. Even with the armor stacking, AL, they have been gifted a game here, but credit to them. They're seizing the opportunity. A great steal, a great punish at the Atacon have seen them into the lead. BLG will have to question their objective setup.
2 in a row that were just so problematic. Tarzan shield vaults for the gravity field behind is annoying enough. Flash out of the shockwave combo from the Cow Ball. In though the Sion, and they will Decimating Smash. Elk does manage to relentlessly shoot away. Hope flashing on forwards with the Ricochet. Can't quite kill off Elk, but it's still flash in the 80 carries.
Knights and Elk trying to gun down the Sion, but Flandre doesn't really give much of a damn right now. He might do it a little bit. There is good damage coming onto him.
Finn gets jumped on. He's trying to buy some time. Flandre will go down into the zombie form. Gravity field buys time, but the Grand Start Ball gets Tarzan in the backside. Finn, decent last right healing, but Tarzan gives no damns. Flash!
Oh!
The burn, is it enough?
It is! An extra tick on that. Quadra kill to Tarzan to see out the game. We will be going to a 6-game day. Anyone's Legend catching the throw by BLG at Atacon, catching it again at the Baron, and BLG, a clean game this was not. They will be seen to the full distance in this series.
Anyone's Legend get to walk in, gifted a return to the game after what looked like an unlosable position for BLG. But the 20-minute bell strikes again, and Billy Gaming, they can't help themselves. They overforce a play. They will lose a game. And forces to that max amount today. What on earth was that?
Was BLG gameplay, Sam. LPL gameplay. BLG looking quite confident like our best team for grand majority of this split, but not flawless. Not indeed. Dropping a number of games here and there. Anyone's Legend, a team that was slumping, stomped so hard in game 1. Still good enough to catch that throw. Still our champions. Perhaps we look down on them a little too much. And hello, welcome back to us.
Just to come back in that one. And again, they should never have been given a window back. How on earth do you end up giving up so much gold? Problematic, to say the least.
Have a full 6 games today. Yeah, thank you for choosing to watch your LPL experience here. It's pretty warm in here. We'll get us some more drinks. Do you mind getting me one more coffee?
I absolutely can. Do you want it iced or normal?
Normal's fine.
There we go. Little thing from me as well then. Reminder, guys, if you've not done so already, please do follow and subscribe to the various channels. If you are on Twitch, please do consider subscribing there. We've had a lot of really lovely support today in general. It is much appreciated. If you've got an Amazon Prime account that you've attached to your Twitch account, you even get a free sub every month, which you do need to manually activate. And if you've not used it anywhere, use it here. And also follow me at InitializeCast. I do cool things as well. On top of all that, guys, if you aren't a Twitch user or don't want to subscribe, that's completely fine. There is another way you can support us, and that's with the Ko-fi link. Please do consider using that if you want to help support us. It is bloody warm in here, folks. I'm going to get myself a coffee. I'm going to open the door so Alex doesn't melt. I'm going to get them some more water as well, and we'll roll from there.
I am so warm right now. Compliment for Captain here. I feel like if you ever wanted to change your name to Captain Underpants, you would finally have a name befitting your superhero status here. By the way, fantastic set of books, but only second to, of course, Captain Hero themselves. So I'm sure that they gave great inspiration over to that kid's series of books. It was really, really good.
May I have the glass?
Yes, please. Also, fun facts. Captain Underpants had a movie not crazy long ago, actually. It did actually. It was an animated one. I heard it was okay, actually. Oh, God. Fun fact for... Hey, now you see me. Let me think about that. Let me think about that, actually. I said the one about BLG's name, right? The Captain Underpants books were great. They were awesome. Okay, I'm going to turn camera off for a little bit just so I can, like, melt in peace, and we'll play some horse game. What are we doing here? Wait, were we going to run Arima Keenan? Oh my god, how did they throw that game? That's disgusting. Hello, I am so warm. Horse game is so back, G, you have no idea. Oh, that was the Arima Keenan turn.
How do you live like...
That is a great question. Do I just run this? Maybe I do this. Am I gonna make it to 1/100? I don't know if I am, actually. Thanks to Castoys, good luck in the Arima Keenan. I'm not gonna run it this time. I forgot. I'm not gonna lie, my brain just kind of farted a little bit. We don't have enough of that.
Gluey mode. No, G.
Wait, do we have?
No.
Honestly, I do. No, it would make Angie sad. I'm umming and ahhing about it because it's very funny.
Fine.
And Eulg is also very funny, like the anti-glue. It's very funny. However, you know.
I just really like it. It just makes me sad.
Yeah, and that is actually, you know, that's it. Yeah. Amber, you may fire when ready. If there's any way you could find the glue and Eulg emotes. Oh my god. Oh, that is so cold. That is exactly what... Jesus Christ. Just put an ice cube just into my soul. Ah! Is it Eulg or Eulg? Oh my god, I'm so warm. Angie does very realistic horse noises. Eulg. Although Eulg is more fun to say. Eulg. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, they're so hot right now.
Oh my god, you're so hot right now.
I played the game twice, but I really like the concept, so I made a Minecraft Happy Ghast Farm named all after the horse game courses. That's awesome, she. The anime is also apparently really good. It's glue and Eulg, which is a horse turning into glue and then then glue turning into horse because it's kind of funny. Oh wait, we actually might be fucked for the... Oh shit, we actually might be kind of fucked. We don't have the... I don't think we have the speed, do we? We're finishing second, which is the problem. Whoa!
Oh, by a nose, maybe?
Who won? Ah, shit, so we have to rerun this again. Maybe we don't run as an end closer then or something.
Wow. Her ears were down. Really then.
Right. Is this a long race or is this... Did I run too many longs? It's a medium. Let's go pace then and see if this works. You get to rerun it, please. I watched the movie and it was really good. Which one was that? Was that Cinderella Grey? Or was that one of the Agnes Tachyon ones? So yeah, there have been some... I hear the initial season is like, it's fine, but not like... It definitely ramps up over time. Tachyon one. Oh, and... go on.
Power Thirst? What I have.
Here's the MVP. I guess it's... I don't know. Shanks? Tarzan? Ugh. Okay, now we see if running pace works.
You have infinite channel points.
I do, yeah, because it's my channel. Great acceleration helps. Oh my god, we got rushed and late start, even though we have focus. Swinging Maestro helps, but... Why are we turning horse into glue and vice versa? Because...
Who's gonna tell them?
Oh no, Enjoy It is part of, like, they invited me to their club, which is, like, top 500 or whatever, so, yeah.
You're turning the back.
Halo Gyro. Yeah, I don't know if I this campaign was a little bit cursed, not gonna lie, actually. Oh shit, this is... Oh my god, yeah, I think we might bow out in this, which is kind of sad.
I always lose my channel points because I'm like poisoned and also
True.
roast me. Can I have a roast?
Can I have a... Sure. If you cared about...
Different when I'm right behind you. Huh?
Yeah. If you cared about your graphic design as much as you did horses, perhaps your career would be looking a lot better right now. You asked for it. Trying to judge the facial expression. I think I survived for now, but you know. Okay, we'll try one more time, and if not, I think we're just gonna fucked. Oh, late start with focus. Are you kidding me? How are we getting late? We have focus literally to stop late starts. What the fuck is going on? I don't know. Maybe we're just fucking cursed. Yeah, I think we're just cursed. Thanks way helps, right? I mean, we're getting all our skills, but I don't know. I think late start doesn't help, right? We didn't get rushed at least this time. We just don't have the speed for this shit. Do we? I don't know. Maybe we win this time. I think we win this time. But it took like 2 reruns. What? Focus makes it less effective. Late start is due to wit score. I know, but actually, by the way, your wit does not get influenced by your late start doesn't get influenced by wit at all. By the way, for those who have been gaslit by that.
One more game.
There were times where parts of the horses were used to make glue. Yeah, hooves were. Yeah. Because it's got like keratin in it. Yeah. Do I need to go to this or do I need to go to this? Yeah. Wit's okay. 24-13, that's 12-37 up. A little bit less. 37 up there as well. I think I do this in the hopes that I get fucking... Maybe I should go higher speed though. Speed. Well, that game was an utter throw from BLG. It was an utter throw. That was kind of disgusting, actually. It was an Intercon. We've got to run an break, by the way. Int-a-con. At-a-con, but an int. First game, first series. Well... Oh yeah, game 1 was like massive diff. Blame King Halo's mom, she's awful. Yeah, I'm aware of that, yeah. Based on a composite of the IRL horse's mom's legacy and the IRL jockey's mother not wanting him to be a jockey. Oh, that sucks. We'll go for late again. I actually think late worked well. It worked out as well this time. But...
Stop whipping Uma.
Nah. Now we just hope that late surger works well. I don't know. Yeah, but wit doesn't actually affect... okay, focus at least helps that time. And clean feet dying again. Don't know why that is.
That's not the...
No, but I think it is... I do think it's an us thing, not another thing, but... Okay, well, clean feet will be back when it's back. I guess. I think it is. I think it's so hot that it's hard for it to not to. Okay, we're in a better position this time. I think late surger is just where we're better. Greater acceleration really helps. Do we still... Oh, speed! Okay, we've actually just found out that turns out that the style she's meant to race in is just better for her, apparently. Damn, we have discovered this now. Hopefully we can get Professor of Curvature from this race. That's a really good skill to have. I know she's meant to be a late surger, but we got... I figured end closer because we reached up the... what was it called? It was a good one. 29%. It's not going to be enough to get us to... You know, it's not going to be enough to get us to 1,100 anyway, so we'll go a little bit wet up. It won't make much of a difference, but not run the... Oh, we don't have enough Professor of Curvature on this one, so I guess we'll save our points for the last bit. That's not important. Late surge, is it? Oh, I mean, fuck it, we'll just go late surge. Wait, did we get any end closer stuff? We did, we got level-headed. Oh,
the race truly glues your eyes to...
Haha, that's very funny.
Ha, ha.
What the heck is Fergal Sharky? I have no idea what that is. Oh, a musician, right. Okay, we've got high speed and we've got high power. We get finale like absolute cinema cameras. Straighter acceleration really. Straighter acceleration is really best on the home straight. It's not fantastic on the other bits, but it's okay. But it's like the realistic trackside cameras.
A wangle.
Wangle. I wonder how filming of it has changed now, because drones can do a lot of the aerial photography. That means that even cheap racers can do like better shots and stuff.
So bad for the
No, but the style points. I think it's actually looking pretty okay here. I mean, we're a late surger. Oh, nice ones there too. In very good spots now. Straight away up just like slowly gives you extra speed over time, which is nice. Ah, it's cold. That's good. Nice. Hello, Harold. BLG threw at Atacon. It was yeah, or something. Oh. I see a gold chip in there. I see a gold chip, and that scares me.
You better.
Gold chip. Golshi. 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 Okay, we're into top 3. As a late surger, if you're in this kind of position, it's pretty damn good. Late surge straightaways. This is getting pretty fucking close, though.
You should just turn Atacon into 6 there.
You get like someone to be like a antagonist PC.
Yeah.
Nice. Like a guest character and everything. Okay, so this campaign was kind of cursed. I played it kind of poorly, but we hope for now good spark rolls. Sadly, G.
Yeah.
Damn, the shit's. It turns out having an emotional connection to someone doing something competitive is something that we can all learn from in League of Legends, which we already probably are. I don't know how much off. Oh, okay, friendship gets around that. So at least we're gonna get full stats up from this. Drop ship, let's go gold ship out of nowhere. Yeah, maybe I'll do a gold ship one next time, maybe. Although I already have myself like that 9-star one. AL did win that one. Yeah, they did somehow. Yep, that was the thing which happened. That was the thing which happened. Anything I can get? Sure, whatever. Yeah, it was kind of a cursed campaign, but it is. Yeah, I love Radish. Fucking love Radish. Radish in. 3 stars? Nah, 1 speed. Sucks. Whatever. Wait, that was the second best King Halo one I have then. Let's put on one of these random ones so I know yeah. God damn, we actually got through a full campaign on stream. Rare for that to happen. I am so fucking warm right now. I do need to just like randomly run one of these. Right. I won't win these, but nice to see if we get the RNG. Oh, oh. 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 We lose fucking everything.
No, they're so sad.
Yeah. Holy shit, we got 0-5. Jesus Christ. Is it BLG if there isn't a master threat Atacon? That's a great question. Remember when T1 Barons were a bad thing?
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's kind of embarrassing.
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 How embarrassing. Okay, we won. Yeah, it will be. I just gotta get rid of some of the resources so like I can keep them on regen.
Anyone's legend. Alright, no one's legend. Ah ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Okay, we got 2. What? Okay, we'll get ready for the draft. Oh, okay, I might leave Sam with the draft because I'm actually melting. Yeah, we're getting drafted and I need like...
Save us.
My head's melting, Sam. Sam, it's worse in here. Okay, I can do draft of that, but like then I gotta like spend like at least 5 minutes out of this room. Well, you know the music, time to dance. Last game of the day, BLG AL. I don't think BLG thought they'd be here in game 3, and I don't think AL would have thought this either. Because BLG had one mighty throwing arm around the Atacon in that last game. BLG were massively in the advantage. AL were gifted that one, make no two ways about it. BLG, however, now have to see themselves into a third game. That's to AL. AL on red side, a side which they've found little success on this split. BLG on the blue.
Well, we have made it. Now we find ourselves in a weird old spot. BLG having potentially tilted themselves into failure. If you want to go take your break, go for it, Al. I'll look after chat for a little bit while we try not to die.
We will try our very, very best.
Ugh, it's really hot, guys. And humid. Right, so bans have largely come on through. Rakan, Wukong, Corki away from AL. Fair enough. Kyle, very good. Rakan, is the rel still up? It is. Jace, Gwen away from Bim. Varus still banned, but that means Yunara is up. Is it the first pick Yunara? Yes, it is. Crowd already murmuring about that one, but the response will be an immediate lock-in of the Renekton. And the Azir. Somewhere out there, Chronicler is yelling about BDT and how they can't keep getting away with it. The Renekton, the Azir. What are we going alongside it? Maybe looking at something in the jungle. Jarvan, potentially. Cassante into this before it gets banned away. Fair enough. Ornn has been a little bit back and forth, to say the least, this split. Budge my chair across a little. There we go. Probably do want to think about jungle pickup here, I suspect, before you end up in a tricky spot. Although, getting the Annie in for Knight, who has been a phenomenal Annie player, might also be wise. Valid options. Nautilus, Rel, both up and available. Gonna force that Rel pick here. It will get banned away, I have no doubt. Might well be Rel Leona bans. No, not bad with the Nautilus. Sejuani a consideration for Tarzan. It's good pairing with the Renekton. Poppy as well. Lots of dash champions. Yunara's one soul dash is often very key to her ability to keep rolling in a game. Well, I'll pick that one up. Often does end up in a ban slot in our second phase. Yone ban. Maybe a look at Knight's champions. I imagine Annie gets banned here as well. Rel banned away from Kyle. Might well be a Leona alongside it, though, of course. Poppy could get flexed bot. Icer gone, Sivir gone. Ezreal, Lucian. I wonder whether you ban the Xayah here, actually. Xayah has been quite good into Yunara. Raw, you don't have the Rakan to go with it. Nautilus on. Of course, that Yunara. All things you get value out of the Bird Rebel. Ziggs away from Knight, who does love to play that as the counter into the Azir. Renata. Interesting. Only at the misfortune part of the draft. Really seen as much play as she did very early on in the year. We've already got damage from the Azir and the Renekton. A bit more wombo combo. We aren't reliant on the misfortune ult to be the be all and end all. I can see the angle for it. A bit more threatening early on than the Jhin, which is more raw utility and that snowball and or 2.5 to 3 items come on through. Okay, there it is, the MF. Stand and deliver a bit more freely into the Nymaera. Annie then. Very swift lock-in, I have no doubt. Wait, did see a bit more of that into his ear once upon a time. These are all fun hovers. See what the decision is. I imagine it's the Annie. Debating that earlier in the draft. And they will lock it in. Nocturne. How could I forget the Nocturne? Kind of always sleep on that one as an AD jungle option. But there it is. Dive and pick secured. Ornhorn. Paranoia combo with the Nautilus. A little shy on non-burst damage. But if you can set the Nymaera up, that's the plan. Kyle going to default back to that Leona. Throw that Poppy in the jungle. You can see it. Solid lane. Level 6 comes on through. Solar Flare into bullet time. Dangerous combo as any. It's locked in. So AL, good front to back. Solid front line. Solid wombo combo. Hit a lot of big ults at once. Life is good for BLG. It's a lot more single target burst and pick. Nocturne, Ornn, throwing their big ticket long range ultimates to set up for the kill. But Knight and Elk will be looking to secure with their own pick and burst. Do need that dive to work though, and there are a fair number of tools to make that tricky. Poppy ult, Zero, Leona standing in the way. Yes, the Misfortune vulnerable to the likes of that Nocturne and that Call of the Forge God, but want all in on the Misfortune's damage. Whew. Knight's getting a drink in, don't blame him. Get hydrated, folks. I certainly need to. Right then, folks. Switch scenes. Lights and cameras are preparing. Final game of the day. BLG versus Anyone's Legend. A split 2 finals rematch. Anyone's Legend still in it after a impressive throw from BLG at the Atacama. Few IG gyros at the end there to the laughter of the crowd. Full audience there today.
Well, if anyone's a winner out of this series, seeing BLG stumble with and AL looking a little bit rough as well, IG play both of these teams and top esports in the next week. They're playing as all of them back to back. Knight will now try and stop Flandre from recalling. As long as you can get a chunk out of him, Ben will be happy. If you can force a reset, that's actually a huge thing for Bin's lane. Knight doesn't have a stun anymore. Tarzan's going to be in this side of the brush now. He won't go for a wall. He won't go for a wall stun, but he'll get some damage back with the Q.
Let's get a decent chunk there. And Knight also going to be traded out. Shanks is waiting. Oh, Knight, that really sucks.
That's a problem. He stops the back from Flandre. Then he himself is chunked out a little bit. I guess it's easier for mid laners to reset in laning phase than top laners, but Knight is not happy with that. After getting himself his top laner zone advantage. I will say, though, my first thing I think about when I come in and think about this draft, I think AL have pitifully few tools to deal with this Nymaera. Nymaera will shred through this team at the 2 to 3 items. I think that Anyone's Legend have got themselves into a very difficult scenario. Potential of on looking for engagement. Of course, started with that W. We do see that a fair amount if you want to just buy yourself access onto the wave without losing HP. You don't have to start with a hook, especially against Leona, who can often counter it quite well. Both of them running the spellbook, so both of them a little less tankier, but a little more versatile. They can run some different summoners throughout the game. And as we started to see from Nymaera's, lane priority, pretty easy for them to get. Q is great damage, and it's also great wave push as well. Zenith Blade misses, would have been huge. Oh, that Q auto reset is just disgusting though. Hope takes a chunk of damage.
That he does. Elk is around. Doesn't lead too much, though. BLG now seeing how they can play out these early lanes. Hasn't wanted too much here. Flandre's managed to hold on in the lane early. Wondered whether that early chunk would be more problematic than it was.
However, I would argue, particularly in both solo laners, you know, Knight is still fine in terms of his HP pool, has got that one summoner, one pot down, and Bin is even in CS with the Renekton. Early lane, that's not meant to be the case. He's built up his cloth armor now. Yeah, Flandre is actually verging on a kill combo here, so he does need to be pretty careful, but with grasp on both of them, I have a little bit more sustain. Worth noting that Flandre does have that, by the way. It's a very good sustain option. Tarzan will be spotted on this bot side because they saw that Scry's Bloom goes down. 3v3 in the bot side.
You know they're there with that ward over the wall. It's not going to stay alive very long. Elk out on the Nymaera early. The Zenith Blade in. Charge with the wall, but Elk will cleanse. Flash away. Stun's still there as Tarzan gets across the wall. And Elk now in danger. Trying to get the first foot over to Hope. And a double up will secure the kill onto Nymaera.
Oh, it's a good cancel out of the Zenith Blade, but even with the cleanse and the heal, Elk was just in the wrong spot. Shadow does get the scuttle in bot side, and he's likely getting a double scuttle, but a huge mistake from the bot lane of BLG. Give AL a great opening on the bot side of the map. Nymaera down.
Flash cleanse from Elk as well into a Zenith Blade. Yeah, that one could sting, especially if things like the bullet time become available early on. Flash in particular, unlikely to be up in time to defend against that. Top side though, Shadow is here. Just didn't take that Scuttle Crab, trying to zone Flandre off just a touch.
Ben's happy with his where this wave is right now though. Honors. Flandre might be the flash taken from him. Flash away from the stun. Is the E cooldown? There it is. He'll get away from it. Ends up getting the double by stepping back into Shadow, who didn't get that spell shield onto that, which meant he couldn't get the cancellation of the E part 2. Or denial of it.
Gets the slice, the dice, the flash, all good stuff from him. Still Elkin on, resetting, switching lanes. Also, slightly awkward timer on both bot sides, but it means that Elk is going to get access to this wave, which is nice.
Bin is completely fine in the top lane matchup too. No gold down on Flandre. That might end up being a big sticking point here. It's not like Misfortune's particularly good at killing that champion. Yes, he is, and Shanks is a good player of it. You'll need a little bit more resources to get the most out of that too. See in the mid lane. Knight will be fine in terms of CS. He'll take almost all of this here. And EQ helps you farm under tower very easily too. BLG's early lanes would have wanted more out of this bot lane. It's the one big thing. The big mistake from Elkanon in that 2v3. Knowing that Tarzan was around the corner. They've died all the same though. How's the call? Got to make up some of that gold once that's cashed in. Tarzan hanging around the lane. Will be spotted up on an Arcane. Is there a hook to land here? There is. What should they get here? Good damage on Tarzan actually. That'll stop any kind of dive coming towards him.
Combo does force him down about half. Phase rushes away. It's going to be safe enough.
Quite interesting actually. There's a comment in Onivia's chat. Hi, hello there over in Onivia's chat saying easy 2-1 for anyone's legend. BLG choking as always. I think, you know, last split, I think, and at MSI, I think you could potentially ask some questions of that. I think On in the international break was very poor, sadly for him. But actually in this split, anyone's legend have been the ones choking. They've been really struggling to make ends meet in their own series. BLG, 7-0. They haven't lost the series just yet. Daniel's legend, they're 3-4. And one tells you an awful lot, doesn't it?
Another interrupt on the Zenith Blade. Good work from on that. Managed that multiple times. Turn around with the make it rain is decent, but Elk beginning to try and find his own angle with the unleash on that spirit of cultivation.
You have that Q stacked up, the lethal tempo means your extended DPS is really, really nice. Just doesn't have the AD to go alongside it right now. So there's a lot that you can trade back against the Vam Scepter actually, just in terms of the AD and the healing that comes through it.
Lead to too much. Of course, the key to track here at this point is probably the mana. Both of these AD carries do like to spell sling when they get the opportunity, and it does come at relatively hefty cost to the mana pools.
Yes, but Nymaera doesn't have that many skills to spam. Now the big thing is like charging a bit of Q and then using it for like an auto reset, instant, you know, basically double stacks your mid tempo. Tarzan doesn't have flash into the Shadow. Good trade there from Tarzan. Spell shield will stop the Q part 2 of that damage, but Shadow will not get the invade he wants.
Backs away on it, walks along his path of darkness from the Duskbringer. His Umbra Glaives and all these things to do with the darkness.
The darkness. The lack of light. Flandre pushing in this bot side. Bin will hit level 7 a little later than him actually. He missed out on some XP somehow, somewhere. But he's doing fine in terms of the overall gold. We expect the Renekton to be much further ahead. That could be a big problem for anyone's legend if this Renekton is not that tanky. All you end up being is just a bullet sponge for Elk. End up stacking up that lethal tempo. few ricochets off of you. My worry is anyone's Legend aren't that tanky, and Yunara, and they don't have that much dive onto the Yunara. It's the sweet spot of the Yunara, which just feels like it does so much work when you can't shut it down cleanly at the start of the fight. For sure.
Early lead is slightly there for anyone's Legend. It's not exactly massive. Where it is could be significant, mainly in the fact that the early vamp set from Hope came on through. The cull on the other side, though, might allow Elk to come back into this just fine. Grubs being started by Tarzan. And that'll be that as Flandre. Dominus proc here. Good chunk onto Ben. Is it not going to force the ult? Doesn't look like it, but here we go. Turnaround potentially.
Looking for a bit of wave clear. I don't think there's kill threat here now, especially with Empowered Q around the corner. Big combo onto On.
Did not get a chance to turn that one out. Paranoia comes on through. Tarzan's around. On flashes away. The turn around to the backside. But Hope's getting to stand and deliver. Cleansed away from the fear. Knight now turning up though. Double knockup. Shanks also around. On in danger. Does make that one 2 for 1 as it stands. Elk trying to make this one work as she transcends herself. Slides away with the entire shadow. Arc of Ruin continuing to auto. Another stun. No mana as Carl needs to back away. Doesn't have a flash to work with the make it rain. Slow is good. Elk dashes forwards again. I think it ends up being a 2 for 2.
And yeah, On, Shadow go down, both out onto the map now, but it's Elk that gets the gold. And what were we saying just before this? Actually, sorry, it's Knight that gets it. The assist going on to Elk, though, definitely a warning shot from BLG. AL do not have clean ability to shut down this Nymaera. They got to DPS there, and the damage was insane. A little bit of setup from the Annie, who's now ahead. Reminder, folks, Knight won an international title playing this Annie in MSI 2023 with JDG. Starts with a good combo from the MF Leona onto the Nautilus, who, he didn't go down, so it was actually just the 2 for 1. Oh, hang on, did On actually die here? Oh, sorry, no, he chose to give his life just to go around for the extra damage there. That's actually fair for him. I don't know why I was questioning myself. It's a long day, that's why. 2 immediately die, but they don't have clean ability to shut down Elk. He ends up getting that Q stacked. Gets his ult, of course, there too, which allows him to reposition, hits with the W for the slow, flashes forward. The DPS is insane, and if you don't shut down the Yunara, you don't have the tools to deal with this AD carry.
Yeah, the untouchable Shadow gives you a lot of options if you can get a couple off and manages to keep rolling there, and Elk feels pretty pleased about that one. Again, a little upset to only get the 2 assists, but hey, Annie getting ahead of curve as well means earlier Malignants, earlier boots of some variety.
4 Dark Steel stacks as well.
Yeah, very true.
And AL are not that tanky team. Annie can one-shot someone here. It's not like you have a Scion, an Ornn on the other team. You have that yourselves, of course. Knight being there to be that extra bit of damage definitely helps, because BLG, they're not that spread in terms of their damage sources. The grand majority of their DPS will come through from Elk. Knight having a little bit more to buff up their initial engage and the supplementary damage across the team fight is no small thing.
Worry for Elk this game is like, if BLG overstep, Poppy W, Zia Shuffle, Leona's Cold Kit, Renekton stunning you, it's very possible to need cleanse and not have it as Elk this game.
Yeah, very true. We're going to miss that On as master of the lollipop at times past. Bin might get dove here. Is he going to... Here's a 4-man die. Flash out from the Zenith Blade. Does he pull the ult? Might not need to, actually.
Gets knocked away, and that means actually Knight's now caught in the throat, but it's a good stun onto 2. Forced away from that, but it's shuffled away, and they get the kill. Hope gets it with the double up, and they back away with the kill.
Bin didn't have the unstoppable. It's a good pick. Great decision making from AL to realize, hang on, we can get rid of the Ornn and kill the other teleporter. It's a good defensive teleport from Knight. I wonder whether Bin should have pulled the ult a little earlier, though. He didn't pull it at all in that. I think there were a couple of ways Bin could have outplayed that for Knight. There's nothing Knight can do at that point, of course. Gets the stun. AL, great play on the bot side of the map.
He gets the double stun. It doesn't lead to too much. They get a couple flashes, a couple ults. They do get the Herald off this at least, so it ends up being 1 for Herald. They don't get any extra plates. Hook there into the Paranoia. Looking to return the favor on the dive. Tarzan is coming up. They don't quite get the kill onto Flandre, who flashes... Doesn't flash up on his flash coming on up. It's just the Dominus.
It is. So it's, yeah, it's the ult from Shadow and On. I don't think Elk used his. He already had his Q active, so he didn't need it for the Q uptime on that.
Apologies, there was flash blown as well. I got baited by the usual, it's gone dark. I'm not sure whether it's coming up or going down.
The LPL HUD sometimes confuses a bit with someone that's coming back up. Has it just been used? Is it just coming off a cooldown? X, Y, Z. Hexblade coming in for Shadow now on his first item, so he's... I actually can't remember if he used that before that last play. Probably not, actually. Well, no, not. I didn't check. I should have checked, basically. But yeah,
Chat, tell us. Do you
it'll
remember?
allow him to have more frequent, more powerful ults now as well. Anyone's Legend. Decent gold lead, I suppose. Well, yeah, minor gold lead, I'll say. In those carry roles, importantly, too. Hope getting some value off that bot lane turret, 202 as well. And, you know, the Misfortune might allow anyone's Legend to play around the first pick combo, where actually the Leona pings someone, particularly if the Nautilus won't be tanky enough eventually. Shadow on the knockdown only has a single spell shield. Perhaps you can zone out people as well. Flandre is getting aggressed onto again.
No ult, no flash. I think he's probably in danger here. The Fear's going to come on down into the knock-up after the Fear proxy. Gets Umbra Glaive, doesn't get an opportunity to slice or dice anywhere. And he dies an ignominious death in that top side.
And he's behind an Ornn as an early game champion. Elk
has got flash, has got cleanse, he gets under the wall, the Poppy W comes on down, Steadfast present buys the time as Elk does manage to get away as they transcend themselves, looking to go on forwards, unleashing there with the Cultivation of Spirit. Good angle for the bullet time though, can't quite get the kill on tonight. Over the wall, unfortunately, is On, who's left alone. And slight artifact for a moment or two, but Kyle gets out alive and they don't get the kills they're hoping for.
Elk taking a dangerous path back out onto the map, blows both his summoners. I think he was a little greedy with his summoners, lost a lot of HP. And it baits his team in to give up another kill. Elk taking a dangerous path back. Now leaves him 1,000 gold down on Hope's Misfortune.
Shadow looking to potentially get an invade off here at the very least to get something back, but that's very unfortunate to give that up. Shanks is going to get first turret here as well.
Exactly. You know, it's something back. It's a jungle camp for a kill, for summoners on the enemy carry, potentially add a turret here to Knight. Doesn't have himself, because he's walking behind him, of course, be able to get some value down here. 1,000 gold lead to Shanks. Hope and Shanks have been gifted turret plays. They've been gifted kills in these plays. Sadly for BLG, the early death of Elk and now a couple of the missteps from him have meant that AL have more pressure across the map. Now, I do think it's important that Bin is ahead of the Renekton. The early level 1 trade from Knight onto the Renekton meant that Bin had a much easier laning phase, and the Ornn potentially could bail them out of this a little later. But you lose too much more gold, the carries get a little too far ahead from anyone's Legend. I don't know if that's possible.
Now we're in a position where you got a 1,200 gold lead on the Azir, 1,000 gold lead on the Misfortune, a Misfortune whose ult will be dangerous, and also, not to put too fine a point on it, she's unlikely to be your most important target this game.
Also worth noting, Elk going towards the Kraken Slayer, from what we've seen, the Blade of the Ruin King has just been de facto better because the multi-procs of it. Yes, Kraken Slayer goes very, very hard once you start getting your Q procs after. Bush Break coming in from anyone's Legend, they'll spot out a ward here, and this time they are a little bit more respectful of the dark side of the map. Herald spawning. It's not going to be feat to strength. Anyone's Legend have that already from the kills in the first turrets. Herald, I mean, it's a dangerous thing to give over. You don't want to give up this mid lane turret too easily.
Trying to jump onto Kyle there. In comes the Zenith Blade. Back away as the Make It Rain comes on forwards. TP, I think BLG want to fight this.
There's no bot lane out of turret to lose anymore. And now they can hold this choke point. On doesn't have flash yet, has Hex Flash. It's quite hard to tell when the freaking cooldown comes back up, actually. Anyone's Legend back off safely, walk back into River as a group. They have the bullet time now, that was in cooldown, it's off of it now, and with such a fed AD carry, now Bloodthirster and a BF Sword, it's a lot of AD to throw into the play.
Very much so. And look to chunk out some relatively squishy members here. The only person who's realistically going to be tanky will be the Zorn at 1.5 items.
I want to see how patient Ornn is with his ultimate. Level 11, about to get his flash back up now, actually, so we can use that flash snap engage on the R2. Knight has flash going around the back of the pit. Not sure if he's seen. I don't think he is currently, actually. He's off vision. AL walking in here. Let's see how the combination of the solo lane engage goes.
Hope needs to be a bit wary. Make It Rain aware. That could be a bit problematic. Paranoi blown. Herald secured. Call of the Forge gone. Oh, Knights! Trying to get onto the kill, and they do blow down the Misfortune, who lives up to their own namesake. They will pick off that Nocturne. And the Renekton from Flandre in the backside likely dies. Ends up being the 2-for-1 in favor of BLG. Shanks also low as he's chunked out by the Tibbers.
Tarzan has flash. He's trying to chase down onto Knight. He's getting close. He can't quite get the knock up into Kyle. He has a cleanse. Doesn't have a flash though. I don't think he'll be able to get in the shower out of that one. We're going back to base. Have a bath and think about it again.
And then followed by that Lion and Sinker, and they will manage to take the tier 1 in mid lane. BLG with a nice play around the Herald. Tarzan around. Can't find the stun. Maybe still save this turret though. On can't get over the wall. Shanks trying to get the autos down. Knock up happens, and they do kill off the Tarzan. But it will be traded, and they keep that mid lane tier 1 alive.
It's up being a 1-for-1 under that turret, but it's another kill to Nymaera, who's now ahead of the game. Hope got obliterated in the back end of this play. It's a great wraparound flank from Knight, knowing where the vision would be. A hook onto the wall from On saves him from the Poppy ultimate, buffers through it, and then the Ornn ult and the Annie ult comes together to pop so much brittle for the extra pop. Knight gets himself the level 11 burst damage. Shanks can't really do much to disengage that one. Flandre tries to buy time, but it's buying damage for no real value back end of it. So what is that? Three kills all in all with Kyle going down after?
something like that yet. And again, they do end up dropping Tarzan under the turret and a few extra bits as well. So it all ends up a bit of a wash. But the end result still is AL come back. They managed to pick up that dragon, so they do get that additional stack. It's going to be Infernal Dragon this game. Oh boy. People who'd like to use that one, I feel. Made a game that is about 1,000 gold lead to BLG after some good swings there, but not without options for anyone's legend.
Elk has himself the 2-item insane combo now, where you get that Q ricocheting around and the Kraken Slayer proccing on all of the Q bounces as well. Your damage goes through the roof if two targets are stood next to each other. Now, he's ahead of gold of the Misfortune. He did a really good job of picking up the mistakes of Elk a little earlier on. He has some those summoners. They engage onto On. That's not the Yunara, importantly, who still has summoners.
Decent stun back. Can't find too much more.
Also really worth noting, Bin has just taken this early lead and ran with it now, 1.6k up. Flandre has just not been able to play the game. And reminder, folks, a lot of that came from the level 1 chunk, which went on to Flandre, meant that he couldn't use the Renekton early laning phase. Small trades like that can be very, very impactful. And suddenly this late game tank, which can be that one sole big front line for the Yunara to have a platform to fight off of, is not going to be easy to take down. You need realistically 2-3 items on your carries to deal with them in good order.
Bin Dawn has been very up and down, but from a lead, we know that he can be quite oppressive. Actually, when he's not, you can sort of do a bit of a hold my bit. That's a 3 pan knockaway there with the Keeper's Verdict. I'll try and find a Paranoia back. Call of the Forge God also coming on through as a teleport from Knight, looking for an angle on forwards, and they do just kill off Hope.
That's a great long-range engage. I guess it's a lot invested for the 1 kill, but the tower lives in mid lane. Hope is removed as a wave clear tool, and this Misfortune cannot deal with the long-range engage combo. There are good reasons why we don't see Misfortune anymore. I think stuff like the Ornn coming back into meta, the retention of heavy dive melee supports, like the Nautilus in this case too, and the Nocturne hanging around, makes it so hard to pick a place, stand the fight effectively, and allow herself to ult. She's been picked off a bunch of times in the last few fights, and hasn't had the mobility or the self-peel of a Kai'Sa Xayah to see herself out to safety. Well, it's also been crap at dealing with stuff like Ornn. Like, honestly, I look at Misfortune, I'm like, well, you're here for lane dominance, and that's it. Did get the lane dominance. Okay, that's no longer worked. You've given up stuff in the mid lane. Things have fallen apart.
Andre might now be in danger. Actually, Zell gets to unleash themselves again. The Arc of Ruins flying on forward. The Transcendent State is enough to ensure the Renekton falls to the Mortal Lady. All the while we go towards Atakan. The AL have started up.
I don't think they can stay on it, but they've started it up. Annie was on the bot side of the map. Atakan ends up just being a bit of a waste of time. It'll be reset. BLG were farming out bot lane. Annie, without teleport, yes, might not have been there at the play, but now it's pushed in mid lane. Can be up there on call now. Anyone's Legend are getting a little bit desperate. Last game, BLG were the ones that threw it at Atakan. BLG didn't even touch it this time. They have a better engage combo in the long lanes of AL over push, and luckily for people who are, I suppose, fans of BLG, doesn't look like that will be the object of their desire just yet. Hold your breath.
There's the replay. Flandre tries to get the wave shove in mid and gets punished for it in really short order because the Hex Flash comes on through. Wasn't expecting the Nautilus to be there, and Yunara at this point does quite a lot of damage to a Renekton with only a black cleaver.
Yeah, Yunara against zero tank compositions. If she's not jumped on, kills you. You need stuff like the Aurora. You need stuff like... I've been wondering whether Ziggs Leona would be really good against this combo too, actually. Stuff that outranges, because the Yunara can struggle with long-range composition. Stuff that dives onto her and threatens her in the backline. I don't think this is enough. I understand the MF Leona potentially helping out with that. I don't think it's enough dive, and often I think in this kind of team comp, if MF is trying to deal damage with her ultimate to Yunara, I think she just gets slammed with an Ornn ult, a Nocturne ult. She can't really stand and fight.
I think maybe it might have been a bit different if the Renekton wasn't miles behind, would be additional threat in the front line that Yunara has to dance around. The Poppy W would be really annoying to manage, but because that top side has now fallen behind a fair way, you're not getting as much value out of the Steadfast. Whereas we were seeing moments where Elk was getting picked off, down by his own Raptors and stuff. You see what the idea is there, but fumbling around the Herald, fumbling around that top side play has left him in a difficult position.
In fairness, that's the kind of thing which gets any AD carry killed.
Very true.
I'm not gonna lie, the first death and then the summoners blown in their own jungle, the first kind of 2 bad moments from Elk in this game, were kind of his own creation. Shanks could get Hex flashed onto, stun, here comes the Nocturne.
Yeah, just gonna get right on, flash forward by Knight. Keeper's Verdict comes on forward, unfortunately for Tarzan. Prosecution doesn't find the verdict they were after. Now BLG can start about it, can't they? Through here, the other side.
Christ, let's get the heart monitors on.
Here we go.
Here. Starting to tank it up. Well, they have a lot of HP. They have an order in the choke point. Jesus Christ, BLG, don't lose anyone for the Atakan.
Wow.
It's a Christmas miracle in in August. A Christmas miracle in August. The Atakan goes down. No one dies for it this time.
They get away with it. Kill secured. BLG walk onto this tier 1 in the top side. Should pick that one up just fine.
Now, even the 1k lead from Shanks is looking a little bit flimsy. Knight has dropped farm to make sure that... Hang on, Flanders popped the ult to take down the dragon easier. There's still a teleport from Knight, by the way. He can come in if he wants. He's going to stick around on the top lane inner. BLG will give this up. They say, look, we have 2 grubs. We've got someone on the side lane. You've teleported down to that objective for your sole point. I understand getting that 3rd one. How much are you going to give up for that, though? Mid lane in is going to go down. Top lane in is going to go down. Gold to the favor of BLG.
That it is. BLG trying to get some work done around that top side of the map. Pick up the tier 2. Second item's finally done for Hope, but I think it's just too little too late. The early lead was looking great in mid and bot, and then a couple bad fights in a row, and it all comes crashing down, especially since Nymaera just backed and picked up her 3rd item, by the by. That's 75% crit, and all Dominic's regards.
It's not even that much armor on the other side. This is overkill. Poor Leona is going to pop their clips and realize, oh, they future-proofed their build. That's a problem. Didn't even feel like the need to go towards an Infinity Edge or something like that. Elk is very, very strong. 4-1 and 3. Has a great front line to deal with to stand behind, rather. The Nocturne and the Ornn. The Ornn, of course, the tanky bit. I don't even think Shadow Mind's diving heavily like this anymore, though.
The plan gets on top of the Azir. The fear comes on down with the unspeakable horror. Is shuffled away before it gets that much value from it, though. And Shadow's gone very deep for this. Burns good. Elk's now split off as well. No sustain in this build. The turnaround with the bullet time is solid enough. 1 for 1 as Annie is traded out. Flandre trying to get on top of Elk. The flash on 4 from 1 to try and keep him alive. Flash over the wall from Elk. Arc of Ruin comes on down. And it's a messy fight from BLG, but they just about survive it.
The dive onto Shanks was a little bit skew. If Shadow doesn't manage to spell shield the ult, he pulls it early, tries to preempt it rather than react to it. Shanks gets him under turret, so that Shadow's HP bar down. Elk jumps almost into the soldiers, takes a bunch of damage. Doesn't have that much lifesteal, right? It'll have a little bit from Thorin's Blade and from perhaps Legend's Bloodline. And he gets a 1 for 1 on the side, but realistically, you only do that when Elk's in good position, and he wasn't really in that fight. Chose to dip off and get that 1 kill. Couldn't quite manage to. Teleporting from Annie is not bad here. But then Tarzan walks in and spots it. Doesn't get the full stun down. Wanted to make sure that there was no Annie combo to be done over there. And Knight just goes too far. He doesn't have flash at this point. He does end up getting great damage onto Tarzan. Maybe afraid that Tarzan could flash and get a kill onto Elk, but the 1 for 1 feels a little bit less good when Elk can't actually clean up.
And Elk has to try and find his way out to safety here. The flash from On, so clutch, by the way, to get the staggering blows. Kyle can't find the Zenith Blade he flashed to look for, but Elk survived, but down both summoners. Nymaera, without those summoners, could be vulnerable here.
Especially when those summoners down for the dragon fight. I mean, AL, they are looking for an Infernal Soul. Hook onto the Poppy does have flash. I think there's realistically much you can do that. BLG, and while we said they gave a warning shot with the Elk damage a little earlier from that Nymaera, perhaps that was a warning shot back. Anyone's Legend. Good damage of their own. Azir, 2.5 items, Nashers, Leandries, the Seekers as well, with those Merc Treads upgraded. Not in a bad position to play defensively. Elk will have to pick up the damage. I'm not going to lie, I wasn't that convinced about it in that last fight. Didn't manage to finish off Shanks cleanly. Anyone's Legend. Perhaps, now seeing those summoners down, see an angle in 2 minutes. Play it slow, get yourself an entrance into that river, see if you can get yourself that Infernal Soul, slingshot your way back into the game.
USS for Elk. Arm guard for Knight. 3 items for the Ornn. You've got tools to work with here as BLG, but 5,000 gold lead is good. Knight just wide of that Solar Flare. A nice pick or a flash, something to get a hold of. Knight's flash, in fact, coming off cooldown, so wouldn't have been able to blow that. Might have been a decent time to pick him off and allow yourself some ability to get control over this bot side river. The void corrupted Scuttle Crab goes the way of BLG and ensures that they know there is no vision here to be found. Anyone's Legend theoretically can give up this dragon. They don't need it. But look to trade that out for something barren or maybe just some pressure elsewhere. That mid lane turret that's taunted them for so long to finally fall. A minute until dragon BLG are going to be able to get towards this bot lane out of turret and pick that one up and ensure that this river is fully theirs.
Yeah, BLG pushing in mid and bot. Simple stuff, right? You push in on the side of the map you think, well, if you can, that you think the objective fight is going to be on next. But the soul point, obviously, that will be the next one. Anyone's Legend, they could give up a dragon or two. There's no guarantee that they go towards this. I'm a little bit worried if they do give it up, just because the Nymaera is such a uniquely powerful champion in at this point in the game and for the next few minutes. You give them a dragon, you give them access towards something like a Baron. It does become a bit of an issue, doesn't it? Anyone's Legend, though, heading towards 3 items, their own carries. Shanks will be really scary. I think Shanks potentially could be the deal breaker here. The BLG's team comp. I think that they can actually out DPS the Nymaera.
Well, do so. Legend themselves. 5 seconds until Soul is an angle for them, but they aren't set up around it. They have put all of their members towards topside to say, look, we can try and pull you to the other side of the map where you don't have control.
Ale will give up the dragon. Look towards Baron setup instead. They can afford to give up a dragon. High flash forwards onto Elk, forces the QSS.
Does do so now. Tarzan, there was a dead pop. He gets the double knock up into the bullet time, but there's just not enough damage. Now the Call of Forge God comes flying across. We get the knock up onto Flandre, but Kyle in the front line gets hit by the Arc of Ruin and goes down to Nymaera. Shuffle back, but Shanks is stunned up. Flash to the backside onto Elk. Flandre gets that kill. The problem is the rest of BLG will punish the death of their AD carry with a full team ace.
Anyone's Legend did not check the inventory of Elk. I don't think they knew he had that QSS. They flash in, look for the kill, and he cleanses and repositions. Anyone's Legend not able to catch the Nymaera cleanly. Yes, they take them down, but it is at the cost of 5 people. BLG won't get themselves the end of the game, but they will get themselves the Baron, and that will be a surefire thing after. I actually wonder if there's a mistake in not going towards the dragon here. There's a chance of teleport towards that dragon. Anyone's Legend will find themselves a contest there. BLG, I think they thought they had the end. They go towards the Baron, realize the dragon's up. We'll have to come out of this replay quickly. And right here, Tarzan thinks he gets himself the game-winning play, but he has himself a QSS, walks himself out. Nymaera pops the movement speed, gets to send it back around onto it. We need to get out of replay now, folks. We need to get out of replay. What's happening with this dragon? It's been starved by Anyone's Legend. They've teleported in. This would be Infernal Soul. They're going to get... We don't see where the setup is. Where is everyone else? BLG, where's the contest?
They're not here. They're pulling us out of it. They've given up Soul. BLG!
I mean, there's a potential of a fight. They can catch out Kyle here. He has flash, and he will die. Bin's getting caught out on the other side.
He takes a lot of damage. Does get the Call of Forge God across too, keeping them busy, keeping them active. And he now coming on up as well. As Knight TP'd away, by the way, from that mid lane turret. Paranoia in the backside. But it's 1v3! Shadow? Are you sure? Doesn't quite kill off the Misfortune. GA blown. Keeper's verdict. Does it land? Hoping to make it rain. Flash out from Shadow. Massive stun. Bullet time! All the while Nymaera's trying to free fire. They're losing so many members as hope survives. The tippers won't kill them off. I don't even know where we start.
Elk even died on the turret. BLG have lost their fucking minds. They don't know what to do at the end of the game. They thought they could end it. Couldn't quite. They take the Baron. They lose the dragon and give the soul over. And now they lose 4 members. So most of the Baron buff is gone.
In the parlance of the modern man, it is a shit show out here. I don't know where we go with this one. BLG have Baron, have a 9,000, 8,000 gold lead, but they just gave up Soul and the majority of their Baron buffs.
BLG could have just taken Dragon. They could have just taken Dragon. AL could not have taken Baron in nearly as quick a time. They make the wrong choice around the late game objectives. And dare I say it, folks, if we're talking about shot calling from BLG, they have said themselves, Shadow is the shot caller. My dude, we've praised you an awful lot, but, this has been a very poor series of decision-making plays between the end of game 2 and this, and Elk even tanks the... Like, what's going on here, folks? Like, what's going on here? This is simple mistakes, panicked mistakes, and Hope survives on such a small amount of HP, gets the bullet time off in the back of it, finds that pocket to do damage, and AL, I mean, they're behind a ton of gold, but they do have the Infernal on their backs, and there's only 1 Baron buff now, and that's on Bin.
And that's a 4-item Misfortune now, who will sting a little bit more, especially if Elk is trying to get his own DPS off. You get caught in that bullet time, you lose that Nymaera for free, things get trickier. Flandre gets out. Blast Cone just shy of the dredge line. Again, the issue for Anyone's Legend is still going to be that they are corralled inside their own base. They haven't lost any inhibitors, they haven't lost any inhibitor turrets. They are still down Baron. That is currently a 100 gold Baron power play. It means very little on the grand scheme of things there. Anyone's Legend need to stall, need to snowball. find their way back into this game. Maybe that Infernal Soul is the angle they need. BLG still going to break this down with the Paranoia. Solar Flare only a slow one to on. Maybe punished as the rocket comes on down from that northwest. Tarzan on a potential flank angle.
It's 5 on 5. BLG, I would have favored them before. They are still 8k up. There's feats of strength on one side. There's an Infernal Soul. I suppose the Ornn items are really impactful now. At level 18, Hook lands onto Leona. Flandre pops that Dominus. That is not a tanky Renekton. Tarzan charging up the ults. Knocked up out of it. And he'll just be disengaged in a changing of ways. 3 minutes till Elder. Anyone's Legend. They are in a position to fight this game. They shouldn't be, but they are. Nymaera at 8-3 and 8. Very, very strong. Has that Infinity Edge, which makes their damage really go into overdrive. But Hope is at the point where if someone oversteps and they miss position, Hope will shred them too. 4 items on the Misfortune. Don't see this champion nearly as much anymore, but if the cancels aren't quick, perhaps even just 2 or 3 waves of the bullet time are enough to do the Lord's work for them. Anyone's Legend. Lost to BLG 2-1 at the start of the split. And that was when we thought, okay, well, goddamn, Anyone's Legend. Maybe it's a little bit of a hangover from the international play. BLG got a point to prove. You know, the intangibles seem to be in their favor. Now we're most of the way through the regular split. I don't think that's necessarily an argument you can make anymore. BLG have just bluntly been better than AL in this regular split. They've bluntly been the best team in the LPL in the regular split so far. 2 minutes now on the Elder, as we've yapped away a minute of it.
Both Uber buffs basically spawning simultaneously, 10 seconds, 20 seconds apart, something like that. It's very little really in the grand scheme of things, and it could be traded one way or another. Not quite a death cap for Shanks. That would be a turning point again.
All flashes available for Anyone's Legend. Not there for Knight, importantly. On also doesn't have it. He can be an easier picked off target.
Elk's traded his QSS for GA, by the way.
Which makes sense. His cleanse is back up. He had that QSS while his cleanse was on cooldown early. He's full build with that GA hook lands.
I don't know about that one. Keeper's Verdict can knock someone away. Looking for an angle. They just blow up on now. Flash over the wall. They can make this the 5v3. Damage from Elk is good. Bullet time turnaround will prevent that transcendent state from being allowed to continue.
Anyone's Legend getting a really good angle with that pop heal over the wall. BLG didn't spot it coming, and Elk uses the ult, gets good turnaround, but doesn't kill anyone. Anyone's Legend walk away with the 1 for none. On goes down easily. And BLG give up a little bit of mid lane push. Shadow farming out as best he can, I suppose, trying to keep up his XP lead. 2 levels over Tarzan. The knockdown gets diminishing returns as the game goes on, but he does have flash, he does have GA. The Hexblade's stride breaker means he's actually very strong when he just gets out of that ultimate. AL, I think they've got to be feeling it, though. I mean, they've got good damage.
The damage is there, yeah.
They have the feats of strength. Yes, the Ornn items are on the other side, and that's extra value on it, but I don't think AL are feeling that bad now.
I'm just looking at this as well again. You just burn flash on Tarzan and Flandre. That could be a big deal because everyone else's flash is alive on the other side of the charge with the wall into Bin. Solar Flare onto Annie! Knight's in trouble! Doesn't get to stay alive. Goes gone for a second or two. Maybe that's enough to get them alive. They only need one more order and they get it! Shanks finds that angle. Backline. Starting to the wall. Elk has to flash away. Staying just about alive but can't do damage. Shadow. GA proc. Bin running away. They've lost the mid jungle.
Anyone's Legend, a clutch shot in the mid lane as BLG blows so many summoners and don't get any kills. Baron will spawn. Elder is available. Ben, hang on a second. Maybe it's Anyone's Legend turn to mess things around in the late game. When you have less dragons taken, you kill it quicker and you take less damage from it. Elder for Baron is the trade.
Going to be a risky one, but overbuff for uberbuff. Remember, Elder's a shorter duration. AL just needs structures. They're coming on over here. Kyle.
Oh, that's a big mistake. I don't think Anyone's Legend spotted them taking it that quickly. They'll teleport onto the map. 3 Elder buffs for BLG, not on mid-jungle. As AL, I wonder if they made the mistake now. It is harder to take the Elder when you have taken dragons before. What happened here? So they drop down that ward. What happens here? And Knight just gets hit by the Solar Flare. Didn't flash it. Thought he wanted to save it. Big mistake from Knight. Should really have flashed that one.
Dies, flashes at the end of it too and still goes down, and then Elk gets shunted into the wall after his cleanse is forced to back away, can't do any more damage anymore.
And Elk doesn't have lifesteal. If he gets damaged like that, he can't turn and burn nearly as easily. Find that pocket and fight back from low HP. Has to back off. One more skill shot would have been the death of him. Still doesn't have it now, by the way. No lifesteal on this. Has no summoners now either, and he doesn't have that QSS. Finn walking forwards. They do have that Elder buff, forcing the fight. No flash on the Misfortune.
Paranoia can look to get on top of Elk. They're going to keep on jumping. It's Hope. I apologize. Turn, burn, dead. They're going to bet the attack and kill. Flandre's also down. The Elder Dragon finds the 2 they need.
Both of these teams choose the wrong late game objective to take. BLG, the first ones, bring AL back into the game, giving them the Infernal Soul. And AL have now squandered their Baron buff. Doesn't matter that it lasts a little longer than the Elder. They're dead. They can't use it. Hook misses, luckily sparing the blushes.
They have at least got Sundisk, the Baron empowered minions, BLG, as long as AL can just wave clear. Shouldn't lose the game here, I don't think.
I don't know. I don't know. It's really hard to defend. You're level 18s. The ults come up pretty quickly. There's going to be a Paranoia really quickly coming in too. 3 Elders available on just aura farming in the enemy base, holding up that wave. They'll kill a turret with the Demolish. That'll go down. Base broken in
8
2
seconds on Hope.
parts. Hope coming back up, as you're rightfully saying. Still doesn't have that flash though, and the Elder buff is still up for 30 seconds. BLG take 2 inhibitors and get out.
Well, so game stays rolling.
Jesus Christ.
It's a minus 2k Baron power play.
AL just, they walked up too far. Hang on a sec. You know those ultimates said we're back up soon. Well, the Elder's up for 20 seconds. Here we go. Again. Oh no, not 2 times in a minute. They'll fly in again.
The Soul of Flanders keep alive. They will kill off Shadow, but your AD carry for the jungler this late in the game is a win. Finally, Tarzan as though Elk trying to find on it. Shuffled on the turret. GA now going on down. The Elder still potentially rolling. Shanks in danger. Flashes away. Bin with the knockup. Elk goes down, but the damage is good. Burn, baby. They're trying to run it out. It's timed out. They don't have the execute anymore.
They get the kill. There's 3 for 2. BLG can't end the game. They can't end the game, but they kill Hope twice in the space of a minute. There are double teleports available for Knight, Bin, and On even has it too. Kyle teleports to the minion to stop them recalling to teleport back in to end the game. BLG with 3 globals could have ended the game there if they got clean recalls. Kyle stops it, and we are back to a hyper late game survived game. No one's necessarily pulled that killer blow just yet. Hope, with no flash, has been targeted down with extreme prejudice. Instant kill.
And the problem is, Elk finds an angle over here, and Shanks says, no, you bloody well don't. And gets shuffled to the turret, loses his GA. Shanks also survives for such a long time here.
Coming back out onto the map. Looked like AL were maybe getting an aggressive play onto Knight. In fact, they are. Oh, Flandre's gone too deep, I think.
He's actually getting a fairly decent amount of healing. The Call of Forge got coming on through. They're trying to get that turnaround. They will finally bring him low, but it takes no time. That bullet time angle is good for a second or two. Bin with a double knockup. Into the backline they go. Toes, Hope, Toes 5. The fear, the shuffle away. Shadow can't get it. Knight surviving. What about Shanks? He puts down Soldiers. Knight with the stun, but needs to run away. Goes Golden. Tarzan, blast coning, shield. Knight gets his own Molten variant. They can't get anyone.
Elk finally arrives at the play. He has both summoners. He has his ult TP, and the minions are killing the base. There are no globals. AL. They try and end the game through bot lane. Find the killer blow. They'll lose their turrets for it.
They don't quite get the second Nexus turret, but they lose one. I hope you're entertained. I know I am.
This is one of those games you remember for a year and a day, folks. BLG, Anyone's Legend, a finals rematch. Anyone's Legend fallen on hard times, but determined to make a show of this. BLG, perhaps threw a game or 2 back into the hands of Anyone's Legend. This game felt like it was in AL's hands at the late game after BLG had gifted it to them. They handed it right back around the Elder. Took the Baron, gave the Elder, got killed by the Elder, got no value out of the Baron. We're in hyper late game now. Everyone getting towards late game items. Elk's changes build around again. No GA. He's got the shield bow. Give him a bit more survivability.
There is a GA for Hope, though, and the Bloodthirster blowing him up with because you're a burst team. You can get the GA. Can you get more?
That's a question. But you know what? Throughout all of this, we have 41 minutes of gameplay. By far, MVP of this game, that Ornn in the top lane.
Oh, obscene, yeah.
No deaths for Ornn. Bin has saved this game a dozen times. The engages with the Elder buff were crucial. The interrupts on the Hope ultimates have been game-saving. Bin has been BLG's savior.
Who the hell would you give it to if AL win it? Maybe we'll have to wait until after the Paranoia. Final inhibitor turret under siege. Shadows in the base, clearing the minions.
He was trying to do something tricky there, saying, look, I'm going to make things go dark, so you can't see me pushing in the base. You won't, until the lights come back on, you won't know that the wave's going to be killed there. Doesn't lead to that much. It's a low cooldown. He's got a lot of cooldown reduction. Black Cleaver, Stride Breaker, and the Hexblade give you a ton of ult haste. 30 seconds till the Elder now. If AL commits to this, they may well lose the Nexus to minions. There are no teleports for BLG to use. There's a smite on from Spellbook. Elder was the death of AL a little earlier. He will need to make sure it does not go over again.
Minions in the base. Keep your eyes on it. Knight looking for a potential stun angle. Flandre could be at risk. Kyle could be at risk. There's Knight. They jump onto the Renekton, but not the easiest target to slide away. Shadow Flare is just wide.
Elk!
And Elk is in danger as he finds his way forwards. He is the danger. Never mind that. Into the backline goes Shadow. Bullet time is solid. Try to burn a few people down. They just can't find the kills. It's so low. But Yunara's gone. Flandre finds him. Slice, dice, kill on Annie. It's finally traded. Hope trying to turn it around. Bin is scary. The base! The base! The base! It's going down to minions! It's going down to minions!
Go to the base! What's happening? The turrets are dead!
It's going to minions!
I think with the inhibs respawning, they won't be the end of the game. Anyone's Legend do not take the Elder. They end up losing 3 members, but their AD carry is alive. Hope is around. Are there any recalls going in? No, they think their inhibs will hold it. It will be a fight for the Elder.
Hope has got GA and all the damage. They don't have much damage here. And Hope at max items really stings with Infernal Dragon.
It's going to be a long take, though. If things go long enough, there could be a teleport from Knight into the base. Shadow doesn't have ult up just yet.
He's gone forwards. Now Bin's going to try and summon the Forge God. Hope in danger. Trying to get a chunk on the wall. He's got GA. They've lost the Nocturne. TP back away from Bin as he needs to think away that one. All the while, keep your eyes on Knight. He's got his own TP, but Elder going on down. They've lost their final Nexus turret.
Shanks is respawned. He can wave clear. Where does the teleport come from, Annie, if anywhere? He's not going to use it.
Baron.
Elk lives. Baron is alive. Folks, we have got another Elder for Baron trade. We are over 43 minutes into the game. Elder to anyone's Legend. I don't think BLG can actually take the Baron. AL get the Uber buff for themselves this time on 5 members. Anyone's Legend have been clutching this out. BLG, they are choking the late game again.
They get the GA off Hope, but not anymore. And Elk is struggling with the range on Yunara. Can't get damage without being blasted by someone.
Very easy Baron take. Shanks over the wall. Full items, basically. Doesn't have his full Banshees in yet. There's a death cap on Annie. Maybe that'll help. Those blow up next time. This Knight tried to kill Flandre. Couldn't get enough value out of it. Bin is fucking trying.
He's trying. He really is.
Still has not died. And it's not because he's not been positioned in the heat of things. Level 18, a ridiculous amount of HP. That is almost 6,000 HP. Just on the cusp of it. And for all we've talked about the Yunara is not carrying this game. The numbers are not big enough in terms of the DPS. I wonder whether it should have been a Blade and not that Kraken Slayer.
GA solved for Zhonya's for this misfortune.
Which makes sense. It makes so much sense. It can help you against that Ornn ultimate teleport in the mid lane. They have both the Uber buffs. A minute and a half on the Elder, 2 minutes on the Baron. I don't know what BLG do. The waves are not in position for them to counter with a push towards us. Look how quickly the towers go down too. The Azir, the Misfortune, they slaughter it. BLG, what do you do?
And again, if you don't get a clean engagement of the Misfortune, the bullet times have brutalized the divers. Multiple fights in a row now. Inhibitor down. Nexus turret's under siege.
He's teleporting. Knight's trying to look for a creative flank angle. He's teleporting from out of vision. He has to be creative. He needs to find something. They do. Do they know exactly? I don't think they do fully.
It's not good enough. He's still finding an angle. It's just awkward. It wasn't creative enough. Unfortunately, bankrupt at this point. Anyone's Legend finally breached the base. They're onto Nexus turrets.
And he's walking just outside the vision range. We'll spot out that ward. Now, Hope does not have a GA. He can still be blown out. If he Zhonya's as well, yeah, that's fantastic. Shanks doesn't spot him. Annie doesn't spot him. Annie recalling. You see Knight trying to play around the fog of war. Very hard to tell when we're not watching AL's point of view. Wave clear from the Ornn. It's going to be gone, though, for the next wave. It's not bad.
The steadfast presence! Wonderful W press on just about surviving. Zhonya's comes on through from Shanks, trying to kill off some more Nexus turrets. They will kill off the Leona. What about the rest of the traders? Bin gets a knock up onto one. Hope survives. Zhonya's buys time. Flandre down to his GA, flashing away, knocked down. The Elder Bird is good, but it's not enough. Flandre, TP back in from Shanks. It's a 3v4.
If they get any minions nearby, they'll have enough damage to kill it. There's a defender's advantage, but no flashes anymore. Shanks has flash, has ult. He can definitely sweep to win.
He gets onto Elk. Yunara is dead. Bin with the shove on forwards. Shanks surviving. Down for the count. He got it down. What about the Nexus turret? It's going down. Tarzan alive. Trying to get the knockouts. They survive the play.
Bin can teleport to the other side of the map. Teleport, Bin. Teleport. I think he can kill it. Where is the teleport? Maybe he doesn't believe in it. Once the wave click through the base, there's a ward on the bot lane. I think he could have done it, but they're choosing to not end the game now. Perhaps thinking that the Ornn can't kill it by himself. There are pings on the other side, but 20 seconds on Hope. I don't know whether BLG can get across the other side. Minions are faster the later the game goes, but I think AL might just survive.
8 seconds for Hope to respawn.
I can't believe this. If you're shaking watching this, just imagine how we're feeling casting it, and then the step above that, many steps above that, playing it. Knights, no, God, who has summoners? I mean, yes, Spellbook players have it. On has himself a teleport. There's now a threat of a backdoor from both teams. Anyone's Legend, of course, have the Infernal Soul. It makes it much easier for them to get random picks into plays. On's doing some weird shit across the map. Why not get some wards down, get some vision in there. Knight is hanging out in the enemy jungle, stealing the blue buff, which he used the ultimate for that, by the way. It's very low cooldown, I suppose. Gets himself a buff for his team. They'll take their own red buff as well. Shadow's doing that now. Folks, this is Smoke and Mirrors. This is Smoke and Mirrors. This is hyper late game. You very rarely see this gameplay at the top level of play. This is where a very unique skill set starts to get tested. You only get to learn how to play in these kind of games by living through it.
The crowds have started throwing out Gyos again. Nothing changed. The more they stay the same. Welcome to the late game, folks. Infernal Soul for AL. Gold lead for BLG. That means jack fucking all at this point. We are 48 minutes deep.
There are red pings on the enemy Nexus, but they don't have any wards to teleport in there. It is a bare Nexus. There is an inhibitor down. It can be killed immediately. BLG have tracked everything, though. There's no teleports up on anyone's Legend. BLG would need to get through an inhib first. Elk has Flash. Shanks Hope, they don't. Andre does. I mean, the late game Flash for Necton W can do a hell of a lot of damage. GA rebought for Elk instead of the shield bow. Become a cooldown at some point. Hope has his back again. These things are really important. Zhonya's on both mid laners. Night Zhonya's in that last play was game saving. Shanks very nearly it was too.
Still hasn't died, by the way.
That's ridiculous. I mean, 50 minutes almost of gameplay. 9-0-19 bin. I don't know how he's doing it. I genuinely don't know how he's doing it. It is not because he's not having impact. He absolutely is. 35 kills, and 28 of them have been involved in this top laner bin.
Yeah.
Azir turret will help. It applies for Infernal Soul, by the way, too. Yes, because that's a thing. Elder up in 40 seconds. AL don't have vision control. That's why they're giving up so much space. They're so afraid. Look at their vision control here. They don't have enough to spot out the full team. BLG will recall, get elixirs, I suppose, and head back out onto the map. Both Uber objectives.
Really important.
Both Uber objectives spawning in a minute. And yes, the red buff is important. I think BLG actually took theirs a little too soon. It won't be there for the big buffs now.
Red buff on its Fortune, on the Azir. Very, very significant. Andre is 4-9-4, but somehow it feels like this Renekton's still been able to threaten the likes of this Nymaera, the likes of this Annie pretty well in the extended plays.
We're actually getting to the point where supports have significant items.
Yeah,
you see that Shadow, what he ended up doing, I think he bought a control ward, put it down, then back for a Hex Drinker. Tarzan still has, and that's not bad. Solar Flare.
The Forge God turning around. Paranoia also proc. The lights are dark, down a half HP.
It's a flip, it's a flip, it's a flip!
I can smell the burgers. Keeper's verdict goes wide. Flood right to the backside. Gets Odell. Bullet time! Brings down Knight. GA also low. It is time, surely, for the game to end. Elder secured by Tarzan. Elk is dead. And for once, Hope gets to stand and deliver with all of the gunpowder and bilge water.
Rumors of anyone's Legend's demise are vastly overstated. 3-4 in the split, but will hand Billy Gaming their first loss in Split 3 of 2025. BLG undefeated, no more. Shadow honeymoon phase potentially over.
At 10-1-20, the Forge God can do enough. It's a god that falls to the mortal man of anyone's Legends. Are you not entertained? Welcome to Blood Sports in the digital age. The LPL Coliseum opens its doors to you all.
A 2-1 to anyone's Legend. So many questions, so many doubts. Perhaps not all quashed today. Definitely not all quashed today. But goddamn, entertainment was produced in spades. BLG find their first best of 3 loss in the split.
I genuinely don't know where to go from that. Thank you one and all for coming and joining us. Perhaps that's the way we go with it. Initialise, Nymaera, good siblings. I'm their older brother. We do some fairly cool things here around casting the LPL and games and series like that. That was very, very fun. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. if you enjoyed that, I know we did, one of the best ways you can show that is by making sure you're following the channels. That's Twitch, that's YouTube, Nivea's YouTube as well. If you're on one or the other platforms, please do go and cross-pollinate those follows and subscriptions and stuff. And make sure you're following us on our regular socials as well. That's at InitializeCast, at Nymaera on Twitter, on YouTube. Those follower numbers help us get jobs and those kinds of things. So please do keep doing that. On top of all of this, if you've got the cash, 2 great ways to support us there. Subscribing on Twitch, be that via Amazon Prime or a regular sub. Second one, of course, as well, is via Ko-fi. That's channel agnostic. If you've got that potential to support us there with that one, it would make a massive, massive deal. It is sweaty as hell in here. It's 33 degrees C. We have been going for 6 games today.
I'm sweating buckets, folks. Very rarely do you get games as exciting as that. Luckily, in the LPL, we have so many games, they crop up perhaps a little more regularly than elsewhere just due to the weight of games. Thank you for spending your time here with us and watching these legendary teams. Thank you for this. Thank you so much for the cheer bits there as Pirates as well. Welcome to the Blood Sports in a Digital Age. That's one that Sam's been holding on to for a long time, by the way. It's I don't know where to go from there, folks. There are not many, probably to the shower to wash off the sweat. Your casting is like the official cast. Well, once upon a time we were on that. We are trying to do our best here.
You might see us on the LEC occasionally too. So, you know, again, we are pros. We like to try and make sure that you get a pro quality product.
And I can't believe that BLG lost in the late game in the way that they did. And I hate to say it, folks. Shadow was the guy that has been said to be the shot caller. Because he's vocal. He's the guy which Knight called out in post-game interview saying, well, he's naturally fallen into that role. The way they lost this series was through late game shot calling. Both around that after Khan. In the last game, it was such a winnable state. This one was about the choice of the late game objectives.
And look, I'm going to put this out. How many times have we seen BLG make some throws here at 20 minutes across this year? Sometimes they've gotten away with it by outplaying later on. Sometimes it's cost them games. For the first time, it's cost them a series. And this has been an issue all damn year. Whatever jungler they've had, this has been an issue. And they do just overplay things. And it has hurt them. It should not have been that hard in Game 2. It should not have been that hard in Game 3. And, you know, Hope was struggling. And then suddenly he's getting to stand and deliver. I am waiting to see these damage numbers. Because I think we are about to see some really ridiculous damage shots.
We are going to rest our voices. We will decide whether we're casting tomorrow. Because voices have been shredded.
I've got NLC playoffs.
Tomorrow we may take a break, folks. Yeah, welcome to the Blood Sports in the Digital Age, Sam. That is an all-timer.
It's a great. I love that line dearly.
What we're going to do is we're going to go clip that. We're going to go. I don't know. Find a way to put it on. By the way, if you clip it and put it on Reddit, we'll love you forever as well. But if not, we'll do it ourselves. We're going to take a break. If you're watching on YouTube, this story will end here. If you're going to go watch on Twitch, we'll radio over to someone. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us. And we'll see you.
Not to stream with my voice being dead.
We'll see you at some point, if not tomorrow, the day after.